Chapter 4273. Muibai was excited. He was extremely excited. Muibai had studied the three absolutes of fire for who knew how long. He had studied it day and night, especially now that he was at a bottleneck. The three absolutes of fire could not advance any further, which also hindered Muibai's path to the second heavenly layer of Star Lord. The longer he studied the three absolutes of fire, the more he understood the importance of Jiang Chen's words. As the saying went, one would be enlightened. That was what Muibai was feeling right now. The wall in front of him had been destroyed, and the darkness in front of him was illuminated by light. So that's how it is. So this is the true essence of the three absolutes of fire. I've cultivated for so many years, but I didn't even get a few words from Jiang Chen. But how does that guy have such a clear understanding of the three absolutes of fire? The three absolutes of fire originated from an ancient book in Kirin province. It's an existence that goes with Baishi's cold flames. There's no one else in the entire Kirin province who's proficient in it apart from me, let alone spreading it. Muibai's expression changed a few times in shock. That's right. He must have seen through the three absolutes of fire when he saw me use it. But isn't that a little too terrifying? He's only at the third heavenly layer of heavenly source, so how can he have such keen eyes? Even a superstar emperor can't have such keen eyes. It must be a coincidence, but he gives me an unfathomable feeling. I can't see through him even with my cultivation, so he must be extraordinary. Jiang Chen's understanding of the three absolutes of fire had a great impact on Muibai's heart. At the same time, his opinion of Jiang Chen underwent a complete change. I've learned something. Muibai clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Then, his gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. At that moment, Muibai seemed to have opened some kind of door. His originally weak aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a powerful wave of air soared into the sky. At this moment, Muibai seemed to have opened up a dam of source qi, his aura rising endlessly. Baishi's cold flames howled, filling the air with an icy aura. The winged man youth and the elf man couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Muibai did not immediately break through to the next level, but her cultivation level was visibly rising. More importantly, the transformation of the three absolutes of fire had increased the might and damage of this combat skill by at least 3 to 4 times compared to before. What's going on? How did this woman's strength suddenly increase? The elf man's face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's that guy. Who is he? He gave Muibai some pointers and increased his strength. Let's hurry up and attack. Don't give Muibai a chance, or we'll all be doomed. The winged man's expression also changed. The sudden change in Muibai was too shocking. However, it was too late for them to make a move now. Muibai wouldn't give them the chance. Hurricane Dragon, World Annihilation Flame. Muibai activated the new three absolutes of fire, combining the three absolutes into one. This was the true essence of the three absolutes of fire. This was the true power of this technique. Roar, the dragon roared angrily. The violent flaming hurricane formed a fire dragon that soared into the sky. It was vivid and lifelike, as if a real fire dragon had descended to the world. Its might was many times stronger than before. The dragon attacked. For the first time, Muibai unleashed the three absolutes of fire with the power to destroy the world. The sea of fire was stirred, and the hurricane dragon wreaked havoc. The winged man and the elf man who had charged forward felt a strong impact. Ah! 2 screams resounded in the sky above the valley. The spear in the winged man's hand flew out of his hand and fell to the valley below. The elf man was in an even more miserable state. One of his arms was destroyed by the fire dragon, and he vomited blood. Go and get the spear back, Jiang Chen said. Needless to say, Longsher San had already turned into a shadow and flew out. He grabbed the spear and returned to his original position. This spear was a main-grade combat weapon. It was priceless. Even if they didn't use it, they could exchange it for source stones. Run! The elf man gritted his teeth and shouted. Without saying a word, he turned around and dashed into the sea of fire, dragging his broken body. On the other side, although the winged man was unwilling to give up, he knew that he had lost the upper hand. If he continued to stay, he would be killed. Muibai had suddenly become stronger. He was no longer on the same level as them. It would be a piece of cake for Muibai to kill him now. Kill the winged man and leave the other one to us. Jiang Qin shouted at Muibai. Then, he and Longsher San dashed into the sea of fire and chased after the elf man. The elf man was already at the end of his rope. He had lost one of his arms after being injured by the hurricane dragon. His origin was also injured to a certain extent. He had almost no strength to fight anymore. Jiang Chen and Longsher San could kill him if they worked together. Okay. Muibai made a sound of acknowledgement. Unknowingly, he didn't refute Jiang Chen's orders at all. Whoosh! Muibai was so fast that he caught up with the winged man in the blink of an eye and blocked his way. Muibai, let me live. I'll repay you in the future. The winged man begged for mercy. I'm disgusted to see you. Muibai's tone was cold. A fire dragon sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the winged man. The winged human youth didn't have the slightest ability to resist and was beheaded by Muibai's sword. After killing the winged man, Muibai turned to the other side. The elf man was a star lord after all. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Muibai was a bit worried about Jiang Chen and Longsher San. However, when Muibai looked over, his expression changed again. Under the joint attack of Jiang Chen and Longsher San, the elf man could only resist in frustration. Jiang Chen unleashed endless waves of fire. Even Muibai felt endless pressure from his flames, which suppressed the elf man. Longsher San bombarded the elf man with the art of victorious fighting, causing him to vomit blood continuously. Jiang Chen's flame is too strong. I can feel the chi of several divine flames of the heavens and earth. His flame is actually the fusion of several divine flames. It's terrifying. What's more terrifying is that I can feel that none of the flames are weaker than the divine glass flame. Muibai sighed. As a fire elemental physique, he had a certain perception of flames. Even Sky, a peerless genius of Kirin province, felt terrified by the flames inside Jiang Chen's body. When she summoned the white seal cold fire, she found that the white seal cold fire was trembling. Damn it, how can this bastard's flame be so tyrannical? My flame has been ruthlessly suppressed, and I can't use its power in actual combat. Moreover, his perception is too sharp. My elf clan is good at hiding and changing, but I can't escape his perception. At this moment, the male elf was close to despair. Chapter 42-74. What made the male elf vomit blood even more was the fact that he was going to die in the hands of two heavenly source experts. This was a great humiliation. Even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Ha ha ha, you should be proud to die under Master Monkey's rod. The male elf, who was already sullen, vomited a mouthful of blood when he heard Longsher San's words. Fuck, I'm a Star Lord expert, a peerless genius of the elven race. How can I be proud to die in the hands of a heavenly source expert? Bastard, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't humiliate me. The male elf vomited blood continuously. His chest heaved up and down, unable to conceal his anger. As you wish. Longsher San raised his metal rod high and smashed it down. The male elf seemed to know his fate, so he toughened up and didn't dodge, allowing Longsher San's metal rod to smash down. In fact, The male elf knew that it was useless even if he tried to hide. He would definitely die today. Even if the two heavenly source realm shrimps couldn't kill him, Muibai wouldn't give him a chance to escape. The winged youth had already been killed by Muibai. In his current state, he couldn't even defeat two heavenly source experts, let alone Muibai. If Muibai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Bang! Longsher San was extremely cruel. He didn't hold back when he attacked. The metal rod that weighed 100,000 kilograms smashed down, smashing the male elf into a bloody mess. He died on the spot. Not far away, Muibai saw all of this with his own eyes. His heart was filled with shock. These two men in front of him were too monstrous. Even a Star Lord was killed by them. One should know that even though the elf was severely injured, it wasn't easy for him to kill a Star Lord. After all, Jiang Chen and Dragonsher San were just too weak. Nice. Longsher San put away his iron rod, feeling indescribably carefree. Muibai came to Jiang Chen's side and sized up Jiang Chen again. He was eager to see if Jiang Chen was real, but he failed in the end. When he looked at Jiang Chen was like a bottomless pit, a bottomless abyss. In the end, Muibai could only look away helplessly and said to Jiang Chen, thank you for what you did just now. Eldest miss, you're too polite. We're on the same side now. Helping you is the same as helping ourselves. After all, we don't want to die in this endless sea of fire. Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen, there's one thing I don't understand. Why are you so clear about the three absolutes of fire? Muibai asked the question in his heart. Eldest miss, it's not just the three absolutes of fire. Let me tell you about this. If you encounter any bottlenecks or puzzles in your cultivation, you can ask Little Chenzi. He can answer them for you. Longsher San smiled proudly. In fact, he could see many things, but in terms of cultivation comprehension, he was still not as good as Jiang Chen. There was a fundamental difference between Longsher San and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was an existence who had comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth and could be called the ancestor of cultivation. On the other hand, although Longsher San had his own great Tao, it was only his own great Tao. His strength mostly came from his bloodline. Without reaching the heavenly Tao level of Jiang Chen, he naturally could not have such amazing insight. What? Muibai's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. If Longsher San had said this before, Muibai would definitely have snorted disdainfully and even treated it as bragging and sent him flying with a slap. One must know that he was a powerful Star Lord and had his own comprehension of cultivation. Let alone a puny heavenly source expert, even the governor of Kirin province or the emperor of the Great Lin Empire would not dare to say that they could give him pointers. However, after experiencing what had just happened, Muibai believed in Longsher San's words a little more. After all, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had given him pointers on the three absolutes of fire. Furthermore, it had allowed him to achieve extraordinary results and break through the bottleneck that had been hindering him for a long time. Eldest miss, why don't you tell me your doubts? Jiang Chen smiled confidently. He was willing to help Muibai. In the future, when the Great Lin Empire descended into chaos, Muibai would definitely be a great force for the human race. In other words, the stronger Muibai was, the happier Jiang Chen would be. Alright, then I'll ask. Muibai did not stand on ceremony and told him all the problems she had encountered in her cultivation over the years. When Muibai had asked these questions, she had only wanted to give it a try. She had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to answer all of them, because it was unrealistic. However, what she thought was unrealistic had really happened. Jiang Chen did not even think about it and gave Muibai a perfect answer. It was as if what he cultivated was exactly the same as Muibai, and his comprehension was much deeper than Muibai's. He was truly proficient and could not be faked. Impossible, how is this possible? You're only at the heavenly source stage, so how can your comprehension of cultivation be so powerful? Even a powerful star king wouldn't be able to answer all of my questions. Mu Bai was utterly shocked. She looked at Jiang Qin as if she was looking at a ghost. This was too unbelievable. What had just happened had already surpassed Mu Bai's knowledge and imagination. Miss, don't think too much. All you need to know is that I won't harm you. Jiang Qin said like a teacher lecturing his disciple. Master, you're a genius. Ibai admires you very much. Mu Bai bowed towards Jiang Qin. She had completely retracted her arrogance and indifference as a young miss. Her attitude towards Jiang Qin had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even the way she addressed Jiang Qin had become respectful. In Mu Bai's mind, it was no longer important whether Jiang Qin's cultivation was strong or weak. What was important was Jiang Qin's comprehension of martial arts. He had surpassed the great saint stage, and Mu Bai had to respect him. More importantly, she had received unprecedented benefits from Jiang Qin. After many of her questions were answered, the source qi in Mu Bai's body became restless. She was about to break through to the second sky of Star Lord. You should break through first. Jiang Qin said. He did not take Mu Bai's change of attitude to heart. At his level, he had already become detached from worldly affairs. In his eyes, Mu Bai was a junior. Okay. Mu Bai turned into an obedient child and started to break through. Boom, violent energy rippled out of Mu Bai's body. In the blink of an eye, Mu Bai's cultivation had risen to the second sky of Star Lord. His aura did not stop after reaching this level. It was still rising. All the bottlenecks in Mu Bai's cultivation had been broken through. This time, he would only stop after reaching the peak of the second sky of Star Lord. Chapter 4275. In fact, just as Jiang Qin had said, Mu Bai had too many problems after reaching the Star Lord level at such a young age. Jiang Qin's help had opened up the path of cultivation for her and removed the knot in her heart. For a cultivator, once the knot in their heart was removed, their explosive power and potential would be extremely terrifying. Take Mu Bai for example. His cultivation had reached the peak of the second sky of Star Lord before stopping. Moreover, given Mu Bai's current state, he could reach the third sky of Star Lord at any time. The benefits he got from Jiang Qin's guidance today were much better than any natural treasures. It could be said that he had undergone a complete transformation. This was a true transformation. Mu Bai had ushered in the second stage of cultivation. His future achievements would be limitless. Huff, Mu Bai let out a breath and looked at Jiang Qin with bright eyes. Apart from shock, there was more respect in his eyes. Yes, respect, the respected junior would show to an elder. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I feel like I've been reborn. Mu Bai was extremely excited. Anyone would be excited about this. It would be abnormal if they weren't. Not bad. Your potential is limitless, and so is your future achievements. This crimson cloud astral won't be able to trap you in the future. Jiang Qin praised. He rarely praised people, but Mu Bai was indeed a genius. I'll definitely cultivate hard and live up to Master's expectations. I hope I can leave the crimson cloud astral one day and cultivate on the heaven awaken planet. Mu Bai's eyes were filled with longing. He felt that being praised by Jiang Qin was an extremely glorious thing. It would be best if he could leave the crimson cloud astral one day and cultivate in a bigger place to broaden his horizons. Compared to the entire heaven awakened star zone, the crimson cloud astral was only a small astral realm. The heaven awakened planet was the center of the heaven awakened star zone and the peak of the entire star zone. It was said that even powerful star emperors were nothing on the heaven awakened planet. Everyone wanted to climb higher. Who wouldn't want to see a bigger place? What the F asterisk CK, little Chinzi, UF asterisk King stole all the limelight. Why didn't you leave some for me? What if Muibai fancies you? Long San muttered in a low voice, his eyes like a resentful wife. Although his voice was soft, Muibai heard him clearly at such a close distance. He looked at Long San. His gaze also began to become complicated. Don't worry, Muibai only admires and respects me. He doesn't have any romantic feelings for me. Try your best. He also spoke in a low voice, but he still purposely let Muibai hear him, which could be considered as helping Long San to confess his love. Muibai couldn't help but blush. This was the first time in her life that the young mistress of Kirin province had shown such shyness. However, what Jiang Qin said was right. Muibai only respected Jiang Qin, just like how students respected their teachers. It wasn't because Jiang Qin wasn't charming enough, but because Long San had a strong first impression of him. Long San had shown his affection for Muibai, and Muibai could naturally feel it. Previously, when the winged youth had profaned him, Long San had stood up for him regardless of the consequences. Although he wasn't strong enough, he still wanted to be a protector. This caused Muibai to have a good impression of Long San. Which woman didn't want a man to protect her regardless of the consequences? Although this was a small matter, it still left a strong first impression in Muibai's heart. In Muibai's eyes, Jiang Qin was too terrifying and unfathomable. He was a senior among seniors, and Muibai could only respect him. Long San was different. If she had to choose one person, Muibai would undoubtedly choose Long San. Of course, this was just a metaphor. Muibai wasn't thinking about relationships at the moment. She only had a good impression of Long San, but didn't dislike him. Roar, the roar of a fire beast came from the valley. The fire beast was very fierce, but there was a layer of fear and anxiety in its roar. The fire beast wasn't stupid. It was a Star Lord since it could protect the fire coral here, so it was naturally very smart. The reason why the fire beast was anxious and scared was because it had sensed Muibai's presence when he reached the second sky of Star Lord. Moreover, it had seen Muibai kill 2 Star Lords with terrifying methods. Of course it was panicking. Master, I'll kill the fire beast and collect the fire coral first in case something happens. Muibai said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. The fire coral was good stuff. If they could obtain it, it would be enough for the 3 of them to increase their cultivation to the next level. It wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Qin to reach the 4th heavenly layer of heavenly source. Jiang Qin needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible since the battle of life and death with Zhu Changqing was getting closer and closer. Zhu Changqing was at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of Star Lord. It was basically impossible for him to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord in a mere month without a fortuitous encounter like Muibai's. If Jiang Qin wanted to defeat Zhu Changqing of the 1st heavenly layer, he would need to reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer at the very least, or even the 8th heavenly layer. After all, Zhu Changqing was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp. He was not someone ordinary cultivators could compare to, so he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Muibai's aura shook, and he turned into a streak of fire as he charged into the valley. Roar! In the next moment, the fire beast let out an earth-shattering wail, a miserable shriek of pain. Inside the valley, Muibai shot out a fire dragon that wrapped tightly around the huge body of the fire beast. No matter how much the fire beast struggled, it was unable to break free. The fire dragon pulled with all its might, and the fire beast howled once again. Its huge body suddenly shattered, torn to pieces. At the same time, a fiery red demon spirit floated out and was grabbed by Muibai. This was a Star Lord level fire beast demon spirit. It contained extremely powerful fire-attributed energy, which was especially beneficial to someone with a fire-attributed constitution like Muibai's. In the colored glass sea, a Star Lord level fire attributed demon spirit was a true treasure. The fire coral glowed brightly on the red rock. With a wave of Muibai's hand, it landed in his hand. Without any hesitation, Muibai split the fire coral into 3 parts with a crack, then turned around and arrived before Jiang Qin and Long San. This fire coral has been split into 3 parts. They're yours. Muibai handed 2 parts of the fire coral to Jiang Qin and Long San. In the face of a treasure like the fire coral, Muibai was able to maintain his composure and take the initiative to give it to someone else. This kind of courage wasn't something that just anyone could do. Muibai wasn't greedy. Just this point alone was enough for him to achieve great things. In fact, Muibai knew very well that without Jiang Qin and Long San, it would have been almost impossible for him to obtain the fire coral. Chapter 4283. The elder looked at Jiang Qin with great interest. He wanted to see if Jiang Qin was brave enough. One should know that the Nether Lion was the strongest among all the demonic beasts at the 2nd heavenly layer of the bestial battle arena. Ordinary human cultivators at the 3rd heavenly layer of the bestial battle arena might not be able to defeat it. However, Jiang Qin's next words almost caused the old man to fall off his seat. Are there any stronger ones? Jiang Qin asked. He didn't even look at the Nether Lion. Fuck. The elder rolled his eyes. He had really met someone who didn't know what to do today. Kid, I won't hide it from you. You're the first person to be so arrogant in the bestial arena's history. Logically speaking, I should respect the wishes of the disciples who come to challenge you. After all, life and death is your own business. However, for the sake of the bestial arena's profits, I can only let you challenge someone 1 level higher. If you can defeat the 2nd layer Unity Origin Realm Nether Lion, then the bestial arena will consider letting you fight stronger demonic beasts. Do you understand? The elder said. Jiang Qin nodded. He understood what the elder meant. Every match was related to the bestial arena's profits. There would be many people betting on every match. If the difference in cultivation between the person and the demonic beast was too great, then everyone would bet on the demonic beast. Wouldn't the bestial arena suffer a great loss? For example, Jiang Qin, who was at the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, against the Nether Lion, who was at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. In the elder's opinion, it was a one-sided battle. The brat with the bronze mask had no chance of defeating the lion. Of course, the old man had never seen Jiang Qin before, so he didn't know who he was. Since he dared to challenge him, perhaps he really did have some skills. In the history of the beast fighting arena, there had been some extraordinary geniuses, and it wasn't like there had never been someone who could kill a demon beast that was 1 level higher than him. Therefore, although it was very risky for Jiang Qin to fight a 2nd heavenly layer Unity Origin Realm Nether Lion, there were still other variables in the arena. After all, most people would bet on the Nether Lion to win. If Jiang Qin were to fight a 3rd heavenly layer Unity Realm demonic beast, the outcome would be obvious. Wouldn't the bestial Colosseum suffer a great loss? Therefore, there was a rule in the beast battling arena, and that was that those who came to challenge were absolutely not allowed to cross 2 levels to battle a demonic beast. They could only cross 1 level, and if they were able to win, then they would have the qualifications to battle a more powerful demonic beast. Alright, let's arrange this then. Jiang Qin said. Kid, you better think it through. This Nether Lion is not easy to deal with. I'll give you another chance to back out. The old man said. Make the arrangements. Jiang Qin said impatiently. This Nether Lion was nothing in his eyes. All right then. In an hour, go to the 3rd beast dueling arena. Make your preparations. Also, if you win, the reward for challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm will be incomparably generous. A total of 10,000 grade 2 origin stones. If you can defeat the Nether Lion, the nether lion's demonic spirit will also belong to you." The old man said, "Bring him to the third war beast stage and wait." A muscular man walked in and brought Jiang Qin away. Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully at the reward. Right now, he was a true tycoon. 10,000 grade 2 origin stones was nothing in his eyes. Of course, for something like origin stones, the more the better. There's going to be a good show to watch tonight. It's been a while since someone has challenged someone of a higher cultivation realm. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people standing on top of the stage. The surroundings of the stage were surrounded by a circle of fences. These fences were dark and shiny. They were made from some kind of extremely tough rock. They could withstand the attacks of a fifth heavenly layer Unity Realm expert, ensuring that the people and demonic beasts fighting inside would not be able to break through the fences and charge out. This was to avoid harming the people outside. Creak. The fences were opened and Jiang Qin strode in. He stood there calmly and looked at the fences on the other end of the beast battling arena. If there were no surprises, the nether lion would enter from there. Is this the bronze-masked man? He looks very ordinary. He's wearing a mask and pretending to be profound. There's nothing special about him. He's not tall or mighty either. How can he be the nether lion's opponent? The nether lion is cruel and has the nickname of the nether grim reaper. Even a second heavenly layer Unity Realm expert might not be able to survive under the nether lion's attacks, let alone this bronze-masked man who's only at the first heavenly layer. I don't think the bronze-masked man will win. The bets are about to open. I'm going to bet on the nether lion. Chapter 4289. Roar. After the fusion, the twin hell pangolin became extremely violent. The hell pangolin was an incomparably brutal demonic beast, but it had just been defeated by a kid at the first heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm. This was a great humiliation. Now that it had fused with the hell pangolin, its strength had skyrocketed. It seemed that it was determined to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Dong dong dong. The hell pangolin moved. It walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. The beast battling stage let out a deep rumble. Even from the outside, one could feel the vibration of the beast battling stage. Monstrous demonic chi filled the entire arena, suffocating everyone. The hell pangolin wanted to use its powerful aura to put immense pressure on Jiang Qin. Unbeknownst to it, Jiang Qin didn't feel any pressure at all. Under the mask, there was a smile on his face. An invisible battle intent began to ripple. For Jiang Qin, the hell pangolin at the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm was still a challenge if he didn't use the draconic transformation. Moreover, Jiang Qin didn't plan on using the draconic transformation. He didn't even plan on using any combat skills. This time, he would completely rely on his physical body to fight against the pangolin. Jiang Qin had been stuck at the first heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm for some time. It was only because he hadn't completely fused with the eternal world that his body was slightly lacking. This was why he came to the beast battling arena. This time, he wanted to take advantage of the hell pangolin to fully stimulate the potential in his body. The potential of the eternal world. Once it was stimulated, his cultivation would directly break through to the second heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm. He would also completely adapt to this world. From then on, his path of cultivation would be completely smooth. Because of the origin dragon, it was very easy for Jiang Qin to achieve this. All he needed was an opportunity. Right in front of him was an opportunity. Roar. The pangolin moved. Both of its heads opened their mouths at the same time, revealing their ferocious fangs. They bit at Jiang Qin. The arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone knew that the real battle was about to begin. Both of Jiang Qin's arms trembled. Dragon chi surged out from his body. With a sway of his body, he leapt into the air and stretched out both of his hands. With lightning speed, he smashed both of the pangolins' heads. Boom! Boom! However, it was obviously impossible for him to destroy the nether lion's head with one punch like he did with the nether lion. The pangolin's head was incomparably hard. When it smashed into the pangolin's head, sparks immediately appeared. Moreover, the pangolin's tyrannical charge caused Jiang Chen's arm to go numb, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When he looked at the pangolin again, it was safe and sound. Not bad. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. The hell pangolin could be said to be a pinnacle existence amongst Yao beasts. It possessed a powerful bloodline, something that the average human cultivator could not hope to match. Additionally, its fleshly body was incomparably strong. Fighting against an existence like this was exactly what Jiang Chen needed. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen took a step forward and stretched out his hands once again. Without any fancy moves, it was purely the strength of his fleshly body. There was no battle skill, nor was there the support of a combat weapon. Fighting against the hell pangolin with his fleshly body, just this courage alone was enough to make the crowd admire him. The pangolin was incomparably violent. It stretched out its sharp claws. These claws were glowing with a dark light, and were extremely sharp, capable of splitting mountains. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, grabbed at the sharp claws with his bare hands. Bang! Jiang Chen's hands collided with the pangolin's claws, but neither of them moved a single inch. Jiang Chen's body tilted, and his hind legs supported him as he channeled all his strength into his hands. On the other side, the pangolin and the mountain plucking she were fighting each other. Both of them were like wild beasts, and neither of them was willing to back down. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. The scene was too shocking. A giant beast was competing with a puny human in terms of strength, and they were equally matched. Heavens, what the hell is this guy? Just how strong is he? He's like a monster in human form. After fusing with the twin hell pangolin, this bronze-masked man didn't even use any battle skills. He's just fighting against the pangolin with the strength of his fleshly body. How is this possible? The strength of the pangolin's fleshly body can be said to be unparalleled. It's not something a human can fight against. Even a 5th heavenly layer unity origin human cultivator would have to rely on a combat weapon or a combat skill to defeat a pangolin. It's impossible for him to rely on his fleshly body. This is too ridiculous. Everyone was shocked. This bronze-masked man had shocked the crowd once again. The entire Colosseum was in an uproar. Not only the spectator stands, but the inner hall of the Colosseum was also in an uproar. This guy, who is he? Check the new disciples and see if there's someone like him among them. Yang Luan said excitedly. This guy's fleshly body is definitely not any weaker than the pangolin. Most importantly, he's only at the 1st heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. He's a real monster. Up until now, he still hasn't used any combat skills, and he hasn't even revealed his combat weapon. If he goes all out, even the fused hell pangolin might not be his match. Wang Xian said. No wonder he wants to challenge the 5th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. He's not being arrogant. He's really capable. However, the stronger he is, the better it is for our Colosseum. This time, almost everyone bet on the pangolin to win. If the bronze-masked man wins, we'll make a huge profit. An elder said, his face full of excitement. The Colosseum's gamble this time was the right one. In the Colosseum, the contest of strength was still going on. Roar, the pangolin roared crazily and exerted force with its sharp claws, trying to crush Jiang Chen's palm. Unfortunately, the pangolin's claws, which were sharp enough to crush rocks, didn't even leave a scratch on Jiang Chen's palm, let alone crush it. Roar, the pangolin was furious. It couldn't suppress Jiang Chen with its fleshly body, so it began to use its origin energy. A powerful force suddenly rippled out from the pangolin's body, rushing towards Jiang Qin like a storm. Bang. Jiang Qin was sent flying by this sudden force, and his back hit the iron fence. This wave of powerful supplies had truly left Jiang Qin befuddled. Jiang Qin shook his head forcefully, causing his body to emit cracking sounds. Again. Jiang Qin was completely excited. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. He liked the feeling of facing a powerful opponent, and the feeling of constantly charging under pressure. Jiang Qin could already feel his potential bursting out. He could feel that he was about to reach the second heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. All of his origin energy was about to completely fuse with the eternal world, and he was about to adapt to it. The source dragon in his dantian couldn't help but roar excitedly. Chapter 4296. The crowded square suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin in a different way. He was too powerful. The disciples of the Hualien gang were all inner disciples of the martial pavilion. Every one of them was a talented genius. Their strength could no longer be compared to ordinary cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm expert would not be able to kill the genius disciples of the Hualien gang as easily as Jiang Qin did. However, Jiang Qin did it. It seemed to be very easy. The genius disciples of the Hualien gang were like chickens and dogs in front of Jiang Qin. They could not even withstand a single blow. There were 4 people of the Hualien gang left in the square. Apart from Qin Feng, there was another third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm expert. The other 2 were obviously Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian. These 2 guys had suffered losses from Jiang Qin before. Now that they saw Jiang Qin's true strength, they were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. At this moment, the 2 of them were extremely regretful. After all, the difference in strength between them and Jiang Qin was too great. Even with such a difference, the 2 of them still tried to make trouble for him. Weren't they looking for death? Now it seemed that if it was not for Jiang Qin showing mercy, they probably would not even have the chance to stand here. A casual attack from Jiang Qin could make them lie on the ground for half a month. Come at me together. Don't waste time. Jiang Qin crooked his finger at Qin Feng in a provocative manner. I'd like to see how strong you are. The third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm disciple, Leng Leng, said. He released his full aura and took a step forward. He punched out with the force of thunder, attacking Jiang Qin with lightning speed. Bang! The terrifying scene appeared again. Just like in the beginning, Jiang Qin once again threw out a simple kick. The speed was too fast, and the strength behind the kick was too great. The disciple didn't even have the chance to react before he was kicked in the stomach, sending him flying away. The disciple let out an anguished howl, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to stand up. Is this a human? How can this guy be so powerful? Where did this monster come from? I've never heard of such a person in the 99 cities of the Red East region. He's a level higher than him, and his opponents are completely vulnerable in front of him. With such strength, could this guy be the bronze-masked man? Bronze-masked man. Oh my god, that's possible. If he's the bronze-masked man, then the Hualien gang has kicked an iron plate. Even the boss of the Hualien gang is no match for the bronze-masked man, that's impossible. The bronze-masked man should be more imposing than him. It's hard to say. I heard that the bronze-masked man is also at the second heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. For a moment, people began to associate Jiang Qin with the bronze-masked man. Of course, this was only a preliminary connection. After all, the bronze-masked man was too powerful. Although Jiang Qin was also powerful, he had yet to display the bronze-masked man's aura. It's your turn. Jiang Qin looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly, but he did not have the courage to make a move. Among the disciples just now, he was the strongest. Although he was slightly stronger than him, if he wanted to completely defeat him or even injure him, he would have to use a lot of effort. Jiang Chen's current strength was terrifying. Qin Feng was not an idiot, nor would he be blindly confident. At this point, Qin Feng would not be confident that he was still a match for Jiang Qin. Almost without thinking, even if he were to rush up, he would definitely end up the same as the others. I think that Jiang Qin cannot be a match for Feng Wei. If he can defeat Feng Wei with the cultivation of the second heavenly layer of the unity origin realm, then we can basically conclude that Jiang Qin is the bronze-masked man. That's right. Although there are many geniuses in the martial pavilion, I have never heard of anyone who has the ability to defeat an opponent 2 levels higher than him, except for the bronze-masked man. Chapter 4297. Not long after Qin Feng and the others left, they rushed back again. However, this time, they were much more imposing and arrogant than before. This was because a young man had come along with them. The young man was wearing an azure robe. He had an imposing appearance and was rather handsome. The arrogance on his face couldn't be concealed at all. His aura was much stronger than Qin Feng's. He was at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm and had already stepped into the intermediate unity origin realm. The leap from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 4th heavenly layer was not a small one. It's Luo Yuan, the boss of the Huolian gang. His aura really is extraordinary. His cultivation is already at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. He's only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer. With this level of cultivation, I'm afraid Jiang Qin is no match for him at all. Unless he's the bronze-masked man, he has no chance against Feng Wei. The real show is about to begin. Whether or not Jiang Qin is the bronze-masked man will be revealed soon. Many people began to get excited. The existence of the bronze-masked man was a surprise to everyone in the martial pavilion. Ever since last night at the bestial battle arena, many people had been guessing who the bronze-masked man was. After witnessing Jiang Chen's amazing display of power today, the people could not help but associate him with the bronze-masked man. Of course, it was hard to say whether Jiang Qin was the bronze-masked man or not. Once he fought Feng Wei, he would be able to tell for sure. Who is Jiang Qin? There was a loud shout. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. Soon, Feng Wei strode to the center of the plaza. When he saw his disciples strewn all over the ground, he could not hide the anger on his face. In the martial pavilion, no one had ever dared to go against the Huolian gang like this. This was not only a disgrace to the disciples, but also to Feng Wei himself. Are you Jiang Qin? Feng Wei said as he looked at Jiang Qin, who had his arms crossed across his chest. That's right. Jiang Qin said lightly. Are you the one who said that you want to remove my Huolian gang from the martial pavilion? Feng Wei said coldly. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded with a relaxed expression. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. It could be said that he did not take Feng Wei seriously at all. You talk big, but I don't know if you have the strength to back it up. Feng Wei clenched his fists, which gave off cracking sounds. A powerful battle intent was unleashed from his body. Get out of the way and make room. Qin Feng shouted and then pulled the disciples of Huolian gang who were lying on the ground to the side. Voila! Everyone dispersed and cleared out a large area for Feng Wei and Jiang Qin to fight. Make your move. Let me see what gives you the right to remove my Huolian gang from the martial pavilion. Feng Wei said arrogantly. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. Under the gaze of countless shocked gazes, Jiang Qin disappeared from where he was like a ghost in a flash. His speed was so fast that no one could stop him. The next moment, Jiang Qin appeared beside Feng Wei. What? Feng Wei exclaimed and his expression changed drastically. Jiang Chen's speed was so fast that even a Unity Origin 4th Heavenly Layer expert like him did not have the chance to react. Feng Wei raised his palm in a hurry and hit Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's movement was much faster than his. He grabbed Feng Wei's raised arm and forcefully interrupted Feng Wei's attack before it could even be completed. Feng Wei's aura fluctuated again, but unfortunately, he still did not have the chance to attack. Jiang Chen grabbed Feng Wei's arm and lifted him up, then smashed him heavily on the ground, creating a big hole. Damn, the bronze-masked man, that's right. It's this move that smashed the hell pangolin. I saw it with my own eyes. It's exactly the same. It's definitely the bronze-masked man, he's too powerful. Even Feng Wei is no match for him. He's 2 levels above him. Who else could it be other than the bronze-masked man? That smashing motion just now was simply too cool. It's really the bronze-masked man. Jiang Chen is the bronze-masked man. The Hualien gang has really kicked an iron plate this time. No wonder he's so powerful. He's the bronze-masked man. However, since he hit Feng Wei like this, Feng Wei's grandfather will definitely not let it go. Everyone knows that Elder Feng Tianhua is famous for being protective. That's right. Even if Jiang Chen defeats Feng Wei, I'm afraid this matter is not over. If Elder Feng Tianhua comes forward to cause trouble, Jiang Chen will not have an easy time in the future. Jiang Chen's aura was too strong. He directly exposed his identity with one move, especially when he smashed Feng Wei. It was exactly the same as when he smashed the hell pangolin last night. It was the same vigor, the same domineering aura, and the same hair-raising aura. The appearance of the bronze-masked man made everyone's blood boil. After all, after last night, the entire martial pavilion was guessing who the bronze-masked man was. Jiang Chen did not intend to hide his identity. He had only one goal when he first went to the Beast Colosseum, and that was to improve his strength. He did not want to be ostentatious, so he wore a mask. However, Jiang Chen also knew that with the ability of the higher-ups of the Beast Colosseum and the Martial Pavilion, it was too easy to find the bronze-masked man in the Martial Pavilion. Even if he did not expose himself now, he would still be exposed when he fought the Three-Eyed Panther 3 days later. Since the Hualien gang was determined to make things difficult for him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. As for whether or not his identity as the bronze-masked man would be exposed, Jiang Chen really did not care. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. They stared with wide eyes at Feng Wei, who had been smashed into the ground. Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Origin realm, was not a match for Jiang Chen. Cough cough, Feng Wei, who was in the deep pit, coughed violently and struggled to get up from the ground. The fact that he was able to crawl back up on his own meant that Jiang Chen had already shown him mercy. If Jiang Chen had given Feng Wei a good thrashing like he'd done to the pangolin last night, Feng Wei would have been crippled as well. Jiang Chen, if you dare to hit me, my grandfather will not let you off. Feng Wei's eyes were red, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth and face. He looked at Jiang Chen fiercely and threatened him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. In the end, he still had to rely on his grandfather. It seemed that even though he had gotten rid of the Hualien gang, the trouble was still not over. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, I will consider letting you continue to cultivate in the Martial Pavilion in the future. Feng Wei said. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen kicked out and landed a heavy kick on Feng Wei's lower abdomen. You've lost to me, yet you still dare to threaten me. Chapter 4305. Jiang Chen glanced at Xie Ting and saw that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Unity Source realm. He could not help but nod. At the very least, this person's talent was not bad. To be able to advance in 2 days was enough to show that he was a talent that could be molded. You've broken through. Very good. Jiang Chen patted Xia Ting on the shoulder and then strode out of the kernel. Teacher, please wait. Xia Ting hurriedly chased after him. Is there anything else? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Xia Ting. The martial pavilion actually has such an extraordinary person like teacher. Xia Ting really admires teacher. If I still don't know teacher's name after receiving such great help from teacher, wouldn't that be a great disrespect to teacher? Xia Ting said. His posture was very low, and his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. The two disciples of the martial pavilion behind him were stunned. How was this the usual arrogant and despotic young city lord? He was simply a little lamb. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reported his name, stepped forward, and left straight away. Jiang Chen. Which Jiang Chen? This name sounds so familiar. A disciple said. Yes, I know. It's the Jiang Chen who killed the Hualien gang in the fusion source tower. It must be him. I heard that he seems to be the bronze-masked man. Even Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Source realm, was not his match. He's really terrifying, the other said. I heard that Elder Feng Tianhua is very respectful to him. Xia Ting murmured, looking at Jiang Chen's disappearing figure and sighing. He finally knew why even someone like Feng Tianhua had to respect Jiang Chen. After he left the Qingyuan Thunder Pool, he heard about what happened in the Fusion Source Tower and knew that a monstrous genius had come to the Martial Pavilion. However, fights between disciples were common. Feng Tianhua, an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion who was famous for being protective of his disciples, was respectful to a new genius. This made him unable to understand. Even though this disciple was extremely monstrous, it was not enough to make a famous alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion lower his head. It was only at this moment that Xia Ting truly understood that Jiang Chen did have the ability to make people respect him. Senior brother Xia, why do you call him master? His cultivation level seems to be much lower than yours. Even if he could defeat Feng Wei, he is still not on the same level as you. That's right, senior brother Xia. You've already broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of Unity Realm, truly reaching late Unity Realm. Even if Jiang Chen's talent is extraordinary and he broke the record of the Martial Pavilion's clear source lightning pool, there's no need for you to call him teacher, said Xia. The two of them were very confused. Based on their understanding of Xia Ting, this could be said to be a miracle. What do you know? Master's ability is not something we can imagine at all. To be honest, it was because of his guidance that I was able to successfully break through in 2 days. Previously, in the lightning pool, he saw the problem with my cultivation with a single glance and gave me some pointers. After I went back, I cultivated according to his guidance and broke through in 2 days. You two bastards don't know how to grasp the opportunity. If you could get Master to give you a few pointers just now, that would be a real fortune. It would not be a problem for you to reach the 6th heavenly layer of Unity Realm in a short time, said Xia Ting. Xia Ting said. His admiration for Jiang Chen was like a raging river, endless and unending. What? The two of them exclaimed and looked at each other. Then, they raised their palms at the same time with great tacit understanding and slapped themselves hard twice in the face. Motherf ***, I missed such a great opportunity just like that. Let's go after him now, said one of them. One of them said. They didn't doubt Xia Ting's words at all. Even Xia Ting admired Jiang Chen so much. This could only mean that Jiang Chen was truly amazing. Come back. Xia Ting scolded, you two idiots. Master has just come out from the clear source lightning pool. He'll definitely need some time to digest it when he gets back. Furthermore, he still has a battle with the three-eyed panther tomorrow. Can't you see what time it is? If you disturb him now and make him unhappy, that would be a great loss. Yes, senior brother Xia is right. We were too reckless. If we disturbed Master and got kicked out, we might not have another chance in the future. It's all your fault. You almost made a huge mistake. Let's just follow Senior Brother Sia and ask him to put in a good word for us. Master can give us some pointers. The two of them came to a realization. They felt that they had almost made a huge mistake. You two remember this. Don't be disrespectful when you see Master in the future. Xia Ting instructed solemnly. Of course. The two of them said in unison. Even if Xia Ting had not made arrangements, they would not have dared to slight Jiang Qin. Not to mention how deep Jiang Chen's attainments in cultivation and whether he could give them pointers, just the amount of time Jiang Chen had spent in the clear source lightning pool was enough to make them look up to him. It was almost certain that Jiang Chen would definitely become the focus of the martial pavilion in the future. After leaving the clear source lightning pool, Jiang Chen returned to the purple pill pavilion as quickly as he could. This time, Jiang Chen had gained a lot from cultivating in the clear source lightning pool. Apart from his cultivation reaching the limit of the second heavenly layer of the unity origin realm, the divine lightning in his body had also resonated with the power of lightning in this world. In the purple pill pavilion, in front of Jiang Chen's room, Fang Tianhua sat on a stone stool with his eyes closed. Beside him, Fang Wei kept pacing back and forth. His face was full of impatience. At this moment, Fang Wei's injuries had completely recovered. Even the bruises and swelling on his face had disappeared. Of course, this was normal. After all, Fang Wei had only suffered a superficial wound. In addition, his grandfather was an alchemist. If he had not recovered after such a long time, he would be a little too weak. Grandfather, let's go back. It's already been 2 days, and Jiang Chen hasn't returned yet. Fang Wei said impatiently. Shut up, you impudent thing. How can you call the ancestor by his name? Don't worry, Master will definitely return tonight. Fang Tianhua said. How do you know? What if he doesn't come back? Until now, Fang Wei was still somewhat disgusted with this ancestor of his. He didn't even believe that Jiang Chen had the ability to trick his grandfather into becoming his disciple. If he had the chance, he would definitely expose Jiang Chen's trickery. Fang Wei thought to himself. He won't. He still has to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Fang Tianhua said. He had also heard about the incident at the beast arena. Like everyone else, he was basically certain that Jiang Chen was the bronze-masked man. At this moment, a figure walked over silently. Fang Tianhua suddenly looked over. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Master! Master! Fang Tianhua spoke and quickly looked around. After making sure that Zhang San and Li Si were not here, he respectfully called out to Master. Little B****, hurry up and greet your ancestor. Fang Tianhua kicked the back of Fang Wei's leg, causing him to kneel on the ground on the spot. Chapter 43-25. The Divine Guards were ready to fight. Captain Kong Ming looked at the Divine Guards who were wailing on the ground. His face instantly turned gloomy. He raised his arm and waved. Voila! Dozens of Divine Guards understood and surrounded Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog tightly. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. It seemed that they wanted to eat Jiang Chen alive. It seems that I shouldn't have come to the Divine Martial Villa. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. You shouldn't have come. After all, this is not a place that anyone can come to. However, since you have come and injured the Divine Guards, don't think of leaving so easily. Kong Ming said indifferently. Who is this guy? He looks like a stranger. Is there such a person in the Divine Martial City? I've never seen him before. He doesn't even have an invitation. What kind of big shot can he be? He's not even in Xia Ting's invitation list. He must be trying to find some sense of existence in the Divine Martial Villa, but he was stopped by the Divine Guards. However, this guy is really arrogant. Or rather, he doesn't know what's good for him. He dared to injure the divine guards. How dare he? The divine guards are the symbol of the city lord. He must be dreaming if he wants to leave unscathed after injuring them. Some people were pointing and mocking Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had arrived early, the genius disciples of the martial pavilion had not appeared yet. Even Xia Ting himself was not present. Moreover, Jiang Qin had not appeared in any other places in the divine martial city apart from the martial pavilion. Therefore, it was normal that no one recognized him. If someone recognized Jiang Qin's identity, they would definitely rush to stop the divine guards. This was the person that Xia Ting wanted to curry favor with. If Xia Ting knew that the divine guards dared to stop Jiang Qin, he would definitely be furious. Little Qinzi, do you want to fight them? These guys look like they need a beating. De Huang Dog shook his head and said without any hesitation. Damn dog, what did you say? A divine guard shouted. Lord Dog said that you deserve a beating. De Huang Dog glared at the man, and it looked like he was going to hit him if he didn't agree. Boom, waves of anger were released from the bodies of these divine martial guards. As long as Kong Ming gave the order, the divine martial guards would rush forward without mercy. De Huang! Jiang Qin shouted, indicating for De Huang to stop. He didn't want to have an unpleasant relationship with the city lord mansion. After all, these divine martial guards didn't know about his relationship with Xia Ting. I won't be attending today's gathering. Goodbye. Jiang Qin said to Kong Ming before turning around to leave. Stop right there. Kong Ming shouted, Brat, where do you think this is? You think you can come and go as you please? No one can leave so easily after injuring a divine martial guard. What do you want? Jiang Qin turned around, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile. I'll give you two choices. First, leave behind your legs and your dog. We'll use them to make soup. Second, leave behind 100,000 second-grade origin stones as compensation for the loss of our brothers. We'll let you leave safely. Kong Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang Dog howled and leapt out. If it weren't for Jiang Qin's quick reaction, grabbing onto De Huang Dog's tail, a huge battle would have immediately begun. F***CKU. You dare to eat this Lord Dog? Take a look at your own teeth first. De Huang Dog howled. It seemed like he wanted to tear down the divine martial manor to vent his anger. Don't be impatient. There will be a chance for you to vent your anger. Jiang Qin said indifferently, comforting De Huang. He wasn't afraid of Kong Ming at all. If Jiang Qin went all out, even Kong Ming, who was at the 8th layer of the Unity Origin realm, wouldn't be a match for him. Kong Ming's two conditions were extremely excessive. Needless to say, the first condition was almost impossible, and the second condition was also excessive. One had to know that it was almost impossible for ordinary Unity Origin cultivators, especially those at the lower levels of the Unity Origin realm, to take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. Origin stones had to be used up on a daily basis. An ordinary cultivator would only have a few Origin stones left to support their cultivation. Even if they did have some left, it wouldn't be a lot. This was also why cultivators had to work hard for Origin stones their entire lives. This brat has hit an iron wall this time. How can an ordinary person take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones? What do you think the Divine Martial Guard is? How can he not pay a price for beating up a Divine Martial Guard? I'd like to see how this brat, who dares to injure a Divine Martial Guard, will settle today's matter. The onlookers began to increase. They were all here to watch a good show. They all wanted to see how the man and dog before them would deal with the two extremely excessive conditions that Kong Ming had proposed. Kong Ming had a complacent smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Qin, waiting for Jiang Qin to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qin flipped his palm and a green interspatial ring appeared in his hand. He casually threw the ring to Kong Ming. "Here are 100,000 second-grade origin stones," Jiang Qin said. After that, he turned around and left with the Huang dog. He casually threw 100,000 as if nothing had happened. His calmness stunned everyone present. Kong Ming was stunned on the spot. With a thought, he found that there were indeed 100,000 second-grade origin stones in the interspatial ring. Not one more, not one less. This is bad. Kong Ming stamped his foot and thought, this is bad. As an expert of the eighth firmament of the Unity Origin realm and the captain of the Divine Martial Guard, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. Among all the Unity Origin realm experts in the entire Divine Martial City, how many people could casually take out 100,000 second-grade origin stones without any hesitation? It wasn't that there weren't such people, but they were definitely big shots. At the very least, they were big shots that a captain like him couldn't afford to offend. Who is this person? He casually took out 100,000 second-grade origin stones. That's amazing. He's hiding his strength well. A person like that shouldn't have an invitation letter. That's amazing. 100,000 second-grade origin stones. He threw it away like trash. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone's expression changed. Even the members of the Divine Martial Guard were dumbfounded. They all lowered their heads and didn't say anything. 100,000 second-grade origin stones seemed like a great deal, but in reality, they were very nervous because they might have offended someone they shouldn't have offended. The Huang dog, who had already walked far away, was still mumbling, "Damn it, this Lord Dog is going to die from anger. Who does this Yeting think he is? And you, why did you swallow your anger and give them 100,000 second-grade origin stones? This Lord Dog is going to die from anger. Don't be angry. Anger is harmful to the body." Xie Ting probably forgot about the invitation. There's no need for us to make things difficult for the city lord over such a small matter. Moreover, you didn't lose anything. As for the 100,000 second-grade origin stones, do you think that bastard has the guts to accept my origin stones? Jiang Qin laughed. Chapter 4367. Little Chinzi, do you think it's true or not? The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin and asked. Jiang Qin understood the meaning of the Huang dog's words. After all, a piece of last words couldn't prove anything, because what they saw was a winged person without the slightest aura of the human race. Empress Lin might be true, or it might be a lie left behind by the winged person. If the Empress of the Lin Kingdom was real, then Jiang Qin would be helping the winged person if he fulfilled the last words. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. He had his own judgment. In this world, there was no lie that could confuse him. I have my own judgment. Jiang Qin picked up the storage ring from the brocade box. With a thought, he opened the storage ring. When he saw the treasures in the storage ring, even Jiang Qin couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the huge interspatial ring was a mountain of origin stones. 10,000 grade 5 origin stones and at least 100 million grade 4 origin stones. Jiang Qin couldn't help feeling a little dizzy seeing such a huge amount of wealth. Damn, little Chinzi, you're rich. So many grade 4 origin stones. That's for heavenly source experts to cultivate. Grade 5 origin stones are for Star Lords. With so much wealth, you're definitely the richest person in the entire Crimson East region. Even if all the heavenly source experts in the Crimson East region were added up, they still wouldn't be as rich as you. The Huang dog jumped up. Such a huge amount of wealth was indeed a little scary. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was beaming. With so many origin stones, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivating to the late heavenly source realm. So, do you think a winged person would leave so much wealth to the descendants of the human race? Jiang Chen looked at the Huang dog. Impossible. This wealth is too shocking. If it's taken out, it can help the human race raise a sect. Unless the winged person is crazy, why would he leave such wealth to the enemy? The Huang dog shook his head. He didn't need to think too much about this. It was impossible. Inside the interspatial ring, there was a battle sword. On the hilt of the sword, there was a Lin character. This was a Star-Lord battle weapon. In terms of Genesis weapons, it was a grade 5 origin weapon. To put it bluntly, this sword alone was priceless. In the Scarlet East region, or even the Scarlet Middle region, if news of this spread, it would cause endless panic. It was unknown how much power a Star-Lord soldier could unleash. Jiang Chen held the sword in his hand and looked at it casually. These are human weapons. I've studied the Harpy's weapons before, and they are fundamentally different. After Jiang Chen said that, he picked up the jade pendant again. The turquoise jade pendant was very exquisite. One side of the jade pendant was still engraved with the Lin character, and the other side was engraved with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It says that this jade pendant can prove its identity, which shows that this jade pendant is Empress Lin's personal belongings. In fact, jade pendants are also personal belongings. De Huang, let me ask you, it's not easy for others to take away a Star-Lord's personal belongings. Jiang Chen looked at the Huang dog. In other words, this is the real Empress Lin. The one in the Lin kingdom is fake. She's a winged person. The Huang dog said. That's right. An evil technique like the soul-shifting technique isn't rare, but it's extremely difficult to execute. Empress Lin must have been deceived, which was why she was attacked by this technique and had her soul and body replaced. I can basically conclude that everything written in the letter is true, but we'll have to wait until we go to the Red Mid region and the Lin Kingdom before we can be sure. After all, the impact of the energy was too fast, and it would more or less affect their bodies. If nothing went wrong, after refining the blood spirit bead, Jiang Chen's cultivation would reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, and De Huang Dog's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Chapter 45-29. Jiang Chen and Long San didn't stand on ceremony. They took the fiery corals, as they needed them to improve their strength as soon as possible. Jiang Chen, in particular, had a battle appointment in a month. Although Long San didn't have a special fire elemental constitution, fire was extremely useful to him. Although his eyes of fiery truth was an innate ability, its source was also refined by nature. It was because his eyes of fiery truth was an innate ability. Master, I saw that you were able to swallow a fire demon alive. Such an ability is truly heaven-defying. This fiery beast's demon spirit is perfect for Master. It can help Master improve his strength quickly. Mu Bai took out the demon spirit he got from killing the fiery beast and gave it to Jiang Chen. Mu Bai was now very respectful towards Jiang Chen. The sudden change in attitude was entirely due to Jiang Chen's ability. For Mu Bai, the questions Jiang Chen helped him answer were priceless. Not to mention 1-star Lord level demon spirit, even 100 of them wouldn't be as valuable as Jiang Chen's help. Thanks. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and took the demon spirit. Nothing was more important than improving his cultivation. Jiang Chen wasn't shy. We'd better leave this place and find a secluded place to refine the fiery corals and improve our strength, said Mu Bai. Mu Bai said. There was too much commotion here just now, and it would easily attract the attention of others. If someone found out that they were looking for fire corals, it would be some unnecessary trouble. The three of them moved and left the mountain. With their speed, they were thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. In front of them was a place of dancing flames. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and they were so dense that people couldn't even see what was inside. For Jiang Chen and the others, it was a good hiding place. The three of them found 3 different places and started cultivating in seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 7 days. For powerful cultivators, 7 days was just the blink of an eye. In 3 days, Mu Yibai made another breakthrough with the help of the fiery coral and reached the 3rd sky of Star-Lord. This trip to the colored glass sea was definitely Mu Yibai's most valuable one. He had been to the colored glass sea 3 times, but he hadn't even broken through to the 1st heaven of the Star-Lord realm. It had only been 7 days since he entered, but he had already broken through 2 realms, from the 1st heaven of the Star-Lord realm to the 3rd heaven of the Star-Lord realm. On the other side, Long San had reached the 7th heavenly layer and remained at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. In his current state, Long San could already kill 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. The one who had benefited the most was Jiang Qin. With the addition of the fiery coral and the fire beast's demon spirit, Jiang Chen's cultivation had advanced by 2 realms, reaching the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the 6th heavenly layer. Moreover, Jiang Chen had not completely refined the energy of the fire beast's demon spirit, so a portion remained in his body. With Jiang Chen's current state, he only needed an opportunity to reach the 6th heavenly layer. "You two are monstrous," Mu Yibai could not help but sigh. Mu Yibai couldn't help but sigh. He had seen geniuses before, and there were no mediocre geniuses in the Qilin mansion. However, he had never seen someone like Jiang Chen and Dragon San. Long San had only been in the capital for 10 days. In 10 days, he had advanced from the 4th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. Was he still human? There was no need to mention Jiang Qin. His cultivation had skyrocketed in the 7 days he had spent in the lapis glass sea. Advancing was as easy as eating. In just a few days, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. Aside from being terrifying, what else could be described as? "Teacher, your strength has increased very quickly, but the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. There's still 20 days until the battle between you and Zhu Chongqing. It's still very worrying." Mu Yibai looked at Jiang Chen and said. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation had increased very quickly, there was still an insurmountable gap between Jiang Chen and Zhu Chongqing in the eyes of others. They were on completely different levels. "Don't worry. There's still 20 days. In an environment like the lapis glass sea, it's very easy for little Chenzi to increase his strength." Long San was not worried at all. The more he understood how terrifying Jiang Chen was, the less worried he would be. If anyone should be worried, it should be Zhu Chongqing. "I naturally admire teachers' methods, but the time is still a little short," said Mu Yibai. 20 days was the difference between the 5th heavenly layer and the 1st heavenly layer of Star-Lord. Even if the fire-eating demon fought day and night, it would still be impossible for him to increase his cultivation by that much. Time is indeed a little tight, but it doesn't matter. There's a way. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. No matter the situation, confidence would always appear on his face. Absolute confidence. In 20 days, Jiang Chen needed to increase his cultivation by at least 2 more levels and reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Only then would he have a chance to defeat Zhu Chongqing, and that was under the condition that Zhu Chongqing had yet to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of Star-Lord. Therefore, Jiang Chen needed to raise his cultivation to the 8th level of the heavenly source realm in order to have absolute confidence in his success. "Be careful." As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, his facial expression changed abruptly. He grabbed Dragon San and executed the Great Void technique to its limit. In almost a split second, he and Dragon San had already retreated 30 meters away from where they stood. Asterisk boom, asterisk behind them, a rumble rang out from where they had just been standing. Two rays of killing intent that resembled the Grim Reaper's almost cut through the sea of flames. Shit! Long Shersan shuddered. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If that attack had landed on them, they would not have been able to block it at all with their current cultivation. They would have most likely been split in half. Who's there? Mui Bai's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly stood in front of Jiang Chen and Long Shersan, waiting for the attack. It had been too dangerous just now. The attacker was most likely at the third heavenly layer of Star-Lord, and he was extremely adept at concealment and sneak attacks. Chapter 45-30. The old man's blue eyes were very distinctive of the elves. His cultivation was the same as Mui Bai's, at the third heaven of the Star-Lord realm. The old man was extremely shocked. The elves were experts in stealth and sneak attacks. With his cultivation at the third heaven of the Star-Lord realm, two heavenly source realm cultivators would definitely die if he ambushed them. However, Jiang Chen was able to sense his presence in such a situation and successfully escape with Long Shersan. It was a miracle. The old man would never believe it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Even Mui Bai was shocked, let alone him. Even she, a genius of Kirin province, did not sense the old man's sneak attack. Jiang Chen did not say anything. His eyes were extremely cold. A third heaven of the Star-Lord realm of the elves would not ambush two heavenly source realm humans. Even if he wanted to ambush them, he should have ambushed Mui Bai. After all, Jiang Chen and Long Shersan were too weak. They should not have caught the attention of a Star-Lord, let alone ambushing them. The only explanation was that the old man had come with a clear purpose, and that purpose was to kill Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. It had nothing to do with Mui Bai. A third heaven of the Star-Lord realm of the elves had come to the colored glass sea to ambush two heavenly source realm kids. Jiang Chen and Long Shersan were no fools. They could easily guess the reason. Looks like he didn't get rid of us in Kirin province and came to the colored glass sea instead. We've become a thorn in someone's side. Long Shersan sneered. He did not hide the anger on his face. Long Shersan was obviously angry. He could not help it. It was so dangerous just now. If it were not for Jiang Chen's superb senses and movement skills, they would have died on the spot. A Star-Lord expert of the elven race actually launched a sneak attack on two heavenly source experts. Since when has the elven race become so shameless? Mui Bai was infuriated. He stared at the old man with his sharp eyes. Baishi's cold fire had been released and locked on to the old man. Mui Bai still had a lingering fear when he recalled what had happened just now. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's strength, Kirin province would have lost two exceptional geniuses. Humph. Consider yourself lucky that I didn't kill you this time. Next time, your luck won't be so good. The old man snorted coldly. Without saying anything to Mui Bai, he turned around and flew off into the distance. Where are you going? There was no way Mui Bai would give him the chance to escape. If he did not get rid of a third Sky Star Lord, the old man would launch a sneak attack at any time. He might not care about such a sneak attack, but it was a real threat to Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. Their lives could be in danger at any time. Although the elves were good at hiding, Mui Bai was no longer the Mui Bai from before. Ordinary people were no match for Mui Bai when they were at the same cultivation level because of the difference in cultivation level. For example, Mui Bai had already locked on to the old man. It was impossible for the old man to come and go as he pleased in front of Mui Bai. If the old man's sneak attack failed and he left, Mui Bai would lose all his face. Mui Bai used the three ultimately fire. The hurricane turned into a dragon and engulfed the old man in a fiery domain. The old man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Mui Bai to be so powerful. He immediately shot out a blue flame to block. Unfortunately, the old man's counterattack was nothing in front of Muibai's hurricane dragon. It was easily destroyed. Bang! Muibai was extremely fast. He slammed his palm on the old man's chest. An arrow of blood shot out of the old man's mouth and he was sent flying. Whoosh! Muibai followed closely behind, swinging out a sword in his hand. The old man was unable to dodge, and one of his arms was severed by Muibai. "Miss, don't kill him yet," Long Sher-san hurriedly said. Muibai's sword stopped an inch away from the old man's neck. She turned to look at Long Sher-san. "Why don't you kill him?" Humans and the elves were enemies. Usually, they would fight to the death when they met. Muibai did not need a reason to kill the old man. "Ask him who sent him to kill us," Long Sher-san said. "Who sent him?" Muibai was stunned. She did not understand Long Sher-san's words. In her opinion, it was normal for the elves to kill humans. It was just like how she wanted to kill the old man. Long Sher-san was asking an unnecessary question. "Just kill him. He won't say anything." Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently. The people involved were very important. The old man knew that he was going to kill himself, so how could he say that he was the mastermind? In fact, even if the old man did not say anything, Jiang Chen could guess that the mastermind was the fake Empress Lin. Whoosh! Muibai did not hesitate. She swung her sword and killed the old man. "Teacher, what did Sher-san mean? You seem to know something." Muibai put away her sword and could not help but ask. As the young mistress of Kirin province, she was no fool. "Little Chenzi, I think we should tell the young mistress the secret. I think she is trustworthy," Long Sher-san said. "Secret? What secret?" Muibai's curiosity was piqued. "All right." Jiang Chen nodded. It was not that he did not want to tell her the secret, but the implications were too great. Once the secret was revealed, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire Lin country. Many people would not believe it and would think that the two of them were creating trouble. However, Muibai did not understand. Through this period of contact, Muibai was definitely a genius of the human race and was trustworthy. He would definitely be an important combat force on their side in the future. There was no harm in telling Muibai about the fake Empress Lin. Once Muibai knew about it, they would have an additional helper. "Young mistress, this is not a small matter. It is very important. I can tell you, but you have to be mentally prepared. Also, you must not tell anyone else," Jiang Chen said solemnly. This secret could not be revealed for the time being. It could be said that he had already mobilized all his strength. "Teacher, please tell me," Muibai said. "Young mistress, do you know Lin Chaofeng, Empress Lin?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course I do. The Empress is highly respected and is the ruler of the Lin country. She is also a powerful Star Lord. Why did you suddenly ask about the Empress?" Muibai frowned. "Sigh, it seems that Empress Lin's prestige is indeed great. She has already achieved great power. However, the current Empress Lin of the Lin country is a fake." Jiang Chen sighed. From Muibai's admiration for Empress Lin, it was not difficult to guess Empress Lin's status in the Lin country. Chapter 45-31. What? How is that possible? Muibai was shocked beyond words, and her expression turned ugly. After a few days of interaction, she realized that Jiang Chen was not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Instead, he was very methodical. After all, this matter concerned the foundation of the entire Lin kingdom. The Empress of a generation was extremely noble and was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. If she was a fake, how could the people of Qizhong region accept it? In the depths of her heart, she believed in Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin had helped her a lot in the past few days. He had also given her a lot of pointers. Moreover, she had long regarded Jiang Qin as her teacher. However, she still found it hard to accept that she was a fake empress. Teacher, Empress Lin is related to all aspects of the entire Lin kingdom. Although you are my teacher, you don't have enough evidence for this kind of thing. It's better not to speak carelessly. Mu Yibai woke up from her shock. Her expression was still ugly. She still could not accept this matter. She could not even convince herself to believe it. After all, Empress Lin's prestige was extremely high in the entire Lin kingdom. She was also deeply popular. She was also everyone's idol. Especially the women, they looked up to Empress Lin as a role model. Jiang Chen was not surprised by Mu Yibai's reaction. After all, Empress Lin's status was extraordinary. This news was too shocking for her. You should know why I followed you to the glazed sea, right? Jiang Chen said. I know. It's because you and Zhu Chongqing have a 1-month life and death agreement. You came to the glazed sea to seek an opportunity to break through. Mu Yibai said. She was a little puzzled. Why would Jiang Chen say that? What did this have to do with Empress Lin? It was normal for the disciples to have a conflict. However, Jiang Chen was too impulsive at that time. No matter how she tried to persuade him, she could not stop him. However, now it seemed that Jiang Chen was not spouting nonsense. Not only did he have extremely strong combat strength, but his cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Don't you think this matter is a little strange? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Any conspiracy in front of him was nothing to be afraid of. It could not escape his eyes. Strange. Mu Yibai furrowed his brows. He did not think too deeply about it. After all, the elf tribe was good at illusions. This kind of thing was unavoidable and happened from time to time. As for the trick behind this, he could not figure it out. Vermilion Bird Camp is the protector army of the Lin Kingdom and has a strong management style. Do you think it is normal for elves to infiltrate? Jiang Chen's face was brimming with a confident smile. He continued, also, after we killed the elves, do you feel the reactions of the Vermilion Bird Camp elders and Zhu Chongqing are normal? Jiang Chen's words made Mu Yibai's pupils shrink. Back then, the Vermilion Bird Camp had been investigating Jiang Qin for overstepping his authority, but they didn't mention anything about the infiltration of the elf race. The elf race and the feather race were the greatest enemies of the human race, but their attitude towards Jiang Qin was somewhat inconceivable. Who has such great power to control Vermilion Bird Camp? Jiang Chen's soul interrogation forced Mu Yibai to follow Jiang Chen's train of thought. At this moment, she suddenly realized the severity of this matter. If what Jiang Qin said was true, then the human race was really in danger. This is not the most frightening thing. It's just a small Vermilion Bird Camp. I don't even put Zhu Chongqing in my eyes. However, our Kirin province has also been infiltrated. Jiang Chen's words caused Mu Yibai to become even more unsettled. This was not a joke. How is that possible? I grew up in Kirin province. I am very familiar with everyone. It is impossible for them to betray Kirin province. If it was Vermilion Bird Camp that had problems, she could understand. However, if it was Kirin province that was infiltrated, it was not possible, right? After all, no matter how familiar she was with Kirin province, as long as it was infiltrated, she would definitely be able to detect it. Do you still remember how I was picked on when I just returned to Kirin province? Do you think this is a coincidence? Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but it was enough to explain the problem. Mu Yibai was not an idiot. Moreover, she also found it strange at that time, but she did not think too much about it. Why would a disciple pick on her just because of a problem with her residence? Moreover, the elder's attitude was also thought-provoking. This kind of thing had never happened in Kirin province. This time, it was indeed abnormal, but this does not mean that it is related to Empress Lin, right? Mui Bai frowned. If Jiang Chen's guess was correct, then the power and methods of the person behind this was definitely terrifying. However, this did not prove that it was definitely Empress Lin's doing. Look at this. What is this? At this moment, a battle sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. On the sword hilt, the word Lin was engraved. This was a Star-Lord battle weapon, and also Empress Lin's personal battle weapon. Isn't this Empress Lin's battle weapon? Why is it in your hands? Mui Bai could not remain calm after seeing this familiar battle weapon. No wonder Jiang Chen said that there was something wrong with Empress Lin. It seemed that he did have some evidence. Although Empress Lin did not use this battle weapon often, it was also her favorite battle weapon. Because it was given to her by the Emperor, she treasured it and kept it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not use it. However, it was not convincing enough to conclude that Empress Lin was a fake with just a battle weapon. Empress Lin is the mother of the world. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone to conclude that there is something wrong with her with just a battle weapon. At this moment, Mui Bai completely believed in Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen must have other evidence to be so confident. At this moment, a jade pendant appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was a jade pendant that was very exquisite. On one side of the jade pendant, the word Lin was engraved, and on the other side, there was a picture of 100 birds worshipping a phoenix. You should be familiar with this, right? Jiang Chen said. What? Why do you have this jade pendant? Mui Bai's jaw dropped. She was completely shocked. Her eyes widened as she walked toward Jiang Chen step by step. She was too familiar with this jade pendant. When the emperor married Empress Lin, the whole world celebrated. In order to express his love for Empress Lin, the emperor gave her a jade pendant in public. It was unique in the world, and everyone in the country of Lin knew about it. As an admirer of Empress Lin, she had always hoped that there would be a man who loved her as much as the emperor loved Empress Lin. A jade pendant could promise a lifetime of love. Therefore, Mui Bai was too familiar with this jade pendant. She recognized it the moment Jiang Chen took it out. Even if I have the guts and ability, I can't steal Empress Lin's personal item, right? Besides, you know better than me how important this jade pendant is to Empress Lin. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen wasn't wrong. This jade pendant was more important than Empress Lin's life. This was the emperor's promise to her, and it was a unique item in the world. Who would have thought that it would appear in Jiang Chen's hands? At this moment, Mui Bai was like she was struck by lightning. She couldn't remain calm at all. This was a huge secret. A person who could control Vermilion Bird Camp and reach into Kirin province was definitely not an ordinary person. Empress Lin must have done it well. There was a mistake at the beginning. Jiang Chen and Zhu Chongqing had a 3-month battle, but it was written as 1 month. It was my mistake. I have changed the first 3 months to 1 month. Everyone, just treat it as a 1-month battle. Chapter 45-32. If she still had a little bit of doubt towards Jiang Chen's words before, then right now, she had complete trust in Jiang Chen. She would believe whatever Jiang Chen said without a doubt. The Lin Kingdom was the supreme ruler of the Qizhong region and the only human race that had the power to fight against the feather race and the fairy race. There were many powerful cultivators there. Who would have thought that the Empress of the Lin Kingdom had been infiltrated by the feather race and replaced? To the human race, this was a disaster. Once they worked together, the human race would be doomed. Muibai felt a chill run down his spine. This news was too shocking. Once it was made public, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The entire great forest would be shaken, and everyone's hearts would be shrouded in fear. What about the real Empress Lin? Have you seen her before? Where is she? Muibai snapped out of her shock. As the top genius of Kirin Province, a Star Lord level cultivator, and the Lady of Kirin Province, what had she not seen? She still had the temperament to do so. She knew how serious this matter was and did not dare to be careless. After all, if Jiang Chen could get Empress Lin's personal belongings, he must have seen Empress Lin and was the person she trusted the most. She was very concerned about the real Empress Lin. Where was she? After all, as long as the real Empress appeared, all the conspiracies would be exposed. The fake Empress would also be exposed, and the crisis of the Lin Kingdom would be resolved. The real Empress Lin is actually dead. I discovered this secret in the tomb of a Star Lord not long ago. There is a suicide note here. Jiang Chen took out the suicide note left behind by Empress Lin and handed it to Muibai. Muibai's hands trembled as she held the tattered piece of paper. She could no longer hold back her tears. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Empress Lin was her role model, her idol, and the heroine of the Lin Kingdom. She had never thought that she would die in the conspiracy of the fake Empress, and everyone else was an accomplice. I am not a feather person. I am Empress Lin of the Lin Kingdom of the Crimson Middle region. This body is what I hate the most in this world, because this is the body of a feather person. My own body was occupied by a feather person, and they snuck into the Lin Kingdom to confuse the people. Back then, a feather person spy snuck into the Lin Kingdom and bewitched my master. My master later bestowed her as a concubine, but no one in the Lin Kingdom saw through her lies. Even I was blinded and treated her as my sister. One day, that *TCH's ambition exploded. She used the soul transfer spell to frame me, took my body, and left this feather person's body to me. No one in the Lin Kingdom believed me and tried to kill me. I didn't even have a chance to explain myself. I escaped desperately to save my life, but I was already a spent force. I know that I don't have long to live, so I left this ruin behind, hoping that one day, I will meet a fated person who can fulfill my last wish and return to the Lin Kingdom to clear my name and expose that *TCH. Otherwise, the thousands of years of the human race in the Lin Kingdom will be destroyed in the hands of that *TCH. The people of the Lin Kingdom will be plunged into misery and suffering. Every word was heartbreaking. Muibai's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife as tears streamed down his face. Even in death, Empress Lin's heart still belonged to the Lin Kingdom. It was clear that the Lin Kingdom was everything to Empress Lin, and it was enough to prove that the Empress Lin in the palace was definitely fake. Everyone had misunderstood Empress Lin previously. This huge blow had completely crushed Muibai. Ibai, don't be too sad. Since little Chinzi knows about this and has promised Empress Lin, he won't just stand by and watch. He will definitely return justice to Empress Lin. Long San walked up and patted Muibai's shoulder gently, his heart aching for her. He pulled Muibai into his embrace. This matter was too huge of a blow to her. Moreover, Long San could feel Muibai's self-blame. Shirsan's comforting words had undoubtedly given Muibai a lot of mental support. When she was at her weakest, a warm shoulder was enough to melt her frozen heart. *CK, you've tricked another young lady's heart. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Monkey and said unhappily. Long San had a smug look on his face. When Muibai stopped resisting him, it meant that he had already succeeded halfway. This was how women were. When they needed you the most, you just happened to appear and give them what they needed the most. This was not a promise, nor was it a battle weapon. All she needed was a shoulder. A moment later, Muibai regained her composure and suddenly realized that she was in close contact with Long San. Her face flushed all the way to her neck. She lowered her head shyly and pushed Long San away, maintaining a safe distance from him. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure," Muibai hurriedly explained. She didn't even know what had happened to her and why she had lost her composure. She could not help but lean into Long San's embrace. The sense of security that she hadn't felt for a long time made her feel extremely secure. "Hee, how could I have lost my composure? As long as you're willing, you can lean on my shoulder anytime you want." Long San scratched his head and said shamelessly. He was overjoyed in his heart. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. How could he let it go? He was a professional at wooing girls. "Get lost." Muibai glared at Long San and said coquettishly. She then quickly turned her head away. She bumped into the ground to cover up her panic. She didn't know what to do. This was the first time she had such close contact with a man. Although Long San's words were teasing, she felt warm in her heart. She usually hated men who were glib, but Long San gave her a different feeling. "All right. Time is running out. We have to improve our cultivation as soon as possible. I only have 20 days to fight against Zhu Chongqing. I need to reach the 7th level of Sky Origin stage at least in 20 days. "That's right," Jiang Chen said. "Master, I believe in you." Muibai stood up. She didn't know why she always believed in Jiang Chen's words. She always felt that he was omnipotent. As long as he wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't do. That's true. Little Chenzi is a freak who can do anything. When he comes to the Lin Kingdom, there will be no peace in the Lin Kingdom. Fake queen. She is no match for Little Chenzi. Long San smiled confidently. He knew Jiang Chen too well. There was nothing he couldn't do in the world, and there was nothing he didn't dare to do. A feather woman pretending to be a queen was nothing to him. "All right, stop flattering me. We're on the same side." Jiang Chen didn't forget to glance at Muibai as he spoke. Unknowingly, he was closing the distance between them. Most importantly, he was closing the distance between her and Dragon San. In this vast everlasting world, if the monkey could form a beautiful marriage with Muibai, it would be a joyous occasion for the brothers. Jiang Chen was more than happy to see it happen. Hee, of course. Chapter 45-33. What's your plan, Master? Muibai had completely regarded Jiang Chen as his backbone. In the Azure Ocean, Jiang Chen was like a dragonfish that had entered the ocean and entered the deep pool. He had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, and he had a terrifying Black King by his side who had most likely reached the Star-Lord realm. Those fire beast spirits are very useful to me. If I can get a few Star King level fire beast spirits to help me break through to the 6th level of Heavenly Origin realm, it won't be a problem at all. My priority now is to focus on these fire beast spirits," Jiang Chen said. They had been in the colored glass sea for more than 10 days. His cultivation had improved a lot, but Jiang Chen was not satisfied. Hunting these fire beasts was the most effective way. After all, there were many Star-Lord level fire beasts in the colored glass sea. It wouldn't be difficult to break through to the 6th level of Heavenly Origin realm. There are sounds of fighting. They had already reached the depths of the colored glass sea. At this moment, they suddenly heard unusual sounds of fighting. That was strange. After all, few people would come to the depths of the colored glass sea. After all, it was extremely dangerous here. A little carelessness could cost them their lives. Normal people wouldn't go so deep. We have to be careful. There are often some heaven realm disciples of the human race and the feather race training here, and they often meet each other. If we meet a powerful feather race expert, we'll really be in danger. Mu Bai immediately raised his guard. After all, this was the fourth time he had entered the colored glass sea. He didn't dare to be careless. As long as there were sounds of fighting in the depths of the colored glass sea, be it the fire beasts, the humans, or the elves, they were all a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Chen nodded and quietly approached the sound of battle. Then, he saw a green-clothed youth fighting crazily with two powerful fire apes not far away. The two fire apes had already reached the peak of the third layer of the Star Lord realm. The fire ape's body was 30 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in flames. Its scarlet eyes were extremely violent, and a single punch from it was enough to destroy a small mountain. When its fist landed on the ground, the flames surged and the earth cracked. Shamanic fire apes. Long San recognized the nature of the two fire apes immediately. This kind of shamanic fire ape has a mutated physique, and their bloodline is of the same origin. When they cooperate with each other, they are like twin beasts. Once they fight together, their strength will be doubled, and their combat strength will be shocking. However, they have the aura of humans on them. They are not fire beasts from the colored glass sea. Jiang Chen saw the clues at a glance. The fire beasts in the colored glass sea were wild and bloodthirsty, but these two shamanic fire apes' eyes were filled with hatred. Furthermore, it was obvious that someone had used a special method to restrict their intelligence. Although the young man seemed to be losing ground, the fact that he could fight against two shamanic fire apes at the same level to such an extent was enough to prove his heaven-defying talent. At this time, Jiang Chen had no intention of making a move. He was going to observe. After all, Jiang Chen was very interested in this young man. Even from a distance, he could feel his righteousness and extraordinary bearing. He didn't look like an ordinary person. How is this possible? Why is he here? Mu Bai's jaw dropped when he saw the green-robed man. You know him? Jiang Chen turned his head and asked. The crown prince of the Lin kingdom, Lin Tianlin. Mu Bai said very seriously, as the crown prince, he naturally has a high status. 3 years ago, he was already a fourth-layer Star Lord. I didn't expect him to only be a third-layer Star Lord now. Instead of advancing, he's retreating. No wonder we haven't heard much about him in the past few years. What happened to the #1 prodigy who once shocked the entire royal family? Why is he here all of a sudden? And why is he fighting against two shamanic fire apes? Oh. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this matter was even more fishy. At this time, Jiang Chen noticed that there were two figures watching the battlefield from a distance away. Monkey, look over there. The Feather Tribe. Long San looked in the direction Jiang Chen was pointing at and recognized the two immediately. No matter how they tried to disguise themselves, they couldn't escape his fiery golden eyes, no matter how far away they were. What are they doing? Are they going to attack the crown prince? Mu Bai said worriedly. With their current cultivation, saving the crown prince shouldn't be a problem at all. However, the Feather Tribe wasn't weak at all. Were they waiting for an opportunity? It's not that simple. Let's wait and see and attack according to the situation. Jiang Chen said with a frown. Seeing the Feather Tribe's expression, Jiang Chen suspected that there was a conspiracy behind this. The shamanic fire apes might be related to them. Damn it, my battle strength has regressed a lot again. The crown prince cursed. He had been living a miserable life for the past 3 years. No matter how hard he tried, his cultivation showed no signs of improvement. On the contrary, it had regressed. He had regressed by 1 level in 3 years. For ordinary people, a level was nothing, but for him, it was like the sky had collapsed. Without his talent, he couldn't do anything about it. He was panicking. Roar, the shamanic fire apes became even more violent. The violent aura formed a powerful airwave, and the flames on their fists grew larger. They attacked the crown prince with unstoppable force. Rumble, puff, the powerful airwave sent Lin Tianlin flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He had lost the ability to fight. He looked at the two shamanic fire apes in front of him with a gloomy expression. His eyes were full of misery and his heart was full of unwillingness. At this moment, the shamanic fire ape retracted its aura and did not continue attacking. Two figures suddenly appeared. They were dressed in the Lin Kingdom's attire, but they were transformed from the winged man. Lin Yong, Lin Chang, you came at the right time. Help me kill these two shamanic fire apes. I want to use their demonic spirits to stabilize my cultivation. Lin Yong and Lin Chang were his bodyguards. They had followed him for many years. They told him that the colored glass divine fire could cure his symptoms, so he followed them to the colored glass sea without hesitation. He didn't expect to encounter the shamanic fire apes and almost lose his life. Luckily, they appeared at the most critical moment. Are you ordering us? Do you think you are qualified? Lin Yong crossed his arms in front of his chest and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. His ugly face was completely exposed as he looked at Lin Tianlin with disdain. Ha! What are you two talking about? Lin Tianlin was taken aback. He looked at their unfamiliar faces with a strange look in his eyes. Isn't the shamanic fire apes behind us enough? Lin Chang shrugged. Chapter 45-34. Could it be that all of this is a trap? Crown Prince Lin had already guessed what was going on, but he still couldn't accept it. Lin Yong and the others had followed him for so many years and he had never treated them like servants. Why would they betray him? He couldn't figure it out. Why? I've always treated you well. Why would you do this to me? Lin Tianlin roared. For the past few years, he had been living in grief and depression. He had no one to talk about the grievances in his heart. His mother seemed to have changed into a different person, denying him time and time again. Her cold attitude had made him doubt himself. He didn't expect that his best brother would betray him. Moreover, he wanted to kill him. How sad! How sad! His heart was filled with despair. Ha ha ha, brother. Don't you think it's funny? How could we be brothers with you? We just want you to die. Lin Chang threw his head back and laughed. If it wasn't for the Emperor's aura in your body, you would be dead like your mother. What? What did you say? My mother. Dead? What's going on? Tell me clearly. My mother is in the palace. When Lin Tianlin heard Lin Chang's words, he immediately felt unwell. His face was full of panic, and his mind was blank. His hands were trembling, and he felt like everything was too unreal. It was as if there was a huge cloud hanging over his head. It's okay. You're a dead man anyway. There's nothing I can't tell you. Lin Yong smiled. Who do you think I am? Suddenly, Lin Yong's back emitted a burst of white light, and an unusual aura rushed towards him. Lin Tianlin's expression was extremely ugly. The sudden change was like a bolt from the blue, ruthlessly striking him in the head. Feather. How could this be? You are the feather. Why didn't I notice? That's impossible. Lin Tianlin panicked. Lin Chang and Lin Yong were his bodyguards. How could they be replaced so easily? And he didn't know it. When did the feather sneak into the palace? He was scared just thinking about it. Do you remember the feather person who everyone wanted to kill? She called herself the Empress. She died a horrible death. You were involved. Lin Yong said with a smirk. Her. She's my mother. Lin Tianlin's pupils shrank as if he had realized something. The pleading, helpless, and desperate look in her eyes was so familiar. The human race and the feather race were irreconcilable enemies. In the end, he and the others did not show any mercy to the feather person who called herself the Empress. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Tianlin couldn't accept this outcome. He began to ramble. How could he kill his own mother? When she was at her most desperate, when she needed him the most, he wanted to kill her. You are the crown prince and have the emperor's aura. We can't attack you directly. If we attack you, the emperor will know that we did it. Besides, if we attack you too early, it will arouse the emperor's vigilance. So, we can only limit your growth and get rid of you like a frog in warm water. Lin Yong didn't have any misgivings. As far as he was concerned, the crown prince of the humans was already a dead man. It didn't matter if he told him, as long as he could be a ghost in the underworld, he would know the truth. I didn't expect your willpower to be so tenacious. You are almost as strong as the emperor and have completely inherited his bloodline. But our great plan is approaching, and the human race is about to be destroyed. We can only ask for your help. Even if the emperor investigates, you will die under the claws of the glazed sea fire beast. The perfect plan excited Lin Yong and the emperor. The crown prince's death was the prelude to their plan. Humans. They were about to disappear from the Red Mid region and be replaced by the feather race. Ha, how ironic. After living for so many years, I was played by you feather people? Lin Tianlin's face was full of despair. He didn't have any strength left to fight against them. Even if he wasn't injured by the shamanic fire ape, there was no way he could defeat two eight-winged feather people who were in the fourth layer of the Star-Lord realm. Their plan was flawless. The only thing they could do now was to pray that their father could discover the fake empress's true face and save the human race. Time's up. You can go and accompany your mother in peace. Lin Yong said with a hideous smile. The shamanic fire ape jumped up again and reached out its fiery claws at Lin Tianlin. Lin Tianlin closed his eyes with tears of despair. Boom, they thought that was the end of Lin Tianlin's life. To their surprise, the shamanic fire ape's attack was blocked. Two men, one woman, and one beast slowly walked toward them. Ha! It's you. Lin Yong squinted his eyes when he saw Mui Bai walking toward them. He had completely ignored Jiang Qin who was walking in front of them, because Jiang Chen's cultivation base was too low. He didn't even have the qualifications to be put in Lin Yong's eyes. You feather people are so capable. You've really put in a lot of effort to deal with humans. Jiang Qin said calmly. Mu Yibai and Long Shersan followed closely behind him without saying a word. Lin Tianlin abruptly opened his eyes. When he saw Mu Yibai and the others, his face was filled with excitement. However, when he saw their cultivation bases, he immediately felt discouraged. Mu Yibai, why are you here? As the crown prince, Lin Tianlin was very familiar with Mu Yibai. Mu Yibai was also the goddess of his dreams. His self-esteem was deeply hurt because his cultivation stagnated and regressed a few years ago. He had been looking for a way to recover. He didn't expect that she would risk everything to save him at such a critical moment. Crown Prince, you are the future of the Lin Kingdom. The Lin Kingdom can't do without you. We must save you. Mu Yibai said. Mu Yibai's words moved Lin Tianlin to tears. He wasn't afraid of death. He just didn't want to die in such a humiliating way. Even if he died, he would avenge his mother and comfort her soul in heaven. The Feather Race brothers soon calmed down after a brief moment of surprise, because Mu Yibai was the one with the highest cultivation among them. Although he had reached the peak of the third level of the Star-Lord realm, there was nothing he could do except get himself killed. I admire the courage of you humans. You know you're going to die, but you still charge forward without hesitation. The feather people shook their heads. They were all paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. They didn't know where they got their courage from with their current cultivation. That's hard to say. Muibai said. Ha ha ha, how arrogant. Do you think you can leave today? Chapter 45-35. Lin Yong and Lin Chang didn't hide their murderous intent at all. The two of them were already at the fourth sky of the Star-Lord level. Together with the unparalleled speed of the feather race and the two psychic fire apes at the peak of the third sky of the Star-Lord level, Jiang Qin and the others were no match for them. With Muibai's current strength, he could at most fight against one of Lin Yong and Lin Chang. The two of them combined would be no match for them. The Crown Prince couldn't even defeat the two fire apes. As for Jiang Qin and Long San, they were nothing in front of such a powerful battle. Little Chenzi won't be easy to deal with. Those two bastards even told us the secret of the fake queen. They're going to kill us no matter what. Long San said with a frown. Master, what do we do? We have to save the Crown Prince. Muibai was ready. The sword in her hand had already appeared. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Muibai knew very well that she was the most important force at the moment. I have my ways. Jiang Chen's face was still full of confidence. His immortal will scan the inside of the Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen originally planned to hide Muibai and the Crown Prince in the Dragon Palace, but he didn't know if the Dragon Palace would reject outsiders. So far, he had only brought De Huang into the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the Dragon Palace was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let outsiders know about it. The current situation didn't require the Dragon Palace to hide yet. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Black King had already reached the level of a Star-Lord. He was at the terrifying second sky of the Star-Lord level. One had to admit that the Tao Law had greatly improved the Black King's strength. Not only that, apart from the Tao Law itself, a bigger reason was that the Black King was already very powerful. After the Dragon Palace's curse was lifted, the Black King's strength was recovering quickly. Recovery and leveling up were two completely different concepts. Moreover, apart from the Black King, there were more than a dozen Star-Lord's auras drifting in the Dragon Palace. In other words, thousands of demons were recovering rapidly. This was undoubtedly good news for Jiang Qin. Black King, why did so many astral lords suddenly appear? Jiang Qin asked. He was more or less surprised by this. After all, the Black King's recovery speed was fast because he had obtained the Tao Law. It was almost impossible for other beasts to reach the Star-Lord level so quickly. Reporting to Master, it should be due to the environment of the colored glass sea. After the curse of the Dragon Palace was lifted, it automatically connected to the outside world, and all the great demons that have been promoted to fire attributed. They relied on the environment of the colored glass sea to quickly reach the Star-Lord level. This is something worth celebrating. The Black King said. Fantastic. Hey Wang, get all the Star-Lords and all the ninth layer heavenly source fire attributed demons to come out. Make use of the environment of the glass sea to keep the two winged people and the two fire apes busy. I need some time, said He Wang. Jiang Qin said. Yes, Master. The Black King responded. In the next moment, with a swoosh, the void trembled, and hundreds of great demons appeared out of thin air. Asterisk roar, asterisk the sea of fire shook. The Black King led over a dozen fire-attributed Star-Lords and over 89th Heavenly Layer Heavenly Source fire-attributed monsters to seal off the entire fiery domain. What's this? This sudden scene immediately stunned everyone present. Holy shit, little Chenzi, you're amazing. I didn't think you had so many tricks up your sleeve. Long San immediately grew excited. Master, are these your helpers? Mu Bai's gaze towards Jiang Qin became even more reverent. No ordinary person could command so many monsters so casually. Since when did such a genius appear in Kirin province? It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak, and the cultivation of these monsters isn't enough either. If we really fight, we won't be able to solve the problem. The Crown Prince's gaze towards Jiang Qin could not help but change. As the Crown Prince of the Lin Kingdom, once the most dazzling genius and a young Star Lord, this was probably the first time he looked at a heavenly source disciple. You can't be so naive to think that you can stop us with these weaklings, right? Crown Prince, Mu Bai, let me tell you, you'll die today because you know the secret. I won't let you leave the glass sea alive. Lin Yong laughed heartily. Hurry up and kill them before anything bad happens. Lin Chong said. Crown Prince, Bai, Black King, work together and keep them busy. Try to avoid casualties. I need some time. Jiang Qin said. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. The Black King and Mu Bai responded at the same time, obeying Jiang Qin's orders. Although the Crown Prince was a little unhappy to be ordered around by a little disciple of Kirin province, this was not the time to act like a Crown Prince. Moreover, he could tell that this Jiang Qin was not a simple person. Without Jiang Qin, it would be impossible to change the situation today. Moreover, there must be a reason why someone as arrogant as Mu Bai obeyed him. Kill! Lin Yong shouted. The two shamanic fire apes immediately became agitated and charged over in an extremely ferocious manner. Roar, the Black King roared and transformed into the Tiger King. Although he was not a fire-attributed monster, he had a strong physique. At his level, the environment was no longer a problem. Rumble, it was either you die or I live, and very soon, they were engaged in a fierce battle. According to Jiang Chen's instructions, they were just going to fight and use the environment of the fire domain to buy time for Jiang Qin. Although they did not know what Jiang Qin was going to do, they were very clear that what Jiang Qin needed to buy time for must be the most appropriate and worthwhile thing in the current environment. Little Chenzi, what do you have up your sleeve? Long San looked at Jiang Qin. Using the environment of the fire domain, I will use the flame in my hand to set up the divine fire defense array. Jiang Qin said. Little Chen, I know that your formation is powerful, but if it's just a defensive formation, it won't solve the real problem. These two birdmen will definitely not give up until they die, and they will break the formation at all costs. Long San said. It doesn't matter. The divine fire defense array I set up can hold them off for 2 hours. 2 hours is enough. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. What do you mean? What are you going to do in 2 hours? Long San was dumbfounded. After all, fighting for 2 hours didn't seem to be of any use in this situation. Do you see that, Crown Prince? Mu Bai said that this person had already reached the 4th heaven of Star Lord 3 years ago. Instead of improving in the past 3 years, his cultivation has regressed. He must have been affected by the fake Empress. I only need to help him solve his problem, and his cultivation will return to the 4th heaven of Star Lord, or even higher. Chapter 45-36. Hearing that, Long San came to a realization. Mu Bai did mention that this Lin Tianlin was already a 4th Sky Star Lord 3 years ago and was known as the #1 genius of the Lin nation. His cultivation had regressed in the past 3 years, which was obviously because he was framed by the fake Empress. If Jiang Qin could solve Lin Tianlin's problem, the former #1 genius would have a great chance of regaining his former glory. If the Crown Prince's cultivation base recovered to the fourth layer of the Star Lord realm, then his current predicament would no longer be a predicament. Arg, the battle in the boundless fire realm was fierce. Great beasts screamed in pain as they were killed, but the great beasts didn't flinch at all. Even those who weren't Star Lords weren't afraid of death. They completely obeyed Jiang Qin and listened to Jiang Chen's orders, not daring to disobey him. Even if Jiang Qin asked them to die immediately, they wouldn't hesitate, let alone die in battle. Jiang Qin didn't waste any time. He knew very well that the sooner he set up the divine fire defense formation, the fewer great beasts in the Dragon Palace would die. Jiang Qin formed a seal with both of his hands and struck out a series of seals. The flames in his body surged and the green lotus star of fire was separated into divine flames. At this moment, the red lotus karmic fire, true dragon fire, lightning fire, Qilan sacred fire, and mystic flame heart fire seemed to come to life. They turned into fire dragons and were controlled by Jiang Qin like they were his arms. These divine fires were too powerful. Every one of them was the king of fire. Once they appeared, the surrounding fire realm would have to submit. Endless waves of fire began to gather around Jiang Qin. Different fire dragons spiraled and intertwined at high speed. Such powerful flames. He actually has so many divine fires. None of them look weaker than the glass divine fire. How can so many flames fuse together so perfectly? What the hell is going on? The Crown Prince was shocked when he saw all of this. He was a cultivator of fire, and was even a young and outstanding alchemist. He had a unique understanding of fire, and it was because of this that he was so shocked when he saw Jiang Chen's flame. That's right. Master is truly a godly person. Mu Yibai was completely won over. She knew that Jiang Qin had a divine fire, but she didn't expect him to have so many. They were not the only ones. Even the two Feather Clan members were attracted by Jiang Qin. What is this bastard doing? His flames are so strong. This entire fiery domain is submitting to him. Lin Yong frowned. Hurry up and take action, lest something unexpected happens. Although this person's cultivation base is weak, he gives me a dangerous aura. Lin Chong said. At his level of cultivation, he had a certain level of premonition towards danger. Jiang Qin ignored the battlefield and focused on setting up the array formation. As an array formation grandmaster, it was extremely easy for him to set up a divine flame defense array. Of course, he still had to rely on the environment of this fiery domain. Without such an environment, even if Jiang Qin set up a defensive array, the amount of energy he could defend against wouldn't be enough to stop a Star Lord at the fourth sky. However, the environment here was different. Once the divine flame defense array was set up, he would be able to control and absorb all the fire energy in this fiery domain to maintain the stability of the array. It wouldn't be a problem for him to last for an hour. Jiang Chen's hands danced in the air, and a great array with a radius of a book gradually took shape. Roar, the fire dragons let out earth-shattering roars, and the fiery domain began to tremble. The fire dragons formed a huge circle. This was a great array made entirely of fire dragons. Arg, screams of pain were heard again. The two Feather Clan members and the two Star Lord Third Sky Shamanic Fire Apes were too strong. Even 100 monsters couldn't resist them. Mu Yibai and the Crown Prince followed Jiang Chen's instructions and kept the enemies busy. Even so, a dozen monsters still died in such a short time. There were losses, but they weren't great. Also, Jiang Chen was unparalleled in setting up arrays. He finished the array in the shortest amount of time and kept the losses to a minimum. The array is ready. Come in. Jiang Chen roared loudly as he circulated his origin power. Yes, Master. The Black King didn't waste any time. He led the monsters into the divine flame defense array and disappeared. They had returned to the Dragon Palace. Muibai and the Crown Prince didn't know what was going on, but their opponents were too strong. They couldn't care too much at a time like this. They could only pin their hopes on Jiang Qin. The two turned around and entered the Divine Flame Defense Array as fast as they could. By the time Lin Yong and the other man reacted, all of their opponents had already disappeared. In front of them was an encirclement formed by several fire dragons. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to tell that this was a defensive formation. A defensive array. That bastard is setting up a formation. Lin Yong couldn't help but curse. The 6 wings on his back flashed, making him look extremely eye-catching. How powerful can a formation set up by a heavenly source brat be? Let me break it. Lin Chong violently stabbed the spear in his hand at the Divine Flame Defense Array. Bang! The array automatically emitted a powerful force. Lin Chong's spear struck the head of a fire dragon. The fire dragon trembled, but it wasn't damaged at all. What? Lin Chong was shocked. How is this array so powerful? Even my full-powered attack can't break it. This is ridiculous. This array formation is too exquisite. Only a true array grandmaster can lay down such a profound array formation. This array formation can borrow the environment here to absorb the surrounding fire energy for its own use. It seems we have underestimated this kid. Lin Yong said. So what? We'll use brute force to break it. This array won't last long. They're like turtles in a jar hiding in the array. As long as we break it, it'll be their death. A fire ape said. That's right. They're just turtles in a jar. This array is just a grave they dug for themselves. I'd like to see how long it can last. Let's break it together. Lin Chong refused to accept this. The spear in his hand appeared once again. Within the Divine Flame Defense Array, Muibai and the Crown Prince's faces were filled with shock. Sensing the aura of the array around them, their gazes towards Jiang Qin became even more worshipful. They were both geniuses amongst geniuses. Their eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people, so they could naturally see how profound the array was. Chapter 45-37. Master, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in formations. Ibai admires you greatly. Muibai bowed slightly to Jiang Qin, not concealing his respect at all. Ibai, you haven't introduced this brother yet. The Crown Prince asked. His heart was in turmoil. If he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously before, then his attitude towards Jiang Qin had completely changed now. For the first time in his life, the high and mighty Crown Prince was deeply interested in a heavenly source disciple. After all, the Divine Fire Defense Formation was too exquisite. There wasn't a second person in the entire Lin Kingdom who could set it up. What shocked the Crown Prince even more was Muibai's attitude towards Jiang Qin. Who was Muibai? The young mistress of Kirin Province, the #1 beauty of the Lin Kingdom, and the peerless genius of the Lin Kingdom. Muibai's pride wasn't any lower than the Crown Prince's. In terms of wooing, even the Crown Prince didn't have the slightest confidence in wooing Muibai. But now, such a prideful beauty was actually so respectful towards Jiang Qin, even calling him teacher. This was a little too ridiculous. There wasn't a single person in the entire Kirin province that Muibai would call teacher. Moreover, this teacher's cultivation was only at the 5th heavenly layer. He hadn't even reached the Star Lord realm. His cultivation was worlds apart from Muibai's. The Crown Prince wasn't a fool. He knew that if Muibai still called Jiang Qin teacher despite the difference in cultivation, then Jiang Qin must have something special about him. Reporting to the Crown Prince, this is the new genius disciple of our Kirin province, Jiang Qin. Of course, if he's just a small disciple of Kirin province, then it would be too unfair to teacher. Teacher's ability is unparalleled even in the entire Crimson Cloud star boundary. Mu Bai introduced, not holding back on his praises for Jiang Qin. Thinking about how Jiang Qin had answered his questions, Mu Bai couldn't help but be amazed by Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Chen's methods are indeed extraordinary. However, Bai, even if Brother Jiang Qin has some tricks up his sleeve, it's not enough for you to call him your teacher, right? The Crown Prince didn't understand. In fact, the Crown Prince was very arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Qin had shown some talent, the Crown Prince wouldn't have been willing to say anything to him. Of course, this was normal. After all, the Crown Prince had a high position and status. His cultivation was also extraordinary. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Qin was not on the same level as the Crown Prince. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is still uncertain of teacher's abilities. Mu Bai smiled and didn't say anything else. If he hadn't seen Jiang Chen's talent with his own eyes, he wouldn't understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Just like Mu Bai, he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously in the beginning. Alright, enough with the compliments. Let's solve the situation in front of us first. Jiang Chen waved his hand and stopped the conversation. At the mention of their current situation, Mu Bai's and the Crown Prince's expressions darkened once again. Although the Divine Flame Defense Formation was temporarily sheltering them from the storm, Lin Yong and the rest's attacks did not weaken at all. Explosions continued to sound outside, while they hid inside like turtles in a jar, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Once the defense formation was destroyed, their fates would be unchangeable. This formation can only last for an hour. Long Shersan said. Teacher, what should we do next? This is the Azure Sea. We won't be able to find anyone to help us. Mu Bai said with a frown. There's only one way. I'll help the Crown Prince resolve his illness and restore his cultivation to its peak, then we'll fight our way out and turn the tables. It's the aura of a goo. Dark goo is indeed evil. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. There was a dark goo hidden in the Crown Prince's body, constantly eroding the Crown Prince's potential and hindering his development. Chapter 45-38. Brother Jiang Qin, how is it? The Crown Prince looked at Jiang Qin excitedly and expectantly. He was the only one who knew what he had been through for the past 3 years. It had always been his greatest dream to be able to solve his problem and regain his cultivation level. You've been poisoned by the fake Empress. It's the curse of darkness. The curse of darkness will continue to grow in your body, and when it grows to a certain point, it will devour all your potential and turn you into a cripple. Jiang Qin said. The Crown Prince's face turned pale and extremely ugly. The curse of darkness was too ruthless. No wonder your Highness's cultivation level is declining instead of improving. Mu Bai couldn't help but sigh. As powerful astral lords, they all knew what the goo poison was. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had the Emperor's qi around him. If it had been anyone else, they would have lost their life long ago after being poisoned by the dark goo poison. Is there a cure? The Crown Prince's voice quavered a bit. He knew exactly how terrifying the bug poison was. During the past 3 years, he had searched every nook and cranny of his body, but hadn't been able to find any traces of it. What did that mean? It meant that the person who had poisoned him was extremely skilled. The curse of darkness can't withstand a single blow from me. This curse of darkness hasn't matured yet, so it's a piece of cake for me to get rid of it. Jiang Qin said with a smile, his face filled with confidence. He wasn't bragging. Things of the dark side were nothing in his hands. That's great. The Crown Prince and Mu Bai were excited at the same time. There was no reason for the Crown Prince not to be excited. Once the curse of darkness was cleared, he would be able to completely get rid of the hidden danger and regain his cultivation level. He had waited for this day for too long. Edifying light. Jiang Chen bellowed, and the edifying light, which he hadn't used for a long time, immediately penetrated the Crown Prince's body. The Crown Prince's body trembled. He felt that his entire body was warm and indescribably comfortable. He felt as if his body had become a golden world, and he had sunk into a warm ocean. The edifying light was truly a peaceful kingdom. Under the enhancement of the edifying light, the curse of darkness had nowhere to hide and was immediately trapped. The goo bug trembled violently as it struggled to break free. However, there was no way it could. In the blink of an eye, all of the gloom energy was purified, and the goo bug transformed into motes of light that vanished into the Crown Prince's body. These light spots are made of poisonous insects. I've already removed the poison. These are your potential and the energy you've accumulated over the past 3 years. They'll be of great help to you. They can restore your cultivation to its peak, or even further, to the 5th sky of Star Lord. Jiang Chen said and slowly put away the light of expiation. Boom! The moment Jiang Chen withdrew the edifying light, a violent force and aura were released from the Crown Prince's body. Boundless energy surged, and the Crown Prince's clothes fluttered like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, the Crown Prince's cultivation had recovered to the 4th sky of Star Lord. And this seemed to be just the beginning. The parasite devoured the Crown Prince's belongings and returned them to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's hard work over the past 3 years was also extraordinary. It could be said that he had accumulated a lot, and his cultivation level was heading straight for the 5th heaven of Star Lord. Howl! The Crown Prince couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering howl. He's really recovered. Master's methods are truly earth-shattering. Ibai admires him. Mu Ibai's admiration for Jiang Chen had almost reached a peak. Or rather, it had been a peak before, but this peak was constantly being refreshed. Outside the Divine Fire Defense Formation, Lin Yong, Lin Chang, and the 2 fire apes were still madly attacking the formation from different directions, wanting to destroy it as quickly as possible. Who is this kid? How can a mere 5th Heavenly Source Expert's formation be so powerful? We've been attacking it for so long, but we still can't destroy it. Lin Chang couldn't help but curse. He had never seen such a powerful spell formation before. The spell formation had no flaws at all. It was simply perfect. The only way for them to break the spell formation was to use brute force. Even if the Feather Race's most proficient spell formation expert came here, they wouldn't be able to find a single flaw in the spell formation. This kid is indeed powerful. We have to eliminate him today, or he'll definitely become a threat to our Feather Race in the future. Fortunately, he's not strong enough, so his formation isn't enough to make us shrink back. We've been attacking for so long that the formation has loosened quite a bit. If we attack with all our might, we should be able to destroy it in an hour. Lin Tianlin is just a turtle in a jar right now. Once we destroy the formation, he'll die a painful death. Lin Yong said. Rumble, Lin Yong and the others continued to attack the formation. They had no way out now. The secret of impersonating Empress Lin had already been exposed. They had to kill everyone who knew about it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once the secret was leaked. At the very least, it was not something they could bear. Inside the Divine Fire Defense Formation, Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the attacks outside. He knew best how powerful the formation was. He had given the Crown Prince enough time. Moreover, it would be useless even if Lin Yong and the others broke the formation right now. The Crown Prince's cultivation had recovered to its peak, and he was advancing toward the 5th heaven of Star Lord. Given the Crown Prince's current state, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Lin Yong and the others. As a matter of fact, the outcome of the day had been decided the moment the parasites were eliminated. Lin Yong and the others were doomed. The crown prince had learned the secret of the fake empress, and he was framed by the person he trusted the most. He was filled with endless anger, and he had to vent it on Lin Yong and Lin Yong. The crown prince's cultivation soared. An hour later, the crown prince successfully broke through to the fifth heaven of Star Lord. It just so happened that the divine fire defense formation was on the verge of collapse under the constant attacks. The crown prince took a deep breath. His aura changed drastically. Golden light shone from the top of his head, along with a strong royal aura. The crown prince's eyes glittered. After becoming a fifth heaven of Star Lord, the crown prince turned to look at Jiang Qin and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. The crown prince bowed. In the entire Lin kingdom, Jiang Qin was probably the first person to do so apart from the emperor. Master, you saved my life. Heaven cannot compare to you. I, Tian Lin, am unable to repay you. The crown prince's attitude toward Jiang Qin had undergone an unprecedented change. At this moment, he finally understood why Mui Bai addressed Jiang Qin as master. Even he had to address Jiang Qin as master respectfully, even though his cultivation was much higher than Jiang Qin's. Jiang Qin's methods were simply too impressive. The parasite that even he and his father could not deal with was dealt with so easily by Jiang Qin. Chapter 45-39. Jiang Qin nodded. The crown prince was a loyal person. Jiang Qin had already made up his mind. If the crown prince was ungrateful, Jiang Qin would shift his focus. Now it seemed that the crown prince was reliable. To expose the fake empress, the crown prince was indispensable. Your Highness, now you know how powerful I am. Mui Bai smiled. She rarely smiled because her smile was too beautiful. But in front of Jiang Qin, she smiled like a child. It was the kind of smile that belonged to a junior. Master's means are superb. Even my father couldn't do anything about the poison in my body, but Master solved it so easily. To me, it's a miracle. The crown prince's face was full of excitement. Rumble, the attacks outside were still going on. Cracks appeared on the divine fire defense formation, and it was about to collapse. Lin Tianlin's face was cold. Thinking of what Lin Yong and Mui Bai had done, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. I never would have thought that the person closest to me, the person I trusted the most, was actually a feather person. My mother, who I respected so much, was also a feather person. It's a pity that my real mother died crying injustice. That day, everyone shouted at her to beat her up, including me. I truly hate myself. The crown prince slapped himself repeatedly. His eyes were full of regret and anger. Jiang Qin and Mui Bai didn't say anything. No one would feel good if something like this happened to them. The crown prince slapped himself, which meant that he still had a conscience. Empress Lin is already dead. I received Empress Lin's last words and came to Lin country to seek justice for her and take revenge for her. Jiang Qin said. What did you say? You've seen my mother. The crown prince was excited. That's right. This is what your mother left behind. Jiang Qin took out all the things left behind by Empress Lin and handed them to Lin Tianlin, including the jade pendant and the sword. Lin Tianlin couldn't hold back his tears any longer as he stared at the familiar object in front of him, and he burst into tears. Ah! Lin Tianlin cried out as he fell to his knees. It couldn't be fake. How could it be fake? This jade pendant was unique in the entire Lin kingdom. It was the symbol of his mother. There was also this sword, the Phoenix Rising Sword. Only then did Lin Tianlin realize that ever since he had eliminated that winged person spy, he had never seen this jade pendant and sword on his mother again. Was there a need to explain all of this? Nothing else needed to be said. The object was the proof. Lin Yong and Lin Chang were proof. The darkness goo poison was proof. Everything had been proven. Lin Tianlin wept bitterly, as if the scars that had yet to heal had once again been ripped open, and were now dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. Thankfully, the heavens had eyes. One day, he would learn the truth, and one day, he would recover his cultivation base. That way, he wouldn't sink into depravity and become a stepping stone for the villains. Then, what he had to do next was to take revenge for his mother. This was the only thing he could do for his mother, the only thing he could do to atone for his sins. Your Highness, after the grief, there are still many things to do. Jiang Qin said. Yes, there are still many things to do. Lin Tianlin carefully put away the jade pendant and sword. Jiang Qin didn't stop him. These things should have belonged to Lin Tianlin. He was Lin Chaofeng's biological son. He believed that Lin Chaofeng's spirit in heaven hoped that the things she left behind would fall into the hands of her son. This in itself was a kind of relief. Lin Tianlin stood up slowly. The tears at the corners of his eyes had disappeared, leaving behind endless coldness and murderous intent. Lin Tianlin wasn't a fool. He didn't need Jiang Qin and Mu Bai to say anything. He had already guessed that the Lin kingdom was in a precarious situation. Although it looked strong on the surface, the Feather clan and the Fairy clan had already infiltrated it. Even he, the Crown Prince, was in such a state, not to mention other places. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp had probably already fallen into the enemy's hands. Lin Yong and Lin Chang had already started to kill him. Their grand plan had probably already begun. The human race was in danger. It might be a little late to find out the secret now, but it wasn't too late. What does the Crown Prince plan to do after we get out of the colored glass sea? Jiang Qin asked. I'll report to my father and expose the witch's true colors. The Crown Prince said fiercely. Ignorant. Jiang Qin said bluntly. Teacher, please teach me. The Crown Prince hurriedly cupped his fists at Jiang Qin. He didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Qin at all. With Jiang Qin's presence, he felt truly at ease. The fake empress is now very powerful. I don't know how many people in the Lin kingdom have been corrupted. There are also many people like Lin Yong and Lin Chang who have transformed from the Feather clan or the Fairy clan. Once they fall out with the fake empress, the Lin kingdom will immediately fall into chaos. At that time, the Feather clan and the Fairy clan will take advantage of the situation. If they work together, the destruction of the human race won't be far away. Jiang Qin said. Hearing that, the Crown Prince and Mu Bai's expressions changed dramatically. They were well aware that what Jiang Qin said was not an alarmist. The real situation was probably much more serious than what he said. External troubles weren't scary. What was scary was internal troubles. Moreover, it was internal troubles caused by ignorance. You couldn't tell who was who and who would suddenly stab you in the back. Increase our strength. Our strength is still too weak. While increasing our strength, we will dig out the outsiders and those who have been corrupted in the Lin kingdom. We will destroy the fake empress system in the Lin kingdom at all costs. Only then can we focus on fighting against the Feather clan and the Fairy clan. You are the most suitable person to deal with this internal trouble because you are the Crown Prince of the Lin kingdom. Your cultivation has recovered, and you are also the #1 genius of the Lin kingdom. Your status and your appeal are all there. In the future, when the human race gets through the difficulties, you will ascend the throne. The Lin kingdom will pay attention to you. Jiang Qin was like a real teacher teaching his students earnestly and earnestly. Teacher is right. With teacher's help, Tianlin will feel more confident. The Crown Prince was extremely humble. In his eyes, although Jiang Qin's cultivation wasn't high, he was unfathomable. He was like the reincarnation of a grand cultivator. With such an expert by his side, Lin Tianlin would feel much more at ease. Moreover, Jiang Qin was here to deal with the fake empress. His mother had asked him to come, so Lin Tianlin had to take it seriously. Boom! With another violent explosion, the divine fire defense formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. Under the powerful attacks of Lin Yong, Lin Chang, and the two fire apes, it finally broke. Lin Tianlin, die! Lin Yong's wild voice sounded. The divine fire defense formation disappeared, and Lin Yong and the others appeared in front of them again. The path of revenge starts with you. Lin Tianlin didn't hide his murderous intent at all. With a sway of his body, he arrived in front of Lin Yong and the others. He unleashed the aura of a fifth heaven Star Lord, stirring up endless waves of fire. What? Chapter 45-40. The two men, who were originally unparalleled, lost all their momentum the moment they saw the crown prince. The two men and the two fire apes couldn't help but retreat. Their widened eyes were filled with endless fear. Impossible. This is impossible. How did you recover your cultivation? Lin Yong's face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. You were poisoned by the darkness insect poison. It's impossible to cure it. How did you recover your cultivation? Lin Chang's pupils contracted. The fear in his eyes was magnified. They had been assigned to the crown prince's side for a long time, so they knew the crown prince too well. They knew better than anyone how powerful the crown prince was at his peak. The title of the number one genius of the kingdom of Lin wasn't as simple as it sounded. To put it bluntly, 3 years ago, the crown prince of the fourth heaven of Star Lord would have been able to kill the two of them as easily as crushing 2 ants. Moreover, not only had his cultivation completely recovered, but it had also improved, reaching the terrifying fifth heaven of Star Lord. I've let you down. The darkness insect poison has been cured. Now, it's time for you to die. The crown prince's aura was overwhelming. His eyes were extremely cold. In his eyes, Lin Yong and Lin Chang were already dead men. There was no way he would spare them. Let's go. Lin Yong growled. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran with Lin Chang. They were all intelligent people who could see reality very clearly. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, no matter how much they wanted to kill the crown prince and go back to claim credit, the situation was already hopeless. If they fled now, they might be able to keep their lives. If they waited any longer, they would lose their lives here. Whoosh! Shadows flickered. Almost as soon as Lin Yong and Lin Chang turned around and tried to escape, the crown prince's figure appeared behind them, blocking their way. The two men's hearts sank. Fast, it was simply too fast. The crown prince, who was a fifth heaven Star Lord, wasn't someone they could fight. Their faces were pale. They already understood that with their current strength, they couldn't even escape from the crown prince. Killing you is as easy as pinching 2 ants to death. Do you think that 2 ants can escape from me? The crown prince sneered. He suddenly waved his hand, conjuring 2 giant red flaming hands that covered the sky and the earth. They instantly trapped the 2 fire apes like a cage. Howl! The 2 fire apes let out miserable cries as their mountain-like bodies shattered with a bang. After which, they turned into nothingness and completely disappeared within the fiery domain. Killing 2/3 firmament Star Lords with a wave of his hand was as easy as killing chickens. The 2 fire apes could not even put up any resistance. This was the power of a Star Lord at the 5th heaven, the power of the top genius of the kingdom of Lin. With the crown prince's current state, even a Star Lord at the 6th heaven would be useless. At the side, Jiang Qin nodded to himself. The crown prince was indeed a talent that could be molded. The crisis of the human race could not be avoided without him. Lin Yong and Lin Chang's expressions became extremely grim. They could smell the scent of death coming from the Crown Prince. Your Highness, don't kill us. We know we were wrong. We can betray the Empress and truly rely on you. We can work for you in the future. Lin Yong begged for mercy. Your Highness, since we've been at your beck and call all these years, please spare our lives. We're willing to work for you in the future. Lin Chang also hurriedly begged for mercy. No one could remain calm in the face of death. No one wanted to die. The better one lived, the less they wanted to die. It had not been easy for Lin Yong and Lin Chang to cultivate to the level of Star Lord. They had gone through countless trials and tribulations. They had a bright future ahead of them and endless cultivation time. If they died, everything would be for naught. Work for me. Ha ha ha, I don't need the winged people's work. The Crown Prince laughed loudly. Then, he turned into a blur and grabbed the necks of Lin Yong and Lin Chang with his hands covered in boundless flames. Crack! Without any mercy, the Crown Prince exerted force and broke the necks of the two. Then, their heads exploded. They died a horrible death. There was no reason to negotiate with the winged people. They were dead. Moreover, even if they were real humans and not winged people, the Crown Prince would not have any reason to spare them. The Crown Prince knew very well how Lin Yong and Lin Chang had treated him. If he had not met Jiang Qin today, he would have died in the colored glass sea. At that time, the Crown Prince did not expect Lin Yong and Lin Chang to show him mercy. If he died, he would truly die with a grievance. He had been kept in the dark about the goo poison. He would not even know the secret of the fake Empress. Teacher, what should we do next? The Crown Prince asked respectfully as he walked up to Jiang Qin and withdrew his godlike presence. First cultivate in the glass sea, and try to increase your cultivation. Your present strength is not ordinary, but it is not enough to control the situation. Also, I have a 1-month agreement with Zhu Chongqing of Vermilion Bird Camp. There is not much time left. There's not much time left, Jiang Qin said. That's right. Zhu Chongqing is at the peak of the first heaven of Star Lord. He might even reach the second heaven of Star Lord in a month. He's not easy to deal with. Teacher, there's a huge gap between you and Zhu Chongqing. Mu Bai frowned. That's not a problem. I can cancel the battle agreement. I have a lot of power in the Vermilion Bird Camp. The Vermilion Bird Camp is the army of the royal family and I have always been in charge of it. However, Mother, no, that fake Empress has been telling me what to do behind my back. I've always listened to her, which has made her reputation in the Vermilion Bird Camp very high, the Crown Prince said. No, the battle agreement cannot be cancelled. No, you can't cancel the battle agreement. I was the one who proposed it, so there's no need to cancel it. The Vermilion Bird Camp has definitely been infiltrated by the fake Empress. My battle with Zhu Chongqing will draw attention to me. Since the Crown Prince is in charge of the Vermilion Bird Camp, that's for the best. Now that you know the secret of the fake Empress, you can secretly reorganize the Vermilion Bird Camp and take control of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Once the secret is revealed and we start a war with the winged race and the elves, the Vermilion Bird Camp will be a sharp sword. Jiang Qin said. It was for the best if the Crown Prince was in charge of the Vermilion Bird Camp. The Crown Prince would probably have a lot of things to do after he returned. However, with Teacher's current strength, it will be dangerous to fight Zhu Chongqing. Chapter 45-41. I have my own plans. Time is of the essence, so I plan to travel alone. Let's part ways here. Jiang Qin said. The Crown Prince's matter had been dealt with, so the remaining time was up to him. Jiang Qin needed to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 7th heavenly layer before he could fight Zhu Chongqing. There were less than 20 days left, so it was indeed extremely urgent. Jiang Qin liked to travel alone, especially when he was training. He would always feel restricted if someone followed him. No, that's too dangerous. The Crown Prince and Mu Yibai said almost at the same time. This was the Lapis Glass Sea, a place filled with danger. Even Star Lords would find it difficult to travel safely, let alone Jiang Qin, who was only at the 5th heavenly layer. Wasn't this a joke? That's it. With that, Jiang Qin's figure disappeared with a sway, turning into a wisp of flame that disappeared into the fire realm, completely ignoring the objections of the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai. Master. Mu Yibai wanted to stop him, but Long Shan stopped him. Don't worry, First Miss and Your Highness. You don't understand little Qinzi. No one can stop him from doing what he wants to do. Moreover, a mere lapis glass sea is still far from being able to take little Qinzi's life. Long Shan said with a relaxed expression. He was not worried for Jiang Qin at all. Long Shan understood Jiang Qin far too well. Since he wanted to travel alone, he definitely felt that others would be a hindrance. There's no need to worry, Your Highness. Although Master's cultivation is a little weak, he's extremely capable and can deal with most difficulties. Moreover, I have a bold guess that Master might be the reincarnation of a great expert. Mu Yibai said in an extremely serious tone. Yibai, it's not just you. I also have the same thought. Only a true reincarnation of a great expert can possess such miraculous abilities. The Crown Prince said. When Long Shan saw the two of them guessing seriously, he tried hard not to laugh out loud. However, it was undeniable that even a true powerhouse might not be much better than Jiang Qin in terms of cultivation. In terms of attainments in cultivation, even a powerhouse would have to call Jiang Qin teacher. 10,000 miles away, the fire demons were wreaking havoc. A dragon-like silhouette moved freely among the fire demons. Resplendent sword light shot out everywhere. Everywhere it passed, there would be a fire demon that was sliced in half. The demon spirits of the fire demons danced in the air and were caught by that silhouette before being devoured. This figure was none other than Jiang Qin. It had been 10 days since he parted ways with Mu Yibai and the rest. During these 10 days, Jiang Qin had purposely chosen places with the highest number of fire demons and slaughtered his way through. He had lost count of how many fire demons he had killed and how many demon spirits he had devoured. If he encountered a Star Lord level fire demon, Jiang Qin would use the Great Void technique to flee. During these 10 days, Jiang Qin's cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. It had stabilized at this level and was heading towards the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. Asterisk roars filled the air. Jiang Qin had completely fallen into the swarm of fire demons. Powerful fire demons were everywhere, covering the sky and covering the earth. Jiang Qin had transformed into a fire dragon. His 300-meter-long body was even more powerful than the fire demons. He rampaged through the swarm of fire demons, sweeping through everything in his path. In an environment like the Glass Sea, Jiang Qin of the 6th heavenly layer was completely invincible against anyone below the Star Lord realm. Even ordinary 1st heavenly layer Star Lords would find it extremely difficult to kill him. Although there were many fire demons, numbers meant nothing to Jiang Qin. It was like an elephant against an ant. There was no difference between one ant and 10,000 ants before an elephant. No matter how many ants there were, they would not be enough for the elephant to trample on. Jiang Qin killed another 100 fire demons and devoured their demon spirits. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. However, devouring demonic spirits was no longer useful to Jiang Qin. It was no longer realistic to rely on devouring the demonic spirits of the fire demons to reach the 7th heavenly layer. There's no point in continuing like this. Counting the days, the battle with Zhu Chongqing will be in 7 days. I need to reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of heavenly source to have a chance against him. Jiang Chen frowned. There's no point in fighting these fire demons. Demon spirits have already reached their limit. I need to find another way. Reaching the 7th heavenly layer in 7 days was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even for a monster like Jiang Chen, it was not an easy task. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation had risen far too quickly in the glass sea. There was a limit to everything, and Jiang Chen was currently at it. Relying on demon spirits was no longer feasible. Without any other methods, reaching the 7th heavenly layer in 7 days was basically a dream, let alone the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. If I can obtain the colored glass divine flame and fuse it into the azure lotus starfire, reaching the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of heavenly origin will be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen thought of the colored glass divine fire. He had heard from Mu Yibai that the origin of the colored glass ocean was the fire seed of the colored glass divine fire. This was not a baseless statement. Jiang Chen was almost certain that the fire seed of the colored glass divine fire existed. Roar, a wave of fire devils surged in front of him. An incomparably powerful chi suddenly spread out. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. There were at least a dozen Star Lord level fire devils in front of him. These fire devils had already locked onto him. Obviously, Jiang Chen's rampage had attracted the attention of these fire devil kings. The infuriated fire devil kings were afraid that they would tear him apart. Jiang Chen's figure flickered as he prepared to rely on his wondrous movement technique and unparalleled speed to escape. He did not want to fight the powerful Star Lord fire demons. Jiang Chen was not afraid of fighting them. In such an environment, it would not be easy for an ordinary Star Lord Fire Demon King to kill him. Moreover, there were quite a few Star Lord level monsters like the Black King in Jiang Chen's Dragon Palace. He could summon them to fight at any time. However, Jiang Chen did not want to waste time. Time was far too precious to him right now. Instead of wasting time here, it was better for him to find other methods to increase his cultivation. Rumble. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, a rumble suddenly rang out from the depths of the tide of fire demons. Soon after, Jiang Chen saw a flaming door. The door seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, without any prior signs. Chapter 45-42. Rumble, the rumbling became even louder, and the flaming gate turned from illusory to solid, turning into a real gate. The fire door of the void. The glass sea itself is an alternate space, and now there's a fire door of the void in the alternate space. I wonder where the overlapping spaces lead to. Jiang Chen's interest was immediately piqued when he looked at the flaming door. At the same time, the azure lotus flame in Jiang Chen's body became agitated. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. The azure lotus flame was a new flame that he had condensed from several other divine flames. It could be said to be the best of the best. It was the ancestor of all flames, a true king. There was only one possibility for the azure lotus flame to become agitated, and that was the appearance of a powerful divine flame. The azure lotus flame wouldn't be interested in ordinary flames. I found it. It's the glass divine flame. It must be the glass divine flame. No wonder Mu Yibai said that countless experts have come to the glass sea to no avail. It turns out that the glass divine flame is hidden in the overlapping spaces. How could it be found under such circumstances? I've stumbled upon the opening of the spatial door by accident. It's really my fortune. If I miss such an opportunity, the heavens will not forgive me. It had been a long time since Jiang Chen had been so excited. After coming to the eternal world, this was the second thing that excited him besides the stairway to heaven. Roar. The fire demon kings also sensed the existence of the glass divine flame. As if they were summoned by a god, they all madly charged at the fiery door. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time. He charged forward at full speed. Now wasn't the time to retreat. Even though there were countless fire demon kings in front of him, Jiang Chen still took half a step back. This was his last chance in the glass sea. Obtaining the glass divine flame and fusing it with the azure lotus flame would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. The heavenly source fire demons couldn't stop Jiang Chen at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen arrived before the fiery door. Roar. On the other side of the door, a first heavenly layer Star Lord Fire Demon King opened its mouth and bit at Jiang Chen. It clearly didn't want Jiang Chen to enter. Black King. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. In order to obtain the colored glass divine flame, he had to rush in. He didn't have time to tangle with the Fire Devil King. Boom! A black fist the size of a small mountain shot out from the void and fiercely smashed on the fire demon's head. The fire demon let out a miserable howl as its head was smashed and it died on the spot. Jiang Chen grabbed the demon spirit in his hand. A Star Lord level fire demon spirit was a priceless treasure. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. After killing a fire demon, Jiang Chen stepped forward and entered the overlapping space. The scene in the space appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. This was a very small overlapping space, only about a dozen miles in radius, and one could see the end of it with a single glance. There was nothing in the overlapping space except for a single flower floating in the very center. It was a flower made of glass, resplendent and transparent, and surrounded by roiling flames. It's the glass divine fire. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't hide his desire for the glass divine fire at all. The legendary colored glass divine flame really did exist. This million-mile-wide colored glass sea existed because of the existence of the colored glass flower in the small overlapping space. More than a dozen fire demon kings surrounded the colored glass divine fire. They dragged their mountain-like bodies and knelt before the colored glass divine fire like devout believers. Black King, summon all the Star Lords and stall these fire demon kings for me. I'm going to get the glass divine fire. Jiang Chen ordered. Yes, Master. The Black King obeyed Jiang Chen's orders. With a summon, a dozen Star Lords rushed out of the Dragon Palace and charged at the Fire Demon Kings kneeling before the glass divine fire. These Fire Demon Kings were nothing to Jiang Chen. The most powerful one among them was only a second heavenly layer Star Lord, and there was only one of them. The Black King was enough to deal with them. As for the other Fire Devil Kings, their numbers were almost the same as his Star Lord's demonic beasts. Although they had the advantage of the environment, it wouldn't be a problem for his subordinates to tangle with them for a while. Jiang Chen's purpose was to obtain the colored glass divine fire, not to kill these Fire Devil Kings. Roar. Seeing the foreign invasion, the Fire Demon Kings were enraged. They got up angrily and started fighting with the beasts. Rumble. This was a chaotic battle between Star Lords, and it was simply too spectacular. The battle had already reached its climax. Violent combat power and murderous intent filled the overlapping space, and the aftermath of the battle was everywhere. If it was an ordinary heavenly source cultivator, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to tear them to pieces. Only someone as unpredictable as Jiang Chen could survive such a battle and come and go as he pleased. After entangling all the Fire Devil Kings, Jiang Chen became a river dragon that fishes in troubled waters, easily approaching the colored glass divine flame. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion and enveloped the glass divine fire. Buzz. The glass divine fire emitted endless flames, each of which was like a sharp sword, enough to cut a mountain into pieces. The glass divine fire had existed for countless years and had long developed intelligence. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to get the glass divine fire and make it submit. Just like now, when Jiang Chen wanted to get the glass divine fire, he was resisted by the divine fire. I am the ancestor of all flames. How can you resist? Submit to me. Jiang Chen was incomparably domineering, and his king's position rippled. A flame dragon appeared in his palm, and the green lotus star fire spurted out like a tide. The glass divine fire immediately trembled violently, and it began to submit. The glass divine fire was indeed a divine fire, an extremely noble existence among flames. Otherwise, it would not have formed a large glass sea. However, compared to the green lotus star fire, the glass divine fire could only lower its head. Not to mention the fused azure lotus spark, just the karmic fire of the red lotus and the fire of thunder were not inferior to the colored glass divine flame. Now that the azure lotus spark was superior, the colored glass divine flame had no choice but to submit. Roar. When the fire demon king saw Jiang Chen attacking the glass divine fire, they roared and wanted to rush over to stop it. Unfortunately, they were entangled by the Black King and couldn't get away at all. The demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace had helped Jiang Chen a lot at the crucial moment. Jiang Chen could deal with the glass divine fire in peace, and he didn't have to worry about the fire demon kings disturbing him. Crack. Not long after, cracks appeared on the colored glass divine flame. The will within the colored glass divine flame began to submit. The next moment, Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the glass divine fire moved. The glass flower became the size of a rice grain, and Jiang Chen grabbed it in his hand. Fuse. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. After getting the glass divine fire, he immediately fused the fire seed of the glass divine fire into the green lotus star fire. Chapter 45-43. Jiang Chen had too much experience in flame fusion. Even a high-level existence like the colored glass divine flame was vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Almost at the moment when Jiang Chen swallowed the colored glass divine flame, the colored glass divine flame had completely surrendered and lost all resistance. Roar. Seeing that the colored glass divine flame was taken away, the fire demons suddenly became extremely irritable. Each of them seemed to have gone mad as they fiercely attacked Jiang Chen. Stop them. Master is going to advance now. The Black King shouted. All the demonic beasts acted as if they didn't care about their lives. They used their own flesh and blood to fight against the fire demons so that they wouldn't disturb Jiang Chen. Moreover, after Jiang Chen swallowed the colored glass divine flame, the environment had already begun to change. The surrounding temperature began to gradually decrease, and the surrounding flames began to gradually decrease. It was like a river that had lost its source and no longer had any power to continue. Under such circumstances, the advantage that the fire demons had by relying on the environment became smaller and smaller. As a result, the advantage that they had when fighting against the demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace was about to disappear. The gap between them was also undergoing a certain reversal. At this moment, Jiang Chen completely ignored the battle here. He operated the clear green lotus flame and began to frantically merge with the colored glass divine flame. The merging of the divine flame required a certain process. In addition, Jiang Chen needed a certain period of seclusion in order to improve his cultivation. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 3 days. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen shook his head and looked up at the battle royale. At this time, he had no choice but to rely on the Dragon Palace. Black King, come back. Jiang Chen opened the door of the Dragon Palace. The Black King and the other demonic beasts abandoned their opponents and returned in a flash. Even Jiang Chen entered the Dragon Palace at this moment. The Dragon Palace itself turned into a speck of dust and floated in the depths of the void as if it didn't exist. The Buddha prison palace itself was a treasure left behind by Long Futu. Long-Futu was a peerless almighty and was at least a supreme expert at the Infinity King level. He was infinitely close to an eternal existence, which meant that the Buddha prison palace was destined to be of a higher level. The space power of this tiny alternate dimension was much weaker than the space power of the Buddha prison palace itself. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen's Buddha prison palace and stairway to heaven were like two cheats. As long as he didn't run into an undefeatable existence, it would be harder to kill him than to ascend to the heavens. Just like now, Jiang Chen, He Wang and the others had suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. Those irritated fire devils were all dumbfounded. Roar! After a moment of confusion, the fire demon kings became irritable again. They swayed back and forth and searched everywhere, trying to find Jiang Chen and the aura of the glass divine flame. Unfortunately, the glass divine flame had completely disappeared. Even though they were living creatures born from the glass divine flame, they couldn't sense the existence of the glass divine flame at this moment. Crack, crack, cracks began to appear in the surrounding space, producing cracking sounds. This overlapping space, which was only a dozen or so miles in circumference, was about to collapse and disappear into the endless nothingness. The overlapping space originally existed because of the existence of the glass divine flame. Now that the glass divine flame had disappeared, this overlapping space couldn't continue and could no longer sustain itself. Roar! The fire demon kings began to feel fear and restlessness. They had completely lost their backbone. It wasn't just the fire demon kings. The moment the glass divine flame disappeared, the million miles of the glass sea also began to change greatly. All the cultivators who were training here, as well as the living creatures, fire demons, and demonic beasts, were all restless. Because everyone could feel that the flames here were rapidly diminishing and the temperature was gradually decreasing. In the colored glass sea, millions of kilometers of sea of flames were undergoing earth-shattering changes. What's going on? Why is the temperature decreasing? The flames here are decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some fundamental reason must have happened. The entire glass sea is changing. It's a disruptive change. At this speed, the flames here will be completely extinguished in less than a month. The million miles of the glass sea will completely become a deserted alternate dimension. No one wasn't shocked. No one knew what was happening. Everything happened too suddenly. At the peak of a volcano, the Crown Prince, Muibai, and Long Shersan also sensed the changes. They were equally shocked, especially the Crown Prince and Muibai. This wasn't the first time they had been to the glass sea and they were extremely familiar with the environment here. It was the first time such a huge change had happened. How could this be? The glass sea can't continue. The Crown Prince frowned. Ha ha ha, I got it, I got it. Long Shersan laughed heartily. His face was full of joy. Damn monkey, what are you laughing at? What do you know? Muibai glared at Long Shersan. After coming into contact with the glass sea, Muibai's impression of Long Shersan had become extremely good. His impression of him was also increasing rapidly. Little Chenzi must have found the fire seed of the glass divine fire and devoured it. Think about it, to extinguish the flames of the million miles of the glass sea, other than losing the fire source, is there any other possibility? Long Shersan said. You're saying that teacher obtained the fire seed of the glass divine fire? The Crown Prince's eyes widened. That's right. It might sound unbelievable, but nothing is unbelievable when it comes to Little Chenzi. Long Shersan said proudly. So the legend of the glass divine fire is true. The fire seed really exists. Teacher's methods are indeed beyond our imagination. The existence of the glass sea has existed for so many years and countless Starlord experts have entered, but none of them have been able to find the location of the glass divine fire. Teacher has found it now. Muibai sighed. His eyes were full of admiration for Jiang Qin. Mu Bai wouldn't have believed it if someone else had obtained the glass divine fire. However, if this happened to Jiang Qin, Mu Bai didn't doubt it at all. In fact, he believed it without a doubt. Yes, teachers' methods are beyond our imagination. This is the true reincarnation of an almighty. With teacher around, I'm confident that the threat of the human race can be resolved. The Crown Prince said. The admiration he had for Jiang Qin was no different from Mu Bai's. More importantly, the two didn't feel jealous when they heard that Jiang Qin obtained the glass divine fire. Chapter 45-44. Moreover, if the glass divine flame disappeared, the Crown Prince and Mu Bai would have 10,000 reasons to believe Long Shisan's words. The one who obtained the glass divine flame was definitely Jiang Qin. Apart from Jiang Qin, no one else possessed such an ability. Let alone obtaining the glass divine flame, no one had even been able to find the location of the glass sea in the countless years it had existed. Yet, the glass divine flame had disappeared the moment Jiang Qin had entered. Wasn't this obvious? If the colored glass divine flame disappears, the colored glass sea will not be able to continue. The fire demons and living creatures that were born because of the colored glass divine flame will become extremely agitated. I'm afraid that the colored glass sea will be in great chaos in the following period of time. Mu Bai said. The more chaotic, the better. I like chaos. Long Shisan's eyes of fire and gold flickered in thought. This fellow who craved for the world to be in chaos was someone who could not stay still. Moreover, Long Shisan had slain quite a few fire demons in the glass sea over the past dozen or so days. He had even obtained a few treasures, allowing his cultivation to advance once again, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Whether it was Jiang Qin or Long Shisan, this trip to the glass sea had been worth it. Their cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Roar, the fire demons wreaked havoc. As the flames and temperature disappeared, all the fire demons in the glass sea became restless. They began to run around and bite people as if they had gone mad. The fire demons felt like the end of the world had arrived. The disappearance of the glass divine flame had caused them to lose their backbone and faith. The fire demons have gone mad. Many of them want to leave the glass sea. Mu Bai said. We can't leave. Teacher hasn't appeared yet. Let's go find him together. These fire demons aren't a threat to us, said the Crown Prince. He was worried about Jiang Qin's safety. In the short time they had spent together, the Crown Prince had developed a great reliance on Jiang Qin. In particular, after learning the secret of the fake empress, the Crown Prince felt that he could not leave Jiang Qin for even a second. If he left Jiang Qin, he would not be able to do anything when he returned. Jiang Qin was his backbone and the person his mother had chosen. I wonder where teacher is right now. Mu Bai said. We're looking for little Qin, but we won't be able to find him. We'll have to wait for him to find us. Long Shisan said. When the group of fire demons saw Dragon Shisan and the other two, they immediately dashed towards them crazily. Their faces were ferocious and their eyes were bloodshot, filled with bloodlust. The fire demons had fallen into an endless frenzy. The disappearance of the glass divine fire had severely affected their minds. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince and the other two were tough. It was impossible for the fire demons to eat them. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Jiang Qin was currently in the Dragon Palace. The disappearance of the overlapping space did not affect the Dragon Palace at all. In the Dragon Palace, Jiang Qin quickly absorbed the colored glass divine fire and fused it into the azure lotus star fire. The whole process was effortless. Boom, powerful fire energy wreaked havoc in Jiang Qin's body, almost going berserk. However, it was an extremely comfortable feeling for Jiang Qin. His body was just too tough and he was extremely resistant to fire. The glass divine fire would only bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Qin. It would not be able to cause any harm to Jiang Qin. As the violent energy wreaked havoc, Jiang Qin's cultivation broke through to the 7th heavenly layer in almost an instant. However, this was not the end. This was only the beginning. The boost that the glass divine fire brought to Jiang Qin was unprecedented. After reaching the 7th heavenly layer, Jiang Qin's cultivation soared, heading towards the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Jiang Qin paid no attention to the situation outside. He focused all his attention on refining the glass divine fire and stabilizing his cultivation. This seclusion lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Jiang Qin's cultivation reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. By this time, the boost that the glass divine fire had given to Jiang Qin had been completely used up. It had to be mentioned that Jiang Qin's body was like a bottomless pit. It could endure any amount of energy. The powerful glass divine fire seed had only increased his cultivation by a level. It's time to go out. I wonder what's going on outside. Jiang Qin's eyes shone brightly as he slowly stood up. The confidence on his face was even greater now that he had reached the 7th heavenly layer. If he were to fight Zhu Changqing in his current state, he was confident that he could defeat him. Of course, this was on the premise that Zhu Changqing's cultivation remained stagnant for the past month. His current state was the same as it was a month ago. If Zhu Changqing's cultivation progressed like Muibai's, let alone the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord, Jiang Qin would not be Zhu Changqing's opponent even if he took a step further and reached the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord. Of course, Jiang Qin did not care. His current state was enough for him to fight Zhu Changqing. Moreover, he had a solid foundation. If Zhu Changqing reached the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord, Jiang Qin would be able to put up a fight. He might even be able to use Zhu Changqing's pressure to increase his cultivation to the 8th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source. Once Jiang Qin reached the 8th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source, it would be useless even if Zhu Changqing reached the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord. He was destined to be defeated by Jiang Qin. Unless Zhu Changqing's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds and he reached the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord, that was impossible. Not everyone had a fortuitous encounter. How many people could advance 2 levels in a month? If Muibai had not come across a fortuitous encounter, it would have been impossible for him to progress so quickly. Moreover, the Black King's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds once again, reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord. The Black King was definitely a great help to Jiang Qin in the eternal world. The 3rd floor of the Buddha prison palace began to stir restlessly. Jiang Qin felt that the 3rd floor of the Dragon Palace would open as long as he reached the 8th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source without needing to become a Star Lord. If there were no surprises, the 3rd floor was very likely to contain the laws left behind by Long Futu. The laws on the 3rd floor would definitely be more profound than those on the 2nd floor. Jiang Qin planned to split the laws between the Black King, De Huang, and Long San when the 3rd floor opened. The laws contained a certain amount of powerful energy that was extremely beneficial to anyone. Chapter 45-45. As soon as Jiang Qin walked out of the Dragon Palace, he immediately sensed that the environment of the colored glass sea had changed. The intensity of the flames was at least a dozen times weaker than it was 3 days ago, and the temperature had also dropped by at least a dozen times. If the environment of the colored glass sea was said to be unbearable for ordinary heavenly source experts, then the current environment could even allow earthly source experts to survive without any problems. Looks like refining the colored glass divine fire has greatly affected the environment of the colored glass sea. This fire domain of 1,000,000 miles is about to become a desolate alternate dimension. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Unknowingly, Jiang Qin had destroyed an alternate dimension. Fire demons wreaked havoc, demonic beasts overflowed, and the colored glass sea was in complete chaos. Jiang Qin could feel the aura of battle and slaughter everywhere. This was unprecedented chaos, the end of an alternate dimension. Jiang Qin knew that from now on, the colored glass sea would become a thing of the past, a legend, fated to disappear in the river of history. Whoosh! Two figures suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Jiang Qin. They were both fierce and young, but their cultivations were extraordinary, both at the peak of the ninth heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, only a step away from becoming a Star Lord. Brat, hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life. One of them said viciously. Jiang Qin sneered. He had run into a robber. You two humans, why don't you go rob the winged race and the elven race? Jiang Qin asked. Brat, this is the colored glass sea. The colored glass sea is in chaos right now, so who cares what race you're from? We're geniuses of the Azure Dragon Hall, so you'd best not resist. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The other person said. Their cultivations were nothing in the colored glass sea, where Star Lords were everywhere. They had always been bullied, and whenever they encountered a Star Lord, they would have to flee with their tails between their legs. Now that they had finally encountered someone with a lower cultivation, they had to show off their strength. I advise you to be kind. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. Kind? Ha ha ha, I didn't hear wrongly, did I? This kid is talking to us in the colored glass sea. Cut the crap. Kid, seeing that you're also a human, hand over all your treasures and I can spare your life. Both of their faces were filled with ridicule, especially when they heard the word kind. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were actually people who talked about kindness. Wasn't this a joke? Alright, I'm not some kind-hearted person anyway. You two blind dogs actually dared to rob your ancestor. Hand over all your treasures right now, and I'll spare you on account that you're both humans. Jiang Chen's expression changed abruptly. He looked more like a bandit than they did. In terms of robbery, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Qin was the founder. What? The two were stunned, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Robbing them instead. He must be sick. This brat's head is bigger than a donkey's. You actually want to rob us? You're really courting death. Kill him. The two were enraged. Terrifying presences erupted from their bodies as they attacked Jiang Qin from the left and right. Swish. Jiang Qin also moved. His movements were very simple and clean, throwing out a punch from his left and right. Ah! Two miserable cries rang out. The chests of the two ninth heavenly layer Azure Dragon Hall disciples caved in as they vomited blood. Jiang Chen's punch had almost shattered their organs. And this was only because Jiang Qin had been lenient. Otherwise, the two of them would already be dead. Impossible. You're only at the seventh heavenly layer, how can you be so strong? What a powerful fellow. Just who are you? The two of them were shocked. Their previous arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by endless fear. They knew that they had kicked a steel plate. In a place like the lapis glass sea, the name of the Azure Dragon Hall was useless. Not a single person who had managed to survive until now was a pushover. If they made a single mistake, they would die here. Jiang Qin did not reply. He simply extended his hand. Fine, we brothers have lost today. Take it. The two understood Jiang Chen's meaning and casually tossed the universe ring over. Jiang Chen did not stand on ceremony, grabbing it. Two Azure Dragon Hall geniuses who were second only to the Star Lord were extremely valuable. Ignoring everything else, just the number of origin stones they had was quite a lot. Although Jiang Qin did not lack origin stones, his consumption was just too great. His need for origin stones would only grow larger and larger, so he naturally would not reject anyone. Scram! Jiang Qin waved his hand, not killing the two of them. He was in a good mood right now, or they would not be so lucky. The two of them did not dare to tarry, hurriedly fleeing like a wisp of smoke. If these two were unlucky and ran into someone with a lower cultivation than them, they would be able to rob him. Who would have thought that they would lose all their treasures and even suffer heavy injuries? Even if Jiang Qin did not kill them, with their current condition, they would have to leave the lapis glass sea immediately. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. The battle with Zhu Chongqing is only a few days away. It's time to go out. I have the stairway to heaven with me, so I can use it to leave the lapis glass sea and return to Kirin province. However, I still need to look for Hozi and Muibai first. Jiang Qin said that the stairway to heaven was his trump card. It could help Jiang Qin travel through space at will. For example, if Jiang Qin was willing, he could use the stairway to heaven to return to Kirin province at any time. The lapis glass sea was not large, so it was very easy for Jiang Qin to sense Long Shirson's location. Using his extreme speed, Jiang Qin traveled several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. The air in front of him surged and a figure suddenly appeared. Then, a cold light floated beside Jiang Qin, slashing towards Jiang Qin's head. Jiang Qin used the Great Void technique and moved horizontally, easily dodging the attack. Scoundrel! Jiang Qin snorted. Who else could be so good at sneak attacks other than the elves? Kiki, an ear-piercing sneer rang out, and a figure flickered in front of him. An elven Star Lord expert appeared, holding a half-curved weapon in his hand. It gave off a dark glow, giving off an extremely cold feeling. A mere 7th heavenly source realm can actually dodge my sneak attack. The geniuses of the human race are getting more and more interesting. The old elf's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Qin with great interest. What's even more interesting is yet to come. You might die in the hands of a heavenly source realm expert today. Jiang Qin sneered. Chapter 45-46. Hee, the human race really is useless because they only know how to boast. Kid, I really want to know where your confidence comes from. The old elf chuckled. His gaze towards Jiang Qin was filled with mockery. You'll know in a bit. If you choose to run now, you might have a chance to live. Jiang Qin said indifferently. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I can crush you to death with one hand. Die. The old elf clearly did not want to waste any more time. He decided to strike and kill Jiang Qin in a single strike. The old elf was right. The elves were the most skilled in movement techniques. He had already arrived beside Jiang Qin before anyone could see him move. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere. The blue hand glowed with a dark light. It seemed soft and powerless, but it was actually extremely lethal. It swatted towards Jiang Qin's head. Humph! Jiang Qin snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the true dragon palm. A violent dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, meeting the old elf's blue hand head-on. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the void collapsed and spatial cracks appeared everywhere. Incomparably violent energy tore the space apart. Asterisk thump thump thump, asterisk Jiang Qin's palm was destroyed, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters before stabilizing his body. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. A Star Master expert was indeed not easy to deal with. There was an uncrossable gap between the Heavenly Source realm and the Star Master realm. Kid, you can actually block a palm of mine. When did such a genius appear in the human race? You're only at the 7th heavenly layer. If you're allowed to mature, you'll definitely become a great threat to my elven race." Although the old elf had gained the upper hand in a single move, repelling Jiang Qin, there was no excitement on his face at all. Instead, it was filled with shock. He was a powerful star master. Although he was only at the first heavenly layer, he was still a supreme existence to ordinary heavenly source experts. The old elf understood his own strength extremely well as the power of his palm strike. Let alone a 7th heavenly layer heavenly origin, even a 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin would die without a doubt. However, the 7th heavenly layer heavenly origin human genius had only been pushed back. He was completely unscathed and had not even suffered a scratch on his skin. How could the old elf accept such an outcome? This was simply a blow, an invisible blow. Dragon transformation. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately transformed into his dragon form. The palm strike just now had made him understand the true strength of a Star Lord. With his current condition, he had to transform into his dragon form to kill him. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the space within a radius of 1,000 miles to tremble. At this moment, Jiang Qin transformed into an azure dragon. His eyes were like those of an ancient god of death, devoid of any emotions. Transformation. The old elf's expression changed. He could clearly feel that Jiang Qin's battle prowess had increased by at least 10 times after his transformation. The old elf couldn't help but be shocked. A 10-fold increase in combat power could very well change the situation. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Qin used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Space shattered as he took a step towards the old elf. I'd like to see just how powerful a puny heavenly origin expert can be. The old elf gnashed his teeth and became furious. A powerful energy wave swept across the area, and a blue flame emerged from his body. The blue blade in his hand started expanding, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, slashing toward Jiang Qin. Boom! The powerful pressure from the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was like a mountain. The blade in the old elf's hand was unable to move at all, and he was actually forced back several steps by Jiang Qin's steps. What? The old elf was at a loss. His eyes were about to bleed. He stared at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. He was even beginning to doubt whether Jiang Qin's cultivation was really only at the 7th layer of the heavenly source realm. Since when did the 7th heavenly layer become so powerful? Boom! Jiang Qin naturally did not give the old elf any time to react. The 2nd step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps had already arrived above the old elf's head. The old elf felt helpless. He felt like an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, about to crush his body. He could only continue to raise the blade in his hand to block. The powerful pressure was unparalleled. Even a Main soldier was unable to do anything about it. Jiang Qin's foot stepped on the old elf's blade, causing it to produce a cracking sound. Wah! The old elf was sent flying several dozen meters, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The old elf was already unable to block the 2nd step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and was injured. Before he could even react, Jiang Qin's 3rd step had already landed. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step was stronger and more powerful than the last, and the speed of each step increased. Coupled with the fact that this powerful true dragon battle skill had fused with Jiang Qin's heaven-surmounting Tao, it had become a battle skill of Tao. Wah! The old elf vomited a mouthful of blood on the 3rd step. He could no longer resist. Rumble! Jiang Qin's 4th step had also landed. It came from above, as if he was about to stomp an ant to death. The old elf's hand that was holding the blade was trembling. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he still have the strength to block the terrifying 4th step? Crack! The 4th step landed mercilessly. The bones in the old elf's body produced cracking sounds. It was as if his entire body was about to be torn apart by the power of the 5 elements. At this time, the old elf began to regret. He regretted appearing at this time and encountering such a ferocious guy. Even at this time, apart from regret, the old elf still could not understand how a heavenly source realm cultivator could have such terrifying battle strength. It was so terrifying that it could make one's hair stand on end. Jiang Chen's strength had directly shattered the old elf's understanding of cultivation. This was a subversive change. Even in death, the old elf would not be able to rest in peace. Go to hell. Jiang Chen had always taken advantage of his opponent's weakness to take his life. How could he give his opponent the slightest chance to react? The last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps had also landed. No. The old elf used the last of his strength to roar. He raised his head and looked at the illusory foot that was formed from the powerful combat skill. It was like a real dragon descending to the world. The old elf felt like his body was about to be torn apart. He was locked on by an invisible mountain. He did not even have the ability to escape. Boom, the violent power swept everything. The 5th step landed mercilessly in the end. The old elf could not fight back at all. Under this foot, his entire body was stomped into meat paste. He died tragically in the void. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and put away the old elf's sharp blade. This was a main combat weapon, and it was worth a fortune. Putting aside whether it was useful to Jiang Chen or not, it could still be sold for a good price. An ordinary First Heaven Star Lord can't even withstand a single blow from me. There's no pressure. Chapter 45-47. After killing the old elf so easily, Jiang Chen gained a certain understanding of his own battle prowess. Although I can kill a star master like the old elf, it'll still be rather difficult for me to fight Zhu Chongqing. A genius like Zhu Chongqing is not someone the old elf can compare to, so I can't be careless when the time comes, thought Jian Qin. He would never have a rival in love, especially a powerful one. As a young genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp, Zhu Chongqing's talent was not much worse than Muibai's. Jiang Chen only had the ability to fight Zhu Chongqing because he had reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of heavenly source. If he was not at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, Jiang Chen would not stand a chance against Zhu Chongqing. Killing the old elf was only a small interlude for Jiang Chen. He needed to reunite with the Crown Prince and the others first. In the next few days, Jiang Chen rampaged through the lapis glass sea, killing countless fire demons. If he encountered an opponent he could not defeat, he would immediately flee. With the Great Void technique, his speed was unparalleled. Coupled with the Stairway to Heaven and the Dragon Palace, he was basically a fish in the lapis glass sea, swimming without fear. It was impossible for anyone to kill Jiang Chen. On this day, Jiang Chen successfully reunited with Long Shan and the others. Seeing the changes in Jiang Chen's cultivation and the unparalleled ruler's aura, the Crown Prince and Muibai could not help but be shocked once again. This was especially true for Muibai, because he was well aware of Jiang Chen's cultivation when he first arrived at the lapis glass sea. It hadn't even been a month, but Jiang Chen had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. This kind of improvement could no longer be described as leaps and bounds. He was a monster amongst monsters, a monster amongst monsters. We can be at ease now that teacher is fine. The Crown Prince breathed a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. He had been quite worried for Jiang Chen recently, especially after the changes in the lapis glass sea. The fire demons were rampaging and killing was everywhere. How could a heavenly source expert like Jiang Chen not worry? Teacher, did you obtain the glazed divine fire? Muibai asked curiously. Although he already had some guesses, he still wanted to ask Jiang Chen personally when he saw him. After all, this matter involved the colored glass divine flame, and it was truly touching. That's right. I've already found the colored glass divine fire's fire seed, so the environment here has changed. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. He flipped his palm, and the glass flower rippled out. Scarlet flames danced on Jiang Chen's palm, beautiful and fiery. It really is the colored glass divine fire. The crown prince's eyes lit up. Master is indeed a god. The colored glass sea has existed for countless years, and the legend of the colored glass divine flame has also been passed down for countless years. Countless experts from the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary have entered the colored glass sea to find the colored glass divine flame, but they all ended up in failure. I didn't expect that the colored glass divine flame would fall into Master's hands today. Congratulations. Mu Yibai sincerely admired Jiang Chen. He looked at the glass flower on Jiang Chen's palm, and his eyes couldn't help but burn with passion. Of course, it was only passion. He didn't have any other thoughts, let alone greed. Mu Yibai only had a yearning for this legendary flame. Now that he was fortunate enough to see it, he was somewhat surprised and longed for it. I was just lucky. However, now that I've taken away the glass divine flame, this glass sea will likely be destroyed. Before long, the flames here will be completely extinguished, and the temperature will return to normal. The space within 1,000,000 miles will also be abandoned, turning into a completely abandoned space. Jiang Chen said faintly as he slowly put away the colored glass divine flame. Great, Master has overturned the colored glass sea. This in itself is a miracle. The Crown Prince said excitedly. His admiration for Jiang Chen was like a torrential river flowing endlessly. Master, the battle with Zhu Chongqing is almost over. It should be tomorrow. We should go back. Mu Yibai reminded. Yes, I remember. Jiang Chen nodded. Master's cultivation has improved a lot, but he's still at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. He hasn't even reached the 8th heavenly layer. It's still very worrying for him to fight Zhu Chongqing in his current state. The Crown Prince frowned. He had never personally witnessed Jiang Chen's battle prowess, so he was naturally very worried. After all, Zhu Chongqing was a genius disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp. There were no mediocre people in the Vermilion Bird Camp. Even if Zhu Chongqing hadn't made any progress in the past month, he was still much stronger than an ordinary first heavenly layer Star Lord. Jiang Chen and Zhu Chongqing were going to fight to the death. Why don't I go find Zhu Chongqing and get him to give up on the battle? The Crown Prince suggested. The Vermilion Bird Camp was under his jurisdiction. As long as he said the word, let alone Zhu Chongqing, even the elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp would not dare to say a word. No, I'm the one who proposed the battle. Plus, Zhu Chongqing has probably already been corrupted by the fake empress. We might be able to dig out some things from him. This battle is unavoidable. Plus, I'm not afraid of Zhu Chongqing. Let's go. Let's leave the Azure Sea. Jiang Chen said. Zhu Chongqing had hurriedly jumped out when the guards at the city gates had discovered the elf spy. It was clearly unusual, so how could Jiang Chen let go of such an opportunity? All right, I'll personally supervise the battle tomorrow, said the Crown Prince. He originally wanted to say that he would not let Zhu Chongqing harm Jiang Chen, but when he thought that it would be disrespectful to Jiang Chen and even look down on him, he immediately shut his mouth. It was very easy for a dead person to leave the Azure Sea. The space of the Azure Sea was unstable, and there were spatial cracks everywhere. As a powerful Star Lord, tearing through space to return was a piece of cake. Space rippled and light flashed. Before long, Jiang Chen and the others left the Azure Sea and returned to Kirin Province. The place where they came out of the space was the place where they had entered, the peak of Mu Yibai's White Cloud Peak. The Crown Prince couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the hazy air currents around him. For him, it was indeed a feeling of rebirth. The Crown Prince could be said to have narrowly escaped death on this trip to the Azure Sea. If not for the appearance of Jiang Chen and Mui Bai, he would have died at the hands of Lin Yong and Mui Bai. There was no way he would have been able to see the light of day again. Moreover, not only was the Crown Prince not dead, but he had also resolved his hidden danger. His cultivation recovered, and he had even reached the fifth heaven of Star-Lord, becoming a true expert. With the Crown Prince's cultivation as a fifth heaven of Star-Lord, it was undoubtedly more advantageous for him to take charge of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Your Highness, your cultivation has already recovered, and it's even stronger than before. In this way, the fake Empress will definitely be worried, and it's inevitable that she will secretly make things difficult for you. You have to be careful. Chapter 45-48. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's face could not help but darken once again. Although he had gained quite a lot from this trip to the Glass Sea, he had also suffered a huge blow. The person he trusted the most wanted to kill him, was a spy from another tribe, and the mother he respected the most was actually an impostor who had secretly poisoned him. The Crown Prince didn't know how to react to this sudden blow. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. But for the Crown Prince's temperament, this was undoubtedly an extremely intense trial. If he didn't break down, he would rise, truly rise. Jiang Chen's words were extremely influential to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince knew very well that the fake Empress had already planned to act against him. Killing him would be the start of their grand scheme. Now that he wasn't dead, and his cultivation had recovered, the fake Empress would definitely notice him. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, the Crown Prince wasn't very safe right now. He had to be extremely careful. Of course, this was the capital, and the Crown Prince had his greatest support. With his cultivation as a fifth heaven Star-Lord, as long as he was careful, it wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to harm him. Don't worry, teacher. I know what I'm doing. I don't know how many spies from other races have infiltrated the Great Forest, or how many have been corrupted by the fake Empress, but I do know who is more reliable. I'll move in secret and gather people. We'll start by reorganizing the Vermilion Bird Camp. We'll dig out the spies one by one and quietly eliminate them. The Crown Prince's eyes were cold and ruthless. He had to be ruthless now. Monkey, go with the Crown Prince to the Vermilion Bird Camp. Jiang Chen looked at Long San. I'm going to the Vermilion Bird Camp. Long San froze, then looked at Mui Bai with some reluctance. That's right. The Crown Prince needs your help to control the Vermilion Bird Camp. You have the eyes of fire and gold, so you can discover the elves and winged spies in the Vermilion Bird Camp. Jiang Chen said. That's great. With Brother 13 following me, I'll be even more confident. A look of excitement appeared on the Crown Prince's face. He had already experienced Long San's abilities. He had praised him endlessly in the colored glass sea. It was no exaggeration to say that although Long San's cultivation had not reached the level of a Star-Lord, he was much more useful to the Crown Prince than a truly powerful Star-Lord. Alright, then let Grandpa Monkey go to Vermilion Bird Camp and find those birdmen and little elves, and whip their corpses. Long San chuckled. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth also curved into a smile. He could already see the Nashi spies disguised in the imperial capital beginning to suffer one by one. The imperial capital was also about to usher in new changes. The path of revenge that Jiang Chen had promised Empress Lin had officially begun. Previously, in the Red East region, Jiang Chen had single-handedly wiped out the entire winged race. Now that he was in the Red Middle region, Jiang Chen wanted to repeat the results of the battle in the Red East region. He wanted to wipe out the winged race and the elves, and let the human race become the true masters of the Red Cloud astral domain. I'll go back and make arrangements. Tomorrow, your battle with Zhu Chongqing will be held in Kirin province. I'll bring Zhu Chongqing here, so there's no need for Master to go there, Lin Tianlin said, apologizing to Jiang Qin. Lin Tianlin said apologetically to Jiang Qin. Although he was the fifth Heavenly Star Lord Crown Prince and had a noble status, he didn't dare to show any arrogance in front of Jiang Qin. He was just like a junior. It's fine. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the location of the duel at all. He was already looking forward to the battle with Zhu Chongqing. With his current combat strength, dealing with Zhu Chongqing was a piece of cake. He didn't panic at all. After the Crown Prince and Long Shan left, Jiang Qin returned to his previous residence. After the incident with Wang Lin, it had become a lot quieter. Almost no one came looking for trouble. However, when Jiang Qin returned, he found that it was a bit too quiet. De Huang and Xiaolong weren't there. Where did those two guys go? Jiang Qin frowned. At this moment, Zi walked in from outside. Seeing that Jiang Qin had returned, Zi's face immediately bloomed into a smile. Big brother Jiang, you're back. Mu Yizi's bright eyes sized up Jiang Qin as if she was looking at a rare object. After all, to be able to return from the colored glass sea in one piece was shocking. Well, where are De Huang and Xiaolong? Jiang Qin asked. The two of them went to the minor cosm world to train. You guys went to the colored glass sea. How could the two of them stay idle? Mu Yizi said. Where's the minor cosm world? Jiang Qin said. The minor cosm world is a small world opened up by the Great Lin Empire. Usually, the geniuses of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp would go there to train. Does Big Brother Jiang want to go there? Mu Yizi asked. No need. I'll fight Zhu Chongqing tomorrow. It's fine if those 2 guys go there to train. Jiang Qin smiled. He could understand why De Huang and Xiaolong wanted to enter the minor cosm world. Those 2 guys weren't easy to deal with. Asking them to stay in Kirin province to train would be harder than beating them to death. Moreover, Jiang Qin was relieved that Xiaolong was with De Huang. It was even harder to find someone who could make De Huang suffer. Big brother Jiang, are you confident in fighting Zhu Chongqing tomorrow? Zhu Chongqing is very powerful. Mu Yizi looked at Jiang Qin with worry written all over her face. Don't worry. Jiang Qin patted Mu Yizi's shoulder with confidence. The next day, early in the morning, the Crown Prince brought Zhu Chongqing to Kirin province. At this time, Kirin province was really in an uproar. The battle between Jiang Qin and Zhu Chongqing had stirred up a lot of commotion, but it was soon forgotten by everyone. After all, such a battle was meaningless to them, because the two of them weren't even on the same level. There was no comparison between the two of them. Moreover, because Jiang Qin went to the colored glass sea, in the eyes of the people, the hope of Jiang Qin walking out of the colored glass sea alive was extremely slim, let alone fighting Zhu Chongqing. Only now did people suddenly realize that not only had Jiang Qin returned alive from the colored glass sea, he had also fulfilled his promise with Zhu Chongqing a month ago. This was a miracle. They're really going to fight. How is Jiang Qin going to fight Zhu Chongqing? If it weren't for the young miss, Jiang Qin would have been killed by Zhu Chongqing already. Yeah, what's the point of a fight like that? There's no suspense at all. But this Jiang Qin is truly extraordinary. He was able to come back alive after going to the Azure Sea. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this alone is enough to make me admire him. Yeah, what kind of place is the colored glass sea? Even the Star Lord can't guarantee that he'll come out alive. Even heavenly source experts have a slim chance of survival. The fact that Jiang Qin managed to come back alive is enough to prove his ability. Chapter 45-49. The voices of people were like a cauldron of boiling cauldrons. Early in the morning, the central plaza of the Qilin mansion was already filled with people. Everyone's gazes were gathered on the battle stage in the center of the plaza. That battle stage was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. At that moment, there was already a man standing on the battle stage. He was wearing a golden armor and looked extremely powerful. His entire body was filled with battle intent and arrogance. Of course, this was normal. Anyone who possessed such a cultivation at his age would feel proud because he was none other than Zhu Chongqing. Look, His Highness the Crown Prince brought Zhu Chongqing here personally. It was supposed to be a small fight, but now His Highness is here. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. All the leaders of Kirin province have to come out to welcome him. Even the prefecture lord is here. This is going to be an unprecedented event for Kirin province. Did you guys notice that His Highness the Crown Prince looks much better than before? His cultivation seems to have recovered. He's much stronger than before. No way, didn't they say that His Highness cultivation has not improved at all in the past 3 years? Sigh, if the number one genius of the Great Lin Empire can't recover, it would be a pity. I hope His Highness can recover. Without a doubt, Lin Tianlin had become the focus of everyone's attention. After all, they were two completely different people. Lin Tianlin was His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Lin Empire. He used to be the number one genius of the Great Lin Empire. Even though he had fallen from grace, he was still not someone ordinary people could compare to. Moreover, many people had noticed that Lin Tianlin's strength had recovered. Once His Highness the Crown Prince regained his former glory, he would still be the most outstanding young man in the Great Lin Empire. Before long, all of the higher-ups of the Qilin mansion were dispatched. They descended onto the central plaza and stood in front of Lin Tianlin. The leader was wearing a dark blue robe. He looked to be around 50 years old. His posture was graceful and his aura was unparalleled. As soon as he appeared, the entire square quieted down. Countless disciples looked at the old man with respect. The old man was none other than the prefecture lord of Kirin province, the pillar of the Great Forest Empire, Star Lord Ninth Sky Expert, Mu Tianheng. Next to Mu Tianheng were 3 vice mansion masters, all of whom were at the 8th heaven of the Star Lord realm, and a group of elders, all of whom were at the 5th heaven of the Star Lord realm or above. These supreme cultivators represented the entire Kirin province, and even the peak of the Dalan Empire. Normally, it was impossible for all of them to appear together, especially Mu Tianheng. He almost never appeared in public, so many disciples of Kirin province had never had the chance to see this legendary chief. If it weren't for His Highness the Crown Prince's arrival today, it would be almost impossible for many disciples to see Mu Tianheng. Oh my God, I've been in Kirin province for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen the governor. Me too. It's my honor to be able to witness the mansion master's glory with my own eyes. The aura of a supreme expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Lord is simply too powerful. Every single move he makes exudes supreme dominance. His Highness the Crown Prince is the next emperor of the Great Forest Empire. I'm afraid only His Highness the Crown Prince can make the governor show up in person. Mu Tianheng was a legend, a 9th sky of the Star Lord realm. He almost stood at the peak of the Crimson Afterglow astral. Even the current emperor of the Great Forest Empire had to respect him. Mu Tianheng walked in front of Lin Tianlin and saluted. Your Highness has arrived, I salute you. You're too polite, Chief Mu. Tianlin can't accept it. Today is a duel between Zhu Chongqing of the Vermilion Bird Camp and Jiang Qin of the Kirin province. I'm interested, so I came to watch, the Crown Prince said. Said the Crown Prince. He was extremely courteous to Mu Tianheng, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Jiang Qin. Mu Tianheng frowned. Father, he's a new disciple of our Kirin province. He had some conflicts with Zhu Chongqing before and set a duel in a month. Mu Yibai hurriedly explained and told Mu Tianheng about what happened outside the imperial city gate a month ago. After all, an expert like Mu Tianheng wouldn't pay attention to such trivial matters. Even though Jiang Qin had caused a stir in the imperial city, he couldn't attract the attention of the real big shots. A heavenly source cultivator challenging a star lord. Isn't this a joke? It even attracted the attention of His Highness. Mu Tianheng frowned even more. He felt that it was a joke. But what was more unbelievable was that such a joke would attract the attention of His Highness the Crown Prince. Did His Highness have nothing better to do? Obviously not. Mu Tianheng knew Lin Tianlin very well. Even though Lin Tianlin hadn't been doing well in the past 3 years, he had been working hard and never gave up. This was also the reason why Mu Tianheng cared so much about Lin Tianlin. As a result, Mu Tianheng became interested in Jiang Qin, who he had never met before. Thinking of Lin Tianlin's cultivation, Mu Tianheng's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the Crown Prince again. This time, he couldn't help but tremble. Your Highness, your cultivation has recovered. Mu Tianheng was surprised. With his cultivation and eyesight, he could naturally see the change in Lin Tianlin. It was as if he had been reborn. That's right. My problem has been completely solved, and my cultivation has improved. I've reached the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Lord realm. I can reach the 6th heaven of the Star Lord realm at any time, the Crown Prince said. He couldn't help but feel proud. Of course, he knew very well who gave him this pride. Congratulations, Your Highness. Mu Tianheng laughed, his face full of relief. It was clear that Mu Tianheng had always felt sorry for the Crown Prince's fall from grace. Now that he saw the Crown Prince regaining his former glory, he couldn't help but feel happy for him. This kid's cultivation has actually recovered. How is that possible? Next to Mu Tianheng, an old man frowned, a trace of coldness flashing in the depths of his eyes. Lin Tianlin's recovery clearly made him extremely puzzled, and even very disappointed. This old man was a deputy institute master of Kirin province, Dan Liang. Yibai, where's Lao? Jiang Qin. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Lin Tianlin looked at Mu Yibai and was about to say the word teacher, but he immediately felt that it was inappropriate and changed it to Jiang Qin. He should be here soon. He'll definitely be punctual. Mu Yibai said. Chapter 45-50. The white-clothed figure was none other than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's appearance immediately caused an uproar in the central square, making him the absolute focal point. Look, Jiang Qin's here. He really dared to show up. I thought he was going to back off. Yeah, I really don't know where he gets the courage to challenge a Star Lord as a heavenly source expert. Just this courage alone is enough to make me admire him. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. Have you guys noticed? Jiang Qin's cultivation is progressing very quickly. Look at his presence, he's already at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. It's only been a month, yet he's progressed so quickly. What the hell is he doing? He can't even cultivate day and night. Yeah, did he eat some kind of miracle pill? Otherwise, how could he progress so quickly? He's inhuman. What a pity. Even if he's improving so quickly, there's still a huge gap between him and Zhu Chongqing. Zhu Chongqing's already at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer, only a step away from the 2nd heavenly layer. He could reach the 2nd heavenly layer at any time. What does Jiang Qin have to fight him with such a huge gap? And a battle to the death. Isn't that just courting death? Let's see. Jiang Qin should have his own trump card. He's not an idiot after all. There's no point in courting death. Jiang Chen's appearance was shocking, and his rapid progress was even more shocking. However, most people still felt that this was a battle without any suspense, a battle where Jiang Chen was courting death. This was the first time Mu Tianheng had seen Jiang Chen, but his eyes lit up. He's unfathomable. I can't even see through him. He's like the deep sea, bottomless. Mu Tianheng was rather shocked inside. With his supreme cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of Star Lord, he actually felt something strange about a heavenly source expert. This in itself was a miracle. It's just that his cultivation is a little too weak. No matter how much of a genius he is, he has no chance of winning against a 1st heavenly layer Star Lord as a 7th heavenly layer heavenly source. Mu Tianheng shook his head helplessly. He suddenly felt that Jiang Chen was a reckless man who didn't have the slightest self-awareness. According to Mu Yibai, it was Jiang Chen who proposed the 1-month duel. Sending a challenge to a Star Lord with a cultivation of the heavenly source realm was an idiotic act. Dad, just wait and see. Jiang Chen will surprise you. Mu Yibai couldn't help but say when he saw his father's expression. That's right. Brother Jiang is very powerful. If he hadn't saved me, I would have died in the Hurricane Sky region. Mu Yizi shook her fist and cheered for Jiang Chen. Then I really have to take a good look. Mu Tianheng said with some interest. He might not care about Mu Yizi's words, but since even Mu Yibai said so, it proved that Jiang Chen definitely had some tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, Mu Tianheng had absolute reason to believe that the Crown Prince had come to watch the duel because of Jiang Chen and not because of Zhu Chongqing. Although Zhu Chongqing was a master disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp, he was far from being valued so highly by the Crown Prince. Not to mention that Zhu Chongqing was not the only master disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp. The two experts faced each other on the stage. Zhu Chongqing looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, his eyes filled with disdain. However, there was also a sliver of shock in his eyes. He was shocked that Jiang Chen's cultivation had risen so quickly. It must be mentioned that Jiang Chen had only been at the 2nd heavenly layer a month ago. In just a month, he had reached the 7th heavenly layer. Zhu Chongqing would never have believed such a terrifying cultivation speed if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. It was basically a miracle. Kid, how did you advance so quickly? Zhu Chongqing asked curiously. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen shrugged. Afraid? Ha ha ha. Zhu Chongqing seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He could not help but laugh out loud. I'm afraid of you. Kid, you're indeed a prodigy. It's rare for you to advance so quickly in a month. At the very least, I can't reach that level. It's a pity that your cultivation is still too weak. You're just an ant to me. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zhu Chongqing's face was filled with viciousness as killing intent surged from him. He had to kill Jiang Chen in front of everyone today to defend his dignity. One move. I only need one move to kill you. Zhu Chongqing raised his middle finger at Jiang Chen in an arrogant manner. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. You'll know when you try. Zhu Chongqing's aura fluctuated and he took the initiative to attack. He suddenly punched at Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. The void above the fighting stage was penetrated by this punch. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Jiang Chen. Qilin Divine Arm. Jiang Chen swayed his arm and the Qilin Divine Arm rippled out. His body was covered in flames. With the enhancement of the Azure Lotus Starfire, the power of the Qilin Divine Arm was amplified infinitely. Its attack power was 3 times stronger than the true Dragon Palm. Rumble, the Qilin Divine Arm collided with Zhu Chongqing's Divine Fist heavily. It had an earth-shattering momentum. Below the stage, the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai looked nervous. Although they had great confidence in Jiang Qin, the gap between their cultivation was too big. The disciples of Kirin province were almost certain that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to withstand Zhu Changqing's punch. Waves of air surged and flames danced. Jiang Qin was pushed back hundreds of meters by the punch. He felt an indescribable pain in his chest. Even his qi and blood had been violently shaken. However, his body's recovery ability was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, the discomfort brought to his body by the violent shock had completely disappeared. What? The smile on Zhu Changqing's face instantly froze. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. It was the same as when he fought against the Elven Star Lord in the Azure Sea. Although Zhu Changqing had the upper hand, the result was completely different from what he had imagined. His punch, which was supposed to crush Jiang Qin into minced meat, had failed to harm even a hair on Jiang Qin's body. Impossible. This is impossible. You're only at the heavenly source stage. How can your battle power be so strong? It's even more impossible for you to withstand my punch. Zhu Changqing couldn't believe it. At the same time, the spectators became restless. Disbelief filled their eyes. My heavens, is Jiang Qin really that strong? He's able to fight a master genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp with a cultivation of the 7th heavenly source stage and come out unscathed. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Amazing. This fellow is indeed capable. With such a powerful battle prowess, if he can continue to grow, his future will definitely be limitless. It's a pity that he's still not Zhu Changqing's opponent. But there's going to be some excitement in today's battle. Chapter 45-51. Shock appeared in Mu Tianheng's eyes once again. It was an unprecedented shock. As the provincial master of Kirin province, he had seen too many geniuses, including the crown prince. However, even Lin Tianlin couldn't be compared to Jiang Qin at all. Lin Tianlin was able to take on a first heavenly layer Star Lord genius with a cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer. Most importantly, a first heavenly layer Star Lord was incomparable to a Lord genius. What did that mean? 3 levels, and one of them was a great level. The heavenly source stage was a chasm for a Star Lord. Jiang Qin was still unscathed under such a great disparity in cultivation. Just this alone was enough to make Jiang Qin a supreme genius. Mu Tianheng had no interest in this at all. He had only appeared because the crown prince had arrived. But now, he was interested. On the towering battle platform, Zhu Changqing's aura had reached its peak. The way he looked at Jiang Qin had changed for the first time. He no longer looked down on Jiang Qin, but now looked more serious. Jiang Qin, you've indeed surprised me, but that was just a probing attack. Now, I'll show you what despair is. Zhu Changqing said Lang. What will surprise you is yet to come. Dragon transformation. Jiang Qin's qi was like a rainbow. He raised his head to the sky and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, creating a hole in the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, Jiang Qin turned into a blood-red dragon with a shake of his body. He no longer looked like a half-human half-dragon, but a peerless true dragon. He soared in the sky with emotionless eyes. Look, what's that? It's a true dragon. Oh my god, is Jiang Qin a cosmic dragon? What a powerful true dragon aura, but his human aura is still strong. His body carries 2 bloodlines. This is an ancient transformation technique. It's so powerful. His battle prowess is at least 10 times stronger than before. Amazing. He actually has such powerful means and trump cards. No wonder Jiang Qin is so arrogant. He doesn't even put Zhu Changqing in his eyes and dares to step onto the fighting stage. A tenfold increase in battle prowess. Even an ordinary taboo technique wouldn't be able to achieve that. This guy is really too shocking. If Jiang Chen's battle prowess is increased by tenfold, he would truly have the strength to fight against Zhu Chongqing. Today's battle will be completely worth watching. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. There was no one who wasn't shocked. The dragon transformation had shocked everyone. No one had ever seen such a transformation technique before. Even the most powerful taboo technique couldn't do it. This was simply a miracle. Teacher actually has such a trick up his sleeves. The crown prince's eyes shone brightly. He was shocked as well. All the worries he had in his heart vanished at this moment. Having personally witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities, the crown prince's respect for Jiang Chen had risen to another level. Roar. Jiang Chen let out a sky-shaking dragon roar. Zhu Chongqing wasn't easy to deal with. Jiang Chen immediately displayed his most perfect dragon transformation. Previously, when he was fighting against the old Siddhi, Jiang Chen was able to instantly kill him in his dragon transformation state. However, it was impossible for him to instantly kill Zhu Chongqing. However, given Jiang Chen's current state, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat Zhu Chongqing. Blood almost seeped out of Zhu Chongqing's eyes. The guy that he had looked down on from the beginning had surprised him again and again. At this moment, facing Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, Zhu Chongqing couldn't help but feel a trace of pressure despite having the cultivation of a Star Lord. A heavenly source realm cultivator was able to bring pressure to him. This in itself was a very terrifying thing. I'd like to see how powerful your dragon transformation technique is. Universe strike. Zhu Chongqing moved. His murderous aura soared into the sky. No matter what, he had to get rid of Jiang Chen today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any face left in the imperial capital. Rumble. Zhu Chongqing conjured a seal with both of his hands, causing the entire void to collapse. He created a world of his own. There seemed to be an ancient wild beast swaying in the void. Airwaves that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed towards Jiang Chen. This was an absolute killing move. At this moment, Zhu Chongqing no longer dared to hide anything. His belief of killing Jiang Chen in one move had already collapsed. Now, all he wanted was to kill Jiang Chen. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen roared and casted the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Combined with the true dragon palm, he unleashed an unparalleled mightiness. For a moment, the entire void collapsed. Rumble. The sky surged. This was the most barbaric collision, the most primitive slaughter. The void collapsed, and the center of the battle had almost become a land of death. No one was not shocked. Everyone was shocked. No one in the central square spoke. Countless gazes were nervously watching the battle in the sky that was almost annihilated. The violent shockwaves of the battle stirred up tornadoes. Many people paled, especially the Heavenly Source disciples. They thought to themselves that if they were in the battle right now, there would be no suspense at all. They would immediately be minced into meat paste. This is too terrifying. I wonder who's going to win. Yeah, I thought Zhu Chongqing would win for sure, but it's hard to say now. Jiang Chen is just too terrifying. He's only at the 7th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source, yet he's able to fight a master genius to such an extent. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? I'm so nervous. If Jiang Chen wins, he'll basically create a miracle in Kirin province. He'll create a legend that will go down in history. Many people became nervous. Although they were not the ones fighting, they seemed to be even more nervous than the people fighting. They had originally thought that the battle was meaningless, but it had become a classic. Thump thump thump, a while later, a figure was ejected from the chaotic center of the battle. He wore golden armor and should have been a heroic figure, but he was currently in an extremely miserable state. Who else could it be other than Zhu Chongqing in this attire? Zhu Chongqing's face was currently pale. A sliver of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his hair was completely disheveled. On the other side, Jiang Chen constantly roared as the true dragon floated in the air. His presence was just as powerful as before, and Zhu Chongqing's universe strike had failed to harm him at all. He had lost. Zhu Chongqing had lost, or rather, he had not been completely defeated. However, he had truly fallen into a disadvantageous position with this move. Voila, the entire square began to stir. This outcome had overturned everyone's imaginations, overturned their previous understanding, and even overturned their thoughts. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Chapter 45-52. Zhu Chongqing has actually lost. How is this possible? How can Jiang Chen be so powerful? Although he hasn't been completely defeated, Zhu Chongqing has indeed been defeated by that attack. Jiang Chen is just too powerful. He's able to defeat a master genius with a cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer. I'm speechless. Zhu Chongqing should still have some trump cards up his sleeves, but it won't be easy to defeat Jiang Chen in his current state. If Jiang Chen wins today, he'll become famous. Everyone was shocked. The shock was just too intense. It had completely overturned everyone's understanding. So powerful. The Crown Prince clenched his fists in excitement as his eyes rippled with endless emotions. Mu Yibai was the same as well. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were filled with endless admiration. Mu Tianheng saw the expressions of the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai and was even more certain that the Crown Prince had come for Jiang Chen. The admiration in their eyes could not be concealed. It was clear that they had known Jiang Chen for a long time and knew of Jiang Chen's abilities. This person is unfathomable. This was the second time Mu Tianheng had evaluated Jiang Chen as unfathomable. He had even begun to rejoice that he had not missed out on such a dazzling battle. At the top of the sky, Zhu Chongqing's expression was extremely ugly. He could feel the ridicule from the countless gazes that landed on him. A feeling of humiliation rose from the bottom of his heart. He could not accept losing to a puny heavenly source expert. It was an unprecedented blow to him. Zhu Chongqing, you're not my opponent. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Jiang Chen said in a clear and domineering voice. Jiang Chen, you're indeed very powerful, but you're dreaming if you want to kill me. You forced my hand. Zhu Chongqing laughed heartily. His eyes suddenly turned red as if he had been possessed by a demon. Saint Spirit Curse, activate. Zhu Chongqing went crazy. Suddenly, a strange aura rippled out from his body. This aura was filled with boundless evil. Black qi started to spread out from his body. At this moment, Zhu Chongqing seemed to have entered the path of evil. Crack crack, cracking sounds came from Zhu Chongqing's body. His bones started to change, and his body started to move. In the blink of an eye, his body doubled in size, and his eyes turned from blood red to azure. It was hard to tell whether he was human or ghost. At the same time, Zhu Chongqing's cultivation began to soar. In the blink of an eye, he went from the peak of the first heaven to the second heaven of the Star-Lord realm. What the hell is that? Such an evil presence. How can the master-level genius of Vermilion Bird Camp know such an evil skill? An inexplicable soul seems to have appeared in his body, adding an unexpected human aura to it. However, it's different from Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen's true dragon bloodline is pure yang. He's definitely not an evil demon. So terrifying, Vermilion Bird Camp doesn't have such an evil method. Countless people's expressions changed greatly. Zhu Changqing's transformation once again pushed the battle to a new peak. What's that? The Crown Prince's expression changed slightly. If Zhu Changqing couldn't beat Jiang Qin before, he wouldn't have been worried. However, Zhu Changqing had used a special method to increase his cultivation to the second heaven of the Star Lord realm. That was a completely different story. How could Jiang Qin be a match for him? This is the Holy Spirit curse of the winged race. Why would it appear on Zhu Changqing? He's joined the winged race. Mu Tianheng's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw the truth of the Holy Spirit curse. People like him, who were at the peak of the Great Lin Empire, had interacted with the winged race many times. He was very familiar with some basic things about the winged race. As I thought. The Crown Prince's expression turned cold. If it was before, he might have been shocked, but after learning about the fake empress, he wasn't shocked at all. Also, he knew that there was probably more than one person like Zhu Changqing in Vermilion Bird Camp. Even many of the upper echelons had been corrupted. The Holy Spirit curse wouldn't fall on a human for no reason. The person affected by the Holy Spirit curse must be under the control of the winged race. Mu Tianheng's expression also became extremely cold. The main genius of Vermilion Bird Camp had been affected by the Holy Spirit curse. This probably wasn't a good thing. Ibai, kill him. Don't hurt Jiang Qin. The Crown Prince looked at Mu Ibai and said nervously. Yes, Your Highness. With that, Mu Ibai's body swayed and he soared into the air. Mu Tianheng didn't stop him. This was the Crown Prince's order. Also, he felt that Zhu Changqing should be killed. If he didn't kill him and lost a powerful genius like Jiang Qin, it would be a loss for Kirin Province and even the Lin Kingdom. A loss that couldn't be recovered. Go back. Mu Ibai heard Jiang Qin's yell when he was only halfway there. Mu Ibai stopped and looked at Jiang Qin worriedly. A pair of dragon eyes stared at him with a commanding expression. Yes, master. Mu Ibai didn't dare to be stubborn. He turned around and went back. Your Highness, he must have his own tricks. If I kill Zhu Changqing now, I'm afraid it will make him unhappy. Mu Ibai said. Yes, let's wait and see. If there's no other choice, we still have to act to ensure his safety. The Crown Prince said. Countless people's expressions changed. The meaning of this battle had changed. Even though many people didn't know what the Holy Spirit curse was, Zhu Changqing's change had already made people come up with a plan. This was no longer a main genius that Vermilion Bird Camp had focused on nurturing. This was a real evil demon. Zhu Changqing let out a roar. At this moment, he had lost his mind. There was only killing intent in his eyes. He only wanted to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, die. Zhu Changqing shouted and charged at Jiang Qin with the momentum of a mad demon. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Jiang Qin casted the ancient soaring dragon technique once again and faced Zhu Changqing head-on. His battle intent was even higher than before. His body was covered with a violent flame, as if it was going to dye the sky red. He didn't retreat at all. He was a true warrior, a king warrior. Zhu Changqing was powerful, but Jiang Qin was fearless. He wanted to use the pressure from Zhu Changqing to increase his cultivation to the 8th heavenly layer. Due to the divine glass fire, Jiang Qin's cultivation was already at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, half a step into the 8th heavenly layer. Jiang Qin only needed an opportunity to break through and become an 8th heavenly layer, heavenly layer, heavenly layer. The battle with Zhu Changqing was an opportunity, the best opportunity. How could he let Mu Ibai interfere at such a time? Rumble. Chapter 45-53. The entire sky had turned chaotic. Even though they were so far away, the people below could still feel a chill that made them shiver. If they were mixed in the battlefield at this moment, there was no need to even think about it. Just the terrifying shockwaves of the battle alone would be enough to kill them instantly. Too powerful. He's too powerful. I don't know what kind of technique Zhu Chongqing used to advance to the second heavenly Star Lord realm, turning the situation around. I'm afraid that Jiang Qin is no match for him. Yeah, the difference in cultivation is a little too great. It's already very terrifying that Jiang Qin can kill someone so many levels higher than him. Unless he reaches the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source, it's basically impossible for him to defeat Zhu Chongqing. Just now, Eldest Miss was about to attack. Zhu Chongqing might have undergone some kind of demonic transformation, but he was stopped by Jiang Qin. It seems like Jiang Qin has some confidence. Let's wait and see. I'm afraid that the next battle will be very exciting. It was hair-raising. Who would have thought that a battle with no suspense at all would turn into such an intense battle? Asterisk rumble, asterisk space shook. Jiang Qin was finally forced out by the violent force. Dragon scales danced in the air, and many wounds appeared on his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Asterisk roar, asterisk Jiang Qin let out a sky-shaking dragon roar. Just when everyone thought that he couldn't hold on any longer, he swayed his mighty body and dashed towards Zhu Chongqing once more, as if he didn't care about the injuries he had suffered at all. You're courting death. Zhu Chongqing had completely entered the path of the blood demon and lost his consciousness. A cruel smile filled his face when he saw Jiang Qin charge at him again. After reaching the second heavenly layer of Star Lord, Zhu Chongqing could completely suppress Jiang Qin. As a result, Zhu Chongqing did not take Jiang Qin seriously at all. Jiang Qin's powerful healing ability was comparable to divine pills. As long as the injuries weren't fatal or didn't harm his origin, he wouldn't care at all. For example, the injuries that Zhu Chongqing had inflicted on him could be healed in an instant. Jiang Qin was able to recover completely in just a few breaths. Jiang Qin was searching for the critical point to break through with the pressure from Zhu Chongqing. He had already found it. Asterisk rumble, asterisk Jiang Qin was bounced out for the second time, and the injuries on his body increased. Worry could be seen on the faces of the Crown Prince, Muibai, and the others. The only person who wasn't worried was Dragon Shirsan. He had been calmly watching the battle since the beginning, and he didn't show any signs of worry. This was a sign of his confidence in Jiang Qin, a great confidence in him. This confidence surpassed his own. Only Long Shirsan had absolute reason to believe that Zhu Chongqing would definitely die today. No one could defeat Jiang Qin when he got serious. Jiang Qin would either not attack, or once he did, it would be the end of the world for his enemies. F***ck, he's too fierce. This Jiang Qin is too fierce. He keeps fighting and pressing forward. His injuries don't seem to affect his fighting spirit at all. How can such a person not be strong? This is a temperament that belongs to the strong. If we can possess such a temperament, we'll be able to go very far in the future. I can tell that Jiang Qin wants to use Zhu Chongqing's pressure to increase his cultivation to the 8th heavenly layer. Once he reaches the 8th heavenly layer, he'll have a chance to turn the tables and truly defeat Zhu Chongqing. That's right, I can tell too. This is just too exciting. Let's hope he succeeds and let us witness a miracle. Many people were convinced by Jiang Qin's fighting spirit. Let alone the disciples of Kirin province, even the patriarch, Mu Tianheng, and the crown prince, Lin Tianlin, were completely convinced. Lin Tianlin's admiration for Jiang Qin in particular had reached a peak once again. Asterisk rumble, asterisk Jiang Qin was knocked back once again. He was covered in injuries. Asterisk roar, asterisk however, in the next moment, Jiang Qin roared at the sky. His 300-meter-long body spun around 3 times in the air as his presence underwent a tremendous change. His cultivation soared through the clouds, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source. The aura of Jiang Qin, who was at the 8th heavenly layer, was gradually rising. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, he had recovered to his peak condition. He's broken through. Look, Jiang Chen's broken through. Oh my God, is that even possible? He's really broken through in battle. That's just too awesome. No wonder he didn't let the young miss fight. This is Jiang Chen's true intentions. Zhu Changqing has helped Jiang Qin. After reaching the 8th heavenly layer, Jiang Chen's battle prowess will definitely rise. I hope he can turn the tables. The crowd was stunned once again. Mu Yibai and the Crown Prince looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen's progress was unbelievable, especially Mu Yibai. Back when he had brought Jiang Qin to the Glass Sea, Jiang Qin had only been at that level of cultivation. Only a month had passed since then. Zhu Changqing, you're done for. Jiang Chen's presence was like a rainbow as an ancient aura erupted from his body. Clang! In the next moment, the heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he had fused with the sword. 26 swords. Ultimate killing move, 26 swords, dragon and sword as one. In the sky, the man was the dragon was the sword, and the sword was the man. There was no distinction between them. What sword technique is this? It possesses supreme mysteries. I've studied the way of the sword for so many years, but I can't even see the slightest bit of it. What a powerful sword technique. Everything in the world has become the only sword technique. This is a supreme way of the sword. Only a true Grand Master of the way of the sword can use it. I've comprehended many things from it. The supreme way of the sword once again shocked everyone, especially those who were proficient in the way of the sword. Their eyes were filled with boundless fanaticism. They had never seen such a profound sword technique before. Some Star Lord experts felt that this sword technique alone was enough for them to learn for a lifetime. They might not be able to reach the height of 10,000 years. Howl! The sword whistled as it pierced through the sky and slashed down on Zhu Changqing's head. Caw 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 caw! This sword slashed through all of Zhu Changqing's attacks with irresistible force and finally landed on Zhu Changqing's body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Zhu Changqing was cut into half by Jiang Chen's sword. Don't kill him. The Crown Prince shouted, but it was too late. Zhu Changqing was already dead. Your Highness, you want to learn about the Holy Spirit curse from Zhu Changqing, right? It's useless. Those who have been cursed by the Holy Spirit will never reveal any secrets. From the moment Zhu Changqing activated the curse, he was destined to die. Chapter 45-54. Zhu Zhangqing had been cursed by the Holy Spirit, and the Crown Prince knew the secret of the fake Empress. He definitely wanted to learn something from Zhu Zhangqing, or at the very least, find some spies hidden in the Vermilion Bird camp. In reality, it was as Mu Tianheng had said, the Holy Spirit curse would kill Zhu Zhangqing. Even if he didn't die, Zhu Zhangqing wouldn't know any secrets. What the fake Empress wanted to do must have been flawless. Even if two cursed members of the Vermilion Bird camp met, they wouldn't know each other's identities. Even a master-level disciple of the Vermilion Bird camp has been cursed. It's not just the Vermilion Bird camp. The other 4 prefectures are the same. How many of the disciples and upper echelon of Kirin province have been cursed by the Holy Spirit? The human race of the Great Lin Empire is truly in danger. Fortunately, Teacher is here, giving me confidence. The Crown Prince's heart was in turmoil. Only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he know that what Jiang Qin had said back then wasn't just an alarmist. The empire was currently being corroded. If war broke out at this time, there would be internal and external troubles. The human race would most likely face a true crisis or even extinction. In the sky, Zhu Zhangqing's corpse slowly fell from the sky. Jiang Qin withdrew his dragon form and reverted to his human form. He stood in the sky in white, giving off a domineering aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him seem like an emperor that had descended from the heavens. Countless gazes of admiration fell on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had become famous in a single battle, establishing his position in Kirin province. Even the master-level geniuses didn't have the glory Jiang Qin had, because Jiang Qin's cultivation was only at the heavenly source realm. He had killed a Star Lord with a cultivation of the heavenly source realm. In the entire Kirin province, or even the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, there wasn't a second person like him. Amazing, this is too amazing. Other than amazing, I can't find any other words to describe Jiang Qin. He actually killed Zhu Chongqing. This has completely overturned my understanding. This reversal is simply too exciting. Who would have thought that a battle with no suspense at all would lead to such a huge reversal in the end? After this battle, Jiang Qin's fame will be completely established. Once he becomes a Star Lord and becomes a masterclass genius of Kirin province, his brilliance will outshine all the other masterclass geniuses. Why does he need to become a master-level genius? The current Jiang Qin has already made all the geniuses in Kirin province pale in comparison. Not to mention the normal master-level geniuses, even the Crown Prince, who was once the #1 genius in the Great Forest, was not as heaven-defying as Jiang Qin. Everyone was shocked. No one felt sorry for Zhu Chongqing's death because this was a life-and-death battle. There was nothing to feel sorry for being killed in a life-and-death battle. This was the most normal result. Moreover, Zhu Chongqing had turned into a demon in the end and left a very bad impression on the people. Once the matter of the Holy Spirit curse was spread, Zhu Chongqing would become a spy of the feather race. No one would pity him. Even if he died, he would be despised. Chief Mu, the battle is over. Goodbye. The Crown Prince saluted Mu Tianheng with his fists and left with Long Shersan. Many people saw that when the Crown Prince left, he had a smile on his face. It seemed that the Vermilion Bird Camp had lost a master-level genius, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Mu Tianheng bowed slightly in the direction of the Crown Prince. He couldn't help but show a trace of a smile on his face. As an old fox who had lived for so long, he could naturally see that the Crown Prince had come today for Jiang Qin and not for Zhu Chongqing. Reality proved that Jiang Qin did have the qualifications to be valued by the Crown Prince. Not just the Crown Prince, from now on, as the chief, he would also have to value this disciple. As a disciple of Kirin province, this person would definitely bring glory to Kirin province in the future. In 3 months, it will be the annual competition between the geniuses of the 4 battalions. This Jiang Qin can be trained well. Mu Tianheng looked at Mu Yibai and said, "Father, I understand." Mu Yibai smiled, but his heart was beating like a drum. Train Jiang Qin. What a joke. Even his father, Mu Tianheng, was probably only qualified to be trained by Jiang Qin, let alone his first Mississippi. This kind of Jiang Qin was the reincarnation of a great master. Did he still need to train Kirin province? It would be more appropriate for him to train Kirin province. Of course, Mu Yibai did not say much about Jiang Qin. If he caused Jiang Qin to be unhappy because of his big mouth, it would not be worth it. The duel came to a perfect end. The huge crowd in the central plaza also slowly receded and became quiet. Jiang Qin came to the Mu sisters and circled around them. Suddenly, he frowned. De Huang and Xiaolong are not back yet. Jiang Qin still did not see De Huang and Xiaolong. This gave him a bad feeling. Normally, there was nothing wrong with the two of them going to the microcosm realm to train. However, Jiang Qin knew De Huang very well. De Huang knew that Jiang Qin was worried about him after his battle with Zhu Chongqing and would definitely come back to watch. However, until now, Jiang Qin still did not see De Huang dog. Moreover, having reached the level of a general, one would have comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had a feeling that they would not come for no reason. Big brother Jiang, didn't I tell you? De Huang and Xiaolong are training in the microcosm realm. Mu Yizi said. As soon as Mu Yizi finished speaking, Jiang Chen's expression changed again. There was a strong fluctuation in his heart. De Huang and Xiaolong are in danger. De Huang is sending me a distress signal. Jiang Chen said. He had been with De Huang for too long. They had long developed an inexplicable telepathy. This telepathy was especially strong after they achieved Tao, especially when they were not far away. The microcosm realm was attached to the imperial capital. It was naturally not far away. One could open the door to the microcosm realm from Kirin province. If De Huang dog sent a distress signal to Jiang Qin would definitely be able to sense it. What? Mu Yizi's mouth was slightly agape. She did not expect De Huang dog and Xiaolong to be in danger. Ibai, bring me to the microcosm realm quickly. Jiang Qin looked at Mu Ibai. If Big Yellow hadn't encountered a real danger that he couldn't solve, he wouldn't have sent a distress signal to Jiang Qin. As the young mistress of Kirin province, Mu Ibai's cultivation was strong. She would definitely be able to open the door to the microcosm realm. All right. Mu Ibai did not dare to be negligent. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Qin so nervous. Even when he was surrounded by the feather tribe in the lapis glass sea, he did not panic. Mu Ibai knew that De Huang dog and Xiaolong were the most important people by Jiang Chen's side. If something really happened to them, Jiang Qin would probably turn the imperial capital upside down. Chapter 45-55. Mu Ibai waved her hand and took out a spirit talisman. This was the door to the microcosm world. There weren't many people in the entire imperial capital who had this kind of talisman door, but Mu Ibai was definitely one of them. Be it cultivation or identity, she was destined to have everything she wanted in the empire. The talisman flickered with endless light, and an illusory door immediately appeared. The aura of an alternate dimension drifted out from the door. Let's go. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin disappeared into the door in the blink of an eye. The microcosm world was dependent on the capital. It was the Great Lin Empire's own microcosm world, a place for the disciples to train. Under normal circumstances, only heavenly source disciples would enter. Very few Lord-level geniuses would enter. At this moment, in another part of the microcosm world, a mountain mist pervaded the air. At the center of the endless mountain range, De Huang dog and Xiaolong were enveloped by an invisible force of air, like an inescapable net. Both Big Yellow and Xiaolong were at the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. This kind of improvement was already very fast. Such a speed was something that ordinary cultivators could only look up to. However, even 6th heavenly layer heavenly source experts could do nothing against the force of a Star Lord. It was purely a force of energy, not a restriction or formation. If it were a formation, it would not have been able to stop De Huang dog. There was no formation in the world that De Huang dog was not proficient in. Let alone a Star Lord, De Huang dog could even break through a formation cast down by a powerful Star Emperor without any effort. However, it was very difficult to break through a force of energy. There was no method to break through it, so one needed to rely on true strength. Outside the force was a hideous old man, his face filled with killing intent. The old man was none other than Elder Wu, who had tried to kill Jiang Qin in Kirin province a month ago. Wang Lin was his master. You old fart, this is the microcosm world, a place for disciples to train. You're just a Star Lord Elder, yet you've come here just to deal with us. Aren't you a little too shameless? De Huang Dog said angrily. The microcosm world was indeed a rare place to train. His and Xiaolong's cultivation had skyrocketed after entering, and they could basically move unhindered in the microcosm world with their current strength. Even if they encountered a ninth heavenly layer heavenly source expert, they would not fear them if they worked together. They might not be able to defeat them, but staying alive was not a problem at all. Yet, a Star Lord just had to appear at this moment, and a second heavenly layer Star Lord at that. Shut up, damned dog. You killed my disciple, and I must avenge him. Too bad, you have the protection of the eldest and second miss in the Qilin mansion, so I can't do anything to you. That Jiang Chen and Dragon Shersan have made me hate them to the core. Since I can't kill them, I'll find a way to kill you too first. I'll kill the most important people around them, and let them taste the feeling of losing something. Elder Wu said fiercely. He was not in a hurry to attack. After all, the two of them were like turtles in a jar. With his strength, he could easily crush them. Old man, you make it sound so dignified. If I'm not wrong, you're a spy for the Feather Clan, right? Or perhaps, you've secretly joined the Feather Clan. De Huang Dog said. What did you say? Elder Wu's expression changed abruptly. The way he looked at De Huang Dog became even colder, and his killing intent became even stronger. It was as if his veil had been lifted, and his ugliness was completely revealed. Seeing his reaction, De Huang Dog was even more convinced of his thoughts. The fake empress was behind all this, and the capital had already fallen. Jiang Chen and the others had just entered Kirin province, and someone had already come to make trouble. Moreover, they knew that they were Second Lady's friends. He would never believe that they were not under someone else's orders. Wang Lin might not be a spy and was only listening to his teacher, but Elder Wu might not be the one giving the orders. Didn't I hit the nail on the head? Trash. De Huang Dog shook his big head and said. Damn dog, you are indeed smart. Unfortunately, you are smart in the wrong place. I'll kill you now. Elder Wu was angry. His eyes were filled with viciousness. He reached out his hand and grabbed De Huang Dog through the wall of qi. Little guy, get out of the way. De Huang Dog used his body to push Xiaolong away. A golden light appeared on his head, and he charged at Elder Wu's palm. Rumble, a powerful wave of qi spread out. De Huang Dog's indestructible head unexpectedly let out a cracking sound. His whole body was sent flying and smashed into a mountain behind him. Brother De Huang. Xiaolong roared and clenched his fists. He looked at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog fell at the foot of the mountain. His head was covered in blood. After wriggling a few times, he completely stopped moving. Bastard! Xiaolong became irritated. He thought that De Huang Dog had been killed, which almost made him go berserk. Xiaolong entered a state of madness. His eyes turned blood red as an extremely powerful presence suddenly surged out from his body. Endless rage burned within him. Xiaolong's cultivation also began to move as his rage burned, reaching the seventh heavenly layer in an instant. This was not the end. Some kind of forbidden power seemed to be triggered in his body, causing his cultivation to rise once again. It only stopped when he reached the eighth heavenly layer. What a brat! I never thought that you would have such a rare constitution. If the patriarch saw it, he would definitely nurture you like a treasure. It's a pity that even though you've reached the eighth heavenly layer, you're still too weak. You're still an ant before me. Die for me. Elder Wu's face was filled with shock. The sudden change in Xiaolong was as if it had triggered some kind of ancient physique, shocking everyone present. However, the more it was like this, the more Elder Wu wanted to kill him. He could not allow him to grow. Although Xiaolong had advanced 2 levels, he was not Jiang Qin after all. He did not have the monstrous abilities of Jiang Qin, so it was basically impossible for him to fight against a 2nd heavenly layer Star Lord with his cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer. Elder Wu struck out again. He used the same hand he had used against a Huang dog before, swatting towards Xiaolong. Xiaolong was fearless. He no longer knew what fear was. All he knew was that Brother De Huang was dead, so he needed to avenge Brother De Huang. The terrifying fist carried a thick golden energy that originated from the ancient times, and violently shook Elder Wu's attack. "You're just a mayfly trying to shake a tree." Chapter 45-56. Xiaolong felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. But at that moment, a warm current flowed through his body. Xiaolong's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, he was back to normal in no time. This insane recovery speed was way stronger than Jiang Chen's. Brother De Huang, how are you feeling?" Xiaolong laid on top of De Huang's body and shook it with all his might. But De Huang dog did not make a single sound. This showed how much damage he had done to De Huang. "Little bastard, how did you recover from your injuries so quickly? What kind of body type do you have?" When Elder Wu came closer, he saw that Xiaolong's body, which should have been in tatters, had recovered to its original state. He was shocked beyond words. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen anything like this. But Elder Wu was not an idiot. The only explanation he could think of was that this kid's body type was extraordinary. It could very well be a godly body that had been passed down from the ancient times. Elder Wu could not help but reveal a look of greed on his face. "If I can extract your bloodline and use it on myself, wouldn't I be able to soar to the skies? What a blessing from the heavens." Elder Wu laughed out loud. He felt that his spring had arrived. A perfect bloodline was right in front of him. As long as he could kill this kid, extract his bloodline and use it on himself, he would be able to rule the world one day. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Elder Wu struck once again. This time, he wanted to kill Lin Fan. Since this little fellow had such a strong regenerative ability, he would not give him any time or opportunity to recover. He wanted to kill Lin Fan directly. Roar! Just then, a furious dragon's roar could be heard. A blood-colored dragon's claw sliced through the sky and blocked Elder Wu's attack. "Who?" Elder Wu's expression changed as he shouted out. "Grandpa, it's me." Robed as white as snow, Jiang Chen had a ferocious dragon above his head. He looked like a god of war who had descended. "Big brother, Brother De Huang is about to die." Looking at Jiang Chen, Xiaolong cried out. He held on to De Huang's head with one hand and wiped his tears with the other. B*****. Looking at the lifeless De Huang dog lying on the ground, Jiang Chen's anger soared. With no time to deal with Elder Wu, Jiang Chen appeared beside De Huang dog with a flicker. Jiang Chen held on to De Huang dog's head with one hand. The divine wood qi gushed into De Huang dog's body like a tide, while he checked on De Huang dog's condition. After checking, Jiang Chen became even angrier. Big Yellow had suffered an unprecedented injury. All his bones were broken, and his internal organs were badly damaged. His vitality had dropped to the lowest point. If it wasn't for Big Yellow's strong vitality, he would have been dead by now. Even if he wasn't dead, Jiang Chen's divine wood qi could only sustain De Huang dog's last breath. It was obviously impossible for De Huang dog to recover completely. Jiang Chen, ha! Great! I didn't expect you to come back alive from the Azure Sea. Great. Today, I'll kill you as well. Seeing that it was Jiang Qin, Elder Wu was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Killing Jiang Qin would be a great merit for him. The higher-ups would definitely reward him handsomely, and he could also avenge his dead disciple. Elder Wu, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Another cold voice sounded. Mu Bai appeared. Seeing the situation, Mu Bai was furious. She knew how important the Huang dog was to Jiang Qin. Elder Wu killing the Huang dog was equivalent to touching Jiang Chen's reverse scale. Jiang Chen was truly furious. Young miss. Elder Wu's expression changed. The arrival of the young miss made his heart sink. He might not care about others, but he couldn't ignore Mu Bai. He didn't have the ability to kill Mu Bai, and with Mu Bai here, he couldn't kill anyone. Elder Wu, I've already told you about Wang Lin's matter. Punishing Jiang Qin and Longsher San to the Azure Sea will be the end of this matter. Yet, you secretly did such a despicable thing. You don't even put me in your eyes. Mu Bai's anger couldn't be quelled. She couldn't give Jiang Qin an explanation for Elder Wu's actions. Young miss, do you think I'm an idiot? You went to the Azure Sea to train yourself and took those two brats with you. What kind of punishment is this? My disciple can't die for nothing. But since young miss is here, I'll give young miss some face and spare their lives. After Elder Wu finished speaking, he turned around to leave. He was a smart guy. He knew that he had no chance today. Staying here would be meaningless and he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Don't even think about leaving. Mu Bai's body flashed and blocked in front of Elder Wu. His body was filled with killing intent. He had to kill Elder Wu today to reduce Jiang Chen's anger. For Jiang Chen, Kirin province didn't matter much if they lost a small major elder. Young miss, are you going to kill me? Elder Wu's expression turned cold. He had already felt the change in Mu Bai's cultivation level. The current Mu Bai's cultivation level was higher than his. Adding on his talent, he was no match for him. Elder Wu broke the rules. I have to punish you. Mu Bai said. Let me do it. Jiang Chen's cold voice echoed. He slowly stood up from the ground and arrived in front of Elder Wu. He signaled Mu Bai to step down. Teacher. Mu Bai frowned. Let me do it. Jiang Chen's tone was unquestionable. He had to avenge his brother with his own hands. The Huang dog's condition had stabilized. He had to kill Elder Wu first to avenge De Huang, then find a way to save De Huang. Yes, teacher. Mu Bai didn't dare to hesitate. He retreated to Xiao Long and De Huang dog's side. What did she just call you? Elder Wu was stunned. He looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Teacher. Mu Bai actually called Jiang Qin teacher. He thought he had heard it wrong. Boom, the sky dragon's sword appeared in his hand. Jiang Qin didn't bother to talk to Elder Wu. He immediately used sword 26. What? Elder Wu's expression changed drastically. He didn't take Jiang Qin seriously at first, but Jiang Chen's attack had blinded him. A mere eighth heaven of the heavenly source realm made him, a second heaven star lord, feel unprecedented pressure. That's right, it was pressure. This was too ridiculous. How could a heavenly source expert be so powerful? What was more terrifying was the sword. It was unparalleled and unparalleled. Elder Wu dared not underestimate Jiang Chen's attack. In an instant, a violent black blade appeared in his hand. He injected all his energy into the violent black blade and used it to defend against Jiang Chen's sword. Chapter 45-57. Clang! The sword and blade clashed. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was reduced to nothingness. Although Elder Wu was at the second heaven of the Star-Lord realm, he couldn't be compared to Zhu Chongqing. At most, he was equivalent to Zhu Chongqing before the Holy Spirit curse was activated. Jiang Chen didn't need to transform to kill him. The 26th sword was invincible. It wasn't something that Elder Wu could resist. Ah! With a cry, Elder Wu's blade flew out of his hand. Half of his arm was almost torn off. The powerful sword chi from the heavenly dragon sword had left many wounds on Elder Wu's body, making him bleed profusely. No, it's impossible. How can you be so strong? Elder Wu's eyes were wide open as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. How could a heavenly source expert be so strong? This had completely overturned his understanding of the world. Of course, Elder Wu didn't know that Jiang Qin had just killed Zhu Chongqing of the Vermilion Bird Camp. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to fight against Jiang Qin. He would have chosen to run away instead. Old dog, you hurt my brother. You'll pay with your life. Jiang Qin was furious. He swung the heavenly dragon sword in his hand again and slashed at Elder Wu. Kid, you can't kill me. Elder Wu was furious. A violent evil power instantly roared out of his body and gushed out of his body like a tide. Another Holy Spirit curse. In the distance, Mu Bai's face turned cold when he saw the change in Elder Wu's aura. The aura that Elder Wu gave off was exactly the same as Zhu Chongqing's at the crucial moment. Elder Wu was also affected by the Holy Spirit curse of the feather race. Zhu Chongqing of the Vermilion Bird Camp and Elder Wu of Kirin Province. How many spies of the feather race were there in the capital? And these were just humans who had been corrupted. Die, you trash. Jiang Chen's sword 26 was already in front of Elder Wu, not giving him any chance at all. As a result, Elder Wu's curse of the Holy Spirit was only half opened, and the other half was not fully opened. Before his cultivation could be improved by the curse of the Holy Spirit, Elder Wu was killed by Jiang Chen with one sword move. He was cut in half and could not be more dead. After killing Elder Wu, Jiang Chen's anger subsided a little. He sheathed his sword and returned to De Huang Dog. Teacher, what exactly is this Holy Spirit curse? Mu Bai could not help but ask. It's an evil secret skill of the soul, an ancient curse. It has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that this curse can forcibly increase a person's cultivation by one level after it is activated. The disadvantage is that the person who is cursed has to be completely controlled and obey orders. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger at any time. Zhu Chongqing and Elder Wu activated the Holy Spirit curse, which actually foretold their demise. Once the Holy Spirit curse is discovered, the person who cursed them will use the Holy Spirit curse to kill them and prevent them from revealing the secret. This is also the reason why I killed Zhu Chongqing. Jiang Chen said. What a terrifying secret skill. If that's the case, who knows how many people the fake empress has secretly used this Holy Spirit curse on. If many people were forced to do it, it would be a pity. Mu Bai's mood was a little complicated. The Holy Spirit curse was too terrifying. Undoubtedly, the Holy Spirit curse had completely penetrated into the imperial capital. Who knew how many spies were hidden in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp? There's nothing to be pitiful about. There's another drawback to the Holy Ghost curse. It can't be forced on anyone. Everyone who suffers from the Holy Ghost curse is willing. If you're unwilling, no matter how capable the fake empress is, she can't force the Holy Ghost curse on you. Otherwise, the Holy Ghost curse alone would be enough to make the human race fall. Jiang Chen said. If such a terrifying secret skill could be used at will, it would be the end of the human race. Humph. If that's the case, those traitors are too despicable. Who knows how many people like Zhu Chongqing and Elder Wu are hiding in the imperial capital. Mu Yibai snorted coldly. His face was filled with worry. By the way, teacher, how are De Huang's injuries? Mu Yibai looked at De Huang dog. He could only sense that De Huang's breath was extremely weak. He couldn't help but worry. If anything happened to De Huang dog, Jiang Qin would probably really flip out. His foundation is injured, but I'll think of a way to help him recover. Jiang Qin said that with his means, as long as he didn't die, there would be room for negotiation. That's good. Mu Yibai heaved a sigh of relief. He was completely relieved. The two of them approached Xiaolong and De Huang dog. Mu Yibai's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaolong. Xiaolong, how did your injuries recover so quickly? Mu Yibai was shocked. When Xiaolong fought Elder Wu head-on just now, he was severely injured as well. Although his injury wasn't as severe as Big Yellow's, it wasn't something that could be healed in an instant. However, judging from Xiaolong's condition, it seemed like he was completely fine. Xiaolong's physique is very special. His self-recovery ability is very strong, much stronger than my divine wood qi. I once saw with my own eyes that the scars left on his body healed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin said. Could it be the legendary immortal body? Mu Yibai sighed. Immortal body. Jiang Qin was stunned. He knew many kinds of physiques, but it was the first time he heard of the immortal body. The legendary divine body is the pinnacle existence in the universe. I've only read about it in the most ancient books. However, this kind of physique is too ancient and has never appeared before. Therefore, it has always been a legend in the eternal world. However, with Xiaolong's abnormal self-recovery ability, I'm afraid there's no other physique other than the legendary immortal body. Mu Yibai said. Big brother, if I have the immortal body, then my blood is the immortal blood. Why don't you give my blood to Brother De Huang? Maybe it'll work. Xiaolong said. The immortal blood. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that Xiaolong's bloodline was extremely powerful. Just like what Mu Yibai had said, Xiaolong might very well possess the legendary immortal body, and the blood of immortals flowed within its body. If that was the case, Xiaolong's immortal blood might really have a miraculous effect. It was just like his divine wood qi. Not only could it heal his own injuries, it could also help others recover. Alright, let's give it a try. However, don't hurt your origin. Jiang Qin said. Don't worry, big brother. I know what I'm doing. The Huang dog was injured in order to save me. Not to mention some of Xiaolong's blood, Xiaolong wouldn't hesitate to take Xiaolong's life. Chapter 45-58. Xiaolong was a simple-minded person. To him, Jiang Qin and De Huang dog had long become the most important people in his life. They were his closest family. Now that De Huang dog's life was in danger, Xiaolong would be very happy if he could contribute his strength. Xiaolong used his fingers like a sword and made a cut on his wrist. Fresh blood gushed out from the cut and was sent to De Huang dog's mouth. When the immortal blood was dripped into De Huang dog's mouth, De Huang's life force became extremely vigorous. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of golden halo. Xiaolong was not stingy with his blood. He kept sending it to De Huang dog's mouth. Buzz, the golden halo on the surface of De Huang dog's body became more and more vigorous, directly forming a large golden cocoon. De Huang dog, who was in a deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Look, De Huang is awake. Mu Yibai exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful bloodline. The immortal blood is too abnormal. It can practically bring the dead back to life. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Xiaolong's undying body was extremely domineering. As long as such a body didn't grow, as long as such a divine body didn't grow, it would definitely become an overlord in the future and dominate the world. That's enough. Xiaolong, stop. Jiang Chen said. Xiaolong had already given him a lot of blood. Even though it had an immortal body, it still couldn't sustain such a consumption. If it continued to consume more blood, it was highly likely that its origin would be damaged, and that would be a huge loss. All right. Xiaolong moved his arm away. Seeing that the Huang dog had woken up, the little guy's face was filled with joy. Looking at Xiaolong, the injury on his wrist was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not even a scar was left. Such a godly operation was more than just abnormal. It was simply abnormal to the extreme. The legendary undying body is indeed domineering. Mu Yibai couldn't calm down. What kind of weirdos did his sister meet in the Hurricane Sky realm? Jiang Chen, Long San, the Huang dog, and now there was an immortal body. The matter of Xiaolong's immortal body must be kept a secret. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to Xiaolong. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Teacher, don't worry. I understand. Mu Yibai nodded. The undying body was a very important matter. Once it was spread out, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. Countless greedy gazes landed on Xiaolong, because such a bloodline was too tempting. If someone could obtain Xiaolong's bloodline, they would immediately soar into the sky. Not being able to hide the secret of the immortal body would be disastrous for the little dragon. Damn it. The Huang dog opened his eyes and cursed, "Where's that old fart? He almost killed me." The Huang dog, you're awake. That old fart was killed by Big Brother. Xiaolong said excitedly. It's too easy to just kill him. Damn it. The Huang dog's anger couldn't be appeased. Xiaolong, it's all thanks to you this time. This Lord Dog owes you a favor. The Huang dog raised his paw and patted Xiaolong's shoulder. He knew how he woke up the most, and he had heard everything about the undying body. Therefore, when he looked at Xiaolong, his eyes were filled with shock. The Huang dog, what are you talking about? We're brothers. There's no need to talk about favors. Xiaolong chuckled. Not bad. You're a smart kid. Lord Dog didn't dote on you in vain. The Huang dog's face was filled with gratification. De Huang, how do you feel? Jiang Chen asked worriedly. At this moment, the Huang dog was still extremely weak. Although his life was no longer in danger, he still looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. My soul has suffered heavy damage, and my origin is in a dead state. Even the undying blood couldn't awaken my origin. If I want to recover completely, I'll need other means. The Huang dog shook his head. Although his life was no longer in danger, he was not much different from a cripple. He didn't have much combat strength. If he wanted to recover completely, he would have to awaken his dormant origin, which was not an easy thing to do. Then what should we do? Xiaolong put away the pleasant surprise on his face and became worried again. I know a treasure that can help De Huang recover. Mu Yibai said. What is it? Jiang Chen and Xiaolong said in unison. Regeneration saliva. Mu Yibai said. I know this kind of treasure. It's a kind of essence qi that was born between heaven and earth and transformed into saliva. It's very rare, and I'm afraid it can only be born in a high-end world like the everlasting world, which is at the top of the universe. It has the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and regrowing bones, which is why it's called regeneration saliva. Yibai, you mentioned regeneration saliva. Do you know where to find this treasure? Jiang Chen looked at Mu Yibai. If he could really find regeneration saliva, not only could he completely recover De Huang, but he could also make De Huang undergo an unprecedented transformation. Yes, there is regeneration saliva in Imperial Spirit City. However, it's not an easy task to get it. Mu Bai frowned. Where is Imperial Spirit City? Jiang Chen asked. A treasure like regeneration saliva was naturally not easy to get. Jiang Chen did not expect to get it easily and without paying any price. As long as regeneration saliva existed, it was a great opportunity for Jiang Chen and De Huang. For his brother, Jiang Chen would go through fire and water and do everything he could to get it. Imperial Spirit City is under the control of the elves, and the regeneration saliva is in the Imperial Spirit City Lord residence. However, the regeneration saliva is treasured by the Imperial Spirit City Lord. It's wishful thinking for outsiders to get their hands on it. More importantly, the Imperial Spirit City Lord is a big shot of the elves, and his cultivation is at the 7th heaven of Star Lord. He's not someone we can deal with right now. Moreover, entering Imperial Spirit City is equivalent to entering the territory of the elves. You can imagine how dangerous it is. It's almost impossible to move an inch. Mu Bai shook his head helplessly. Although he knew about the existence of regeneration saliva, it was almost impossible to get it. We still have to go, Xiaolong said with determination. We definitely have to go. Not to mention a mere Imperial Spirit City, even if it's the lair of the elves, I'll still go. However, before we go, we have to make some preparations. Jiang Chen said. What preparations? Mu Bai asked. The elves are against the human race, but they might not be against the demon race. Jiang Chen smiled. That's not the case. Demon beasts are a rather special race in the Crimson Afterglow Astral. Because there's no general name, they can't be considered a big race. Whether it's the human race, the feather race, or the elves, there are demon beasts, Mu Bai said. That's right. That's it. I already have an idea. Chapter 45-59. Big brother, don't keep us guessing. Tell us your plan. Xiaolong said urgently. I will hide the aura of the human race from my body and release the aura of the true dragon. That way, the people of Imperial Spirit City will think that I am a descendant of the Eternal Dragon clan. Even the city lord of Imperial Spirit City will not suspect a thing. Jiang Chen said. Master is right. The true dragon aura on you is very pure and rich. Moreover, the Cosmic Dragon clan is high and mighty. They only exist in the highest level of the eternal world. There will be no Cosmic Dragon clan in the small Crimson Afterglow Astral. If you appear as a rare Cosmic Dragon, the elves will not dare to slight you. Even the city lord of the Spirit City will have to treat you as a guest of honor. It will be convenient for us to do things, Mu Bai said. If someone else had said this, she would have scoffed at it. Hiding a human aura was not that easy. It was difficult to hide one's aura from a 7th heaven star lord. But when it came from Jiang Chen, Mu Bai did not doubt it. In fact, she believed it without a doubt. She knew Jiang Chen's abilities all too well. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was omnipotent. More importantly, Jiang Chen could use the dragon transformation. The powerful true dragon aura was enough to prove that he was a noble dragon. When a cosmic dragon appeared in the Crimson Afterglow Astral, no one would dare to slight him. Although the Cosmic Dragon clan had fallen because they offended the Eternal Lord, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was not something that a mere Crimson Afterglow Astral could afford to offend. I want to go too. Xiaolong grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. You can't go. Ibai can't go either. I will have to do it myself. Jiang Qin patted Xiaolong's head. Xiaolong, your big brother can conceal his human aura and use the aura of a true dragon to conceal his aura, but we can't. We don't have the ability to alter the aura of our origin. Once we reach the Imperial Spirit City, forget about entering the Castellan Manor. I'm afraid we'll be killed by the experts of the fairy clan before we even reach the city gates. Mu Bai said. Although she really wanted to help the Huang dog find the regeneration saliva, she really couldn't do it. If she didn't do it right, it would be self-defeating. At that time, not only would she not be able to help Jiang Qin, she might even become a burden to Jiang Qin. All right. Xiaolong pursed his lips, disappointment written all over his face. However, Xiaolong knew very well that Jiang Qin and Mu Bai were right. Other than Jiang Qin, no one else could make it to the Imperial Spirit City. If they followed to help, they would only be a burden. Teacher, when do you plan to leave? Mu Bai said. There's no time to lose. We'll leave immediately. You and the Crown Prince can slowly investigate the matter of the spies in the imperial capital. Jiang Qin said that in his heart, the safety of the entire imperial capital was not as important as the recovery of his brother. Teacher, don't worry. We won't act recklessly. We'll wait for you to come back and take charge of the situation. However, you have to be careful on this trip to the Imperial Spirit City. After all, that's the territory of the fairy clan. Once you're exposed, it'll be extremely dangerous. Mu Bai said. Little Qinzi, I'll go with you. De Huang dog said. Yes, I originally planned to bring you with me. You can recuperate in the Dragon Palace. Once I get the regeneration saliva, I can give it to you immediately. Jiang Qin said that he had to bring De Huang dog with him. Now that the imperial capital was not peaceful, Jiang Qin would feel more at ease with De Huang dog by his side. Anyway, with the Buddha prison palace, he could protect De Huang dog perfectly. Moreover, he was looking for the regeneration saliva for De Huang dog. Once he got the regeneration saliva, he could give it to De Huang dog immediately to avoid any accidents. Oh, there's one more thing. In 3 months, it'll be the annual competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. There will be good prizes. If you're interested, you can participate. Mu Bai said. It'll be good to see the talents of the imperial capital. I'll be there on time. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He didn't care much about this kind of competition. If he ran into it, he would participate. If he didn't, he wouldn't regret it. After all, he had participated in too many competitions like this. Unless there was a particularly attractive prize, it would be hard for Jiang Qin to be interested. The most important thing now was to go to the Spirit City to look for the regeneration saliva. Mu Bai opened the void door of the small heaven and earth and pointed the direction to the Spirit City for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin let De Huang dog enter the Dragon Palace. Then, he used some magical means to hide his human aura. What he revealed to the outside world was the revered true dragon aura, which was high and mighty. The Spirit City was one of the more important cities of the elves. It was not far from the Elven Mountains, the hinterland of the elves. For the first time, Jiang Qin transformed into a real dragon man and flew above the endless mountains. The Red Mid-region was vast and boundless. The 3 major races each occupied a region and fought ceaselessly. Hee, let's go straight to the elves' lair. Exciting. De Huang dog chuckled in the Dragon Palace. Stupid dog, you still won't stop after becoming a cripple. Talk less. It takes energy to talk. You're a low-level trash now. Jiang Qin mocked. How dare you mock Master Dog? Master Dog, what? Bite me. I'll take a dump in your Dragon Palace. You've won, Brother Dog. Jiang Qin was defeated once again. Once again, he understood a fact. Even if this dog became a cripple, he still had to submit to him. Who could stand the dog wanting to take a dump at the drop of a hat? Master, with your current strength, you can try to open the third level of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Black King's voice suddenly sounded. Yeah, let's try and see what's in the third level of the Buddha Prison Palace. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If the Black King hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about this. If there were more Tao laws in the third level, the benefits would be endless. The Black King's cultivation could once again advance by leaps and bounds, and the De Huang dog would also benefit greatly from the Tao laws. Jiang Chen's divine consciousness swayed and probed the third level of the Dragon Palace. With a loud bang, the third level of the Dragon Palace suddenly opened. In the enclosed space, there were 6 Tao laws floating, and the profoundness of each Tao law was more profound than the previous second level. It's still Tao laws. Naturally, Jiang Chen was happy, but he was also a little disappointed. This was because the Tao laws were completely useless to him, but to others, they would benefit greatly. Universal King-level Tao laws. Apart from containing supreme profoundness, there's also Tao law energy. It's very rare. Kid, if these Tao laws were to be circulated, it would definitely cause countless people to fight for them. De Huang dog said. Unfortunately, they're useless to me. You guys can divide them. Black King, you take one, De Huang, you take another, and the rest will be left for Xiaolong, Monkey, Crown Prince, and Ibai. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.